morning, and praise the Lord, dear viewers. This is Alexander, lead pastor and founding pastor of New Builders Chapel, Dagoretti Sub-County, Riruta. God bless you as you join me today. We read from Zechariah chapter number 3, verses number 3. This is what the Bible says in Zechariah this morning, chapter number 3, verses number 3. We can read together in Jesus' name. Let's read together. The Bible says, Now Joshua was clothed with filthy garments and stood before the angel. Verse 4, And he answered and spake unto those that stood before him, saying, Take away the filthy garments from him. And unto him he said, Behold, I have caused thine iniquity to pass from thee, and I will clothe thee with change of raiment. Verse 5, And I said, Let them set a fair matter upon his head. So they set a fair matter upon his head, and clothed him with garments. And the angel of the Lord stood by. Verse 6, And the angel of the Lord protested unto Joshua, saying, Verse 7, the last one, Thus says the Lord of hosts, If thou wilt walk in my ways, and thou wilt keep my church, then thou shalt also judge my house, and shalt also keep my courts, and I will give thee places to walk among that stand. Brethren, this morning as you go out, I want to talk to you about 6 things that will make you desirable in the public and even in the ministry. We are going to learn this from the life of Joshua. And I just want to go direct. Number 1, I want you to know, if you want to stand out in public, or you want to stand up to be admirable before men, you must check your appearance. We see Joshua was putting on filthy clothes. When the angel came to him, he could not address him until they changed his attire. I want to say this, your appearance creates a climate for acceptance or rejection. Work on your appearance, my dear viewer. People easily respond to the first sight. People see who you are before they hear what you have to say. Your appearance, when you're going out this morning, I want you to know, your appearance really matters. People respond to the first sight they see. The first time they see you, that's how they respond to you. But number 2, I want you to know, when you're going out, how you're going to be attracted in the public places, when you're going to be admired before other men, you must look at your packaging. Packaging. I want to say this, packaging determines who desires you. And when I talk about packaging, when you go in some of the hotels, you find the way they are prepared. Someone can be near there with a kiosk selling something at a cheaper price, but someone will go to the expensive place because of the packaging. The way you package yourself. You're going for an interview this morning. Some of you are looking at me, you're going for an interview. Package yourself. Your packaging will sell you out this morning. And I want you to know this. You could have great products or great gifts, but if your packaging is poor, you will be limited to a particular level of people. Your packaging will determine the kind of people whom you're going to address. But I want you to know this again, number 3, what you're learning from Joshua. I want you to know this. People you must check your relationship. Your relationship with people will determine how the kind of people will be attracted with you. How you talk to people really matters. How you address people really matters. But I want you to know, number 4, that what you need to check for you to be admirable in the public, for you to be admirable wherever you are working, in your working station, you must look at your competence. Your competence. I want you to know, competence is to do whatever you do, and you do it successfully with all your heart. I want you to know your competence will sell you out. Check your competence when you are going out. But number 5, second last, is that check your integrity. Integrity is about honesty. When you are honest, you will be attracted before people. But lastly, check your attitude. Your attitude determines your attitude. If you want to go higher, your attitude determines your attitude. God bless you as you go out. Let's pray. Father, in Jesus' name, bless my dear viewers as they go out. May you bless them to check their appearance, to check about the things that will help them to stand out before other people. And this I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you. Alexander from New Builders Chapel, Riruta, Kaungware, Dagoretti. God bless you. See you again next time.
Well, and welcome back to our continued coverage on Kenya Decides. And this is keeping up with what's happening in the general election 2022. Voting started 2 days ago, and yesterday we had Eldas in Wajir voting, and this was due to a delay of 1 day. So we shall be expecting results coming in. I know there's a lot of focus on the presidential election, but remember that all the Form 34As that were transmitted and are on display on the IBC portal have to go through to the constituency tallying officers and then on forward to the National Tallying Center, while those for the member of the County Assembly and for the members of the National Assembly will be finalized at the Constituency Tallying Center. And for those of the County Woman member of the National Assembly and Senator plus Governor will be announced at the County Tallying Centers. And already we have got some confirmed members of parliament. Let's take a look at this. Majimbo Kalasinga, who was elected as the member of the National Assembly for Kabuchai in Bungoma County, has been re-elected. That means he's going to serve for a full term of 5 years, and this is through the Ford Kenya party. In Moiben, we have got Professor Phyllis Barto, and she was elected on a UDA ticket. Richard Kipkoech has been elected as the member of parliament for Bomas East, and this is on a UDA ticket. Tom Odege has been re-elected as Nyatike MP, and this is on an ODM ticket. Plus, we also have got William Kasait Kamket re-elected as Tiati MP on a KANU ticket. We saw Joshua Oron of Kisumu Central elected on an ODM party ticket. And meanwhile, the pictures on your screen are coming from Kisii County, and Benson Rioba is in Bomachoge constituency. Let's just listen into what's happening at the moment. So that those are pictures coming in from Bomachoge constituency, and in Bomachoge constituency, the incumbent has been John Oro Oyoka, who was elected on a PDP ticket, and he served in the 12th Parliament. So we're waiting for the announcement that's going to come in. Next, other MPs who have been elected: Paul Mwirigi re-elected in Igembe South. He was an independent, and he has now come in on a UDA ticket. Joshua Kandie, who had been elected as member for Baringo Central, has retained his seat, and this time on a UDA ticket. John Kagushe, who was the Speaker of the Nyeri County Assembly, has been elected as a new Mukorweni MP, and the outgoing MP, the immediate past MP, was Anthony Kiai. Junet Mohammed has retained his seat as Suna East MP on an ODM ticket. Opio Wandai re-elected as Ugunja MP, and this is on an ODM ticket. And earlier in our broadcast, we saw Caleb Mule of Machakos Town MP. He was under the Maendeleo Chap Chap party. He has been a member of the County Assembly of Machakos, and he's now the Machakos Town MP. We saw him receive his certificate. And Samuel Ambassador Ken Vitisia has been elected as Vihiga MP. Samuel Atandi Alego Usonga MP. James Nikal has been elected as ODM, using an ODM ticket as MP. Raphael Wanjala goes to Parliament and is going to represent Budalangi on an ODM ticket. Julius Meli has been elected as Tinderet MP. We've got Millie Odhiambo. She's been re-elected as Suba North MP on an ODM ticket. George Kariuki has been elected as Ndia MP, and we've got Musa Sirma, who's made a return to Parliament. He has been elected as Eldama Ravina Member of Parliament. We've got Susan Kiamba of Maipa Party. She is the new Makueni MP. Martin Wanyonyi has been elected as Member of the National Assembly for Webuye East, we've got Stephen Mogaka, West Mugirango MP. Robert Mwe of Wiper has been elected in Kathiani. Fabian Chule of Kangundo. We've got John Bwira of Wiper Party, and he has been elected to represent that constituency, and this is on a Wiper Party. Caleb Amisi of ODM has been elected as the member of the National Assembly for Saboti constituency in Trans Nzoia County. John Waluke has been elected as Sirisia MP. Felix Odiwar, you all know him as Jalango, and he has been elected as the member of the National Assembly for Langata. Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo of the Orange Democratic Movement has retained his Rarieda seat. Francis Kimani has been elected in the Molo constituency, and that is under the United Democratic Alliance. Amarat Lemanken has been elected as the member for Narok East on a UDA ticket. Titus Kamala joins Parliament as member of Lurambi. Didimas Baraza, through a UDA ticket, has been re-elected as the Kimilili MP. Martin Pepelo of Ford Kenya has been elected as member for Webuye East. And also we have got Karolio Mondi, who's been elected as a member of the National Assembly for Suba South. Some of the losers: Jeremiah Kioni, he was the MP for Ndaragwa. We've got Alfred Geter, who was the member of the National Assembly, and that was for Nandi Hills constituency. Those are some of those who have lost their seats in these elections. And what about those who have conceded? We have two from Nyeri County who are going for the senatorial seat. Kabando wa Kabando, using the NAC Kenya party, and that was in Nyeri County, and Priscilla Nyokabi was running on a Jubilee ticket. She has also conceded defeat. Some of those, when it comes to losers, and this is in the National Assembly contest, we've got Sospeter Ojamong, the immediate past governor of Busia, the outgoing governor rather of Busia County. He lost the Teso South constituency contest, and he was running on an ODM ticket. So though that's the latest that we've got from our newsroom, and this is as far as the results that are coming in. We're looking at the elective seats that can be confirmed at the National Assembly, because tallying right now is at constituency level. That's the focus that we are having on, in addition to keeping up with the IBC work and the number of forms that they are reporting throughout the country. And at the moment, 46,000 and 76 forms of the 46,229 have been received. 99.67% of the forms have been presented to have been reported. That is Form 34 is the primary form for the presidential election in the Republic of Kenya. The other one, so that means is that it means that now it's just 143 forms that are yet to be presented to Form 34As haven't been presented, and this represents the votes cast by about 14 million people, electronic and manual, the combined total as informed to us by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Well, we shall be joining Benson Rioba, who is in Kisii County, and he is going to be giving us an update as we wait for the announcement of the results of the Bomachoge constituency results. Will we see John Oyoka re-elected, or is there going to be a new representative for the people of Bomachoge? So that is what we have got on the ground, and remember that we've got round-the-clock coverage coming to you with reporters all across the country as information comes in on who's been elected in the different National Assembly seats, because that's where we are focused on. And right now in studio, we are joined by an observer and also a security expert, Pius Masai. Thank you very much, Pius, for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. Thank you very much.
All right, and welcome. And you know, it's been 24 hours that's been different, and some of, and I know going around taking a look at the processes that are there, everyone's asking, in between the casting of the votes the tallying of the votes before they get to the national level. What is it that you've observed when it comes to how the constituency tallying centers are operating over the past 24 hours?
Yeah, actually, it is important that everyone to be calm, to know that election is a process and is a very important event to our nation, whereby the world is watching Kenya and Kenyan people have spoken. It is important that IEPC staff who are within the tallying centers are taking consideration of being careful, doing the counting, in that they don't rush, but give us good results. There's no harm because IPC has time. They have still having a number of days within the time that they're given within the law, 7 days to declare who is the winner of the presidential election in Kenya. And it is important that those officials prepare and the report and hand over to IPC. There's no need to rush because, you know, they are not alone. They are with the agents. They are watching what's happening. The observers are there. So it's important that they just take time to make sure that everything goes as planned and within the law.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Bwana Masai. And Benson Rioba is our reporter in Bomachoge, and he is ready to give us a report. This is in Kisii County. Rioba, let's go over to you. You can give us the latest. I can see that you've got quite a number of people who would want to speak, and also the country wants to hear about what's happening out there. Rioba, over to you.
A very good morning to you, Home, from the broadcasting house. We're coming to you live from Interior Boys High School in Bonchari constituency. This is the main tallying center for Bonchari constituency. Now, the tallying process is still ongoing, but it has been marred by controversy throughout the day. With me here is Charles Onchoke, one of the aspirants, who is complaining about the delayed tallying process. Welcome. What's the situation currently?
From what I understand is that the system is hanging, all the formula is messed up. I made to understand that the application used is Excel, which is basically very simple to put in the numbers and then be able to pull the totals from which then they can tally and announce the results. But apparently it appears that the formulas have been messed up and the staff of KBC are not able to fix it. As a result, we have had to wait for 36 hours. We are frustrated, we are tired. I don't seem to be having an answer to this problem. It seems to be a problem after one problem to another. And the staff don't seem to be having an answer. Our supporters, the candidates, the MCAs, as well as the parliamentary candidates, are waiting and very frustrated and very disappointed with the process and with the system of IBC. One surprising thing is that our manual tallies from our agents agree with the tallies or the numbers on the ABC forms, and would expect that they can use that as a basis of declaring the winners and issue us with certificates and read us from the station, and they can do their internal reconciliation. But they insist on inputting the information or the data in the system and then be able to do it electronically, but it's not working, and that's causing a lot of frustration. We are disappointed, we are frustrated, we are tired. We want this exercise to be over with and so we can go home and do other things. Patience is running out, understandably so, because of the long period that we have had to wait here for the tallying to be done. We're waiting and hoping that somebody is going to intervene and provide a solution to this problem, which seems to me very simple and yet very difficult to be fixed by the IBC staff. That's all for now.
So what's the way forward? Have you maybe registered your grievances with the IBC?
We've tried to share the problem and suggest solutions to it. Probably open a different workbook, and inside the formula, Excel spreadsheet is basically very easy. It's very friendly. It's user friendly. You can do your own formula and then put in the numbers and get the totals. If they're willing to do that, they can go by that, and then we'll have to wait a little longer, but be assured of the totals that you're looking for. Or if they're able to fix their original formula, then they can be able to reinsert the numbers and be able to put in the gaps where they're saying there are gaps, so that we can have the tallies we're looking for to be able to get to a position where they can announce the winners or the various positions or the results, whatever they are, for every candidate, and the ultimate issues with certificates. But what's of concern to us is the time that it's taking.
Thank you very much. Well, Wahome, before I leave, I want to give you some provisional results. According to the provisional results, Dr. Charles Onchoke of UPA is leading with is having a commanding lead of 13,836, followed by Jonah Ondieki of ODM, who conceded earlier with 10,632. Zebedo Opore of Jubilee is third with 9,817. Well, Wahome will keep you briefed throughout the day as events unfold. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Benson Yoba in Bonchari in Kilifi County. And the constituency tallying center is Electoral High School, and Rioba will be keeping tabs on that. And the numbers, just by taking a look at them, are a close call before the final announcement is made by the constituency returning officer. So quite close number: 13,836, 10,632, 9,817. That is a close call that we have got. So those are the numbers that have come through, and that is from Bonchari constituency. So everyone's waiting as the returning officers do their work at constituency level before they move on to the returning officers at county level for 3 county-based seats. And we continue with our conversation, and this is with Pius Masai. And Pius, straightforward, back to what we were saying, as a person who's been doing observer work, and from, for example, what we've had here from Dr. Onchoke, asking what's going around, what's been the process from the tallying centers that you have visited today?
Yeah, actually, it is important that the honorable member who was concerned, he has raised a valid point, and it is important that he be patient so that he get his result. When issues about mathematics is not a simple thing. One thing that you need to know, he is there, the agents are there, the observers are there, and the IPC officials are trying to just come with the correct figures. It is important that he be patient and he wait for the results, because if they rush, then it may involve issues of maybe not having the correct figures. It's normal in terms of calculating. And it has taken time. If they are still there for all this time that have been there for a longer time, they're worked up. So it is important that he just continue being calm as they continue counting to get a proper number, so that no one will have a question, because they'll confirm it before it's announced. Thank you.
Well, for most of these candidates, by the time it gets to the constituency tallying centers, for some of them, if you're not an agent, you're not allowed at the polling stations or the polling centers, when some of that, the preliminary math is done. Most of these people will show up at the constituency center.
Yes.
Because that's where the certificates for the National Assembly or MCA would be issued.
Yes.
What has been the conduct of agents, and at the places where you've been as an observer, because you've got access to all of this, and how do they help make the process as smooth as possible, or at times delay?
Observers, this time of this election, actually observers have behaved well. Wherever I've visited,
agents.
Yeah, agents have behaved very well. Areas that I have visited, and also, as you are aware, that PMAC International Long-Term Observer Mission, we have deployed regionally, county, all over, and working also in cooperation with other stakeholders or observers. The agents from various constituencies, polling centers have never had any issues that they have done, misbehaved, what and what. No, they're just calm, waiting for the results, because theirs is to confirm. They are trying to monitor results for their candidates. So for them, they are just always calm. However, as time takes, long time is taken, they may run off of being patient. But I just appeal to them that it's not the fault of anyone, but it's a matter of mathematics. You know, tallying is something that requires proper figures and also consideration of getting the real figures so that no one will come later and complain, and everyone should be fair and get a result that the person, the result that he was voted or she was voted in by his people.
So, for example, now you could see that the Dr. Onchoki, we had him there, and he was there, and he was saying, "Look, it's Excel. Let's use this." And overall, from what you have observed, how much of a change of attitude have you seen from the agents? We know previously they are the ones who will heckle loud. Hapana, hiyo haiko, sio hiyo, rudia. How much has it changed this year?
I think training took place for everyone. Because agents of many years back were heckling, but of today, they are professionals. I can say so because maybe what I've not heard, but for areas that I've been and what I've been told by my people, agents are just doing their work. They behave as if they're observing, but actually they're monitoring for their people, looking and seeing that everything goes on as required without interfering with their candidate results. So they have been doing very well as opposed to many other years, and that's a plus for the agents. They chose good people, and I think there was some training. Because everything good requires a training. Without a training, you cannot perform well.
Well, another issue that I would like to bring in now is the number of people who are conceding.
Actually, you know what?
Nixon Korir has conceded in Langata,
Yes.
Kabando in Mukurweini, Sospito Ojamong in Busia, actually Teso South.
Yes.
After serving as the outgoing governor for Busia, but he's already conceded defeat. How is this working? Because now this is where the agents come in, because they're the ones who will tell you, "Ay, mheshimiwa ni kubaya, mheshimiwa ni kubaya, mheshimiwa ni kubaya."
You know why it comes like that? They are conceding because IEBC has behaved well this time, and it made this electoral process to be transparent. Actually, when I went to vote, you realize that every ballot box has a color, has a box. So no one can confuse unless a miracle happens, because the colors match with the papers, the ballot papers. So actually, it seems as if most candidates who have lost have confidence that their agents worked carefully, and whatever results came out is a reality. There's no need to just complain for a matter of complaining, because if you complain, and actually these ballot papers were transparent. Before they started voting, they were empty, and when the voting started, the agents were there. The counting was done when they were watching. A miracle cannot happen. So I just appreciate those candidates who have conceded defeat. I know they used a lot of money, they have used a lot of resources, and also their time. But it's important they know that whoever wins will do their part. But they're also still important. They can be considered for other positions in their parties, in the government. You know what I said last time. When a president candidate wins, should consider about the other, and also about those people who are contesting. They can also be given various responsibilities. They are leaders. So when considering in advance like this, it's important because now they can be given consideration. Why should you start a court battle and there's a reality, the obvious result? The result will not be different. The judges requires evidence, and if you want to take one to court, you must have evidence. Without proper evidence, then there's no case. Yeah.
Well, we are with Pius Masai. He is an observer with the and he's observing the elections, and he's leading a Kenyan consortium of observers. And as this is happening, remember that we're taking a look at news that is coming through to us. A lot of focus on the National Assembly elections besides the presidential election, and 2 more names of persons who have been elected. And in Dadaab constituency, we have Farah Maalim. He has joined the National Assembly. We know Farah Maalim is a former deputy speaker of what was known as Parliament. He has been elected as a member of the National Assembly for Dadaab. And Joshua Kivinda Kimilu has been elected as a member of the National Assembly for Kaiti. So just about 35 names streaming through. So over the next one day, I know there's going to be a lot of numbers coming through about the members of the National Assembly who have been elected. And this is where I'd like to come in. And what is, the expectation of people now? Because I know already the promises were made, but things changed. Just the day before the elections, when the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court said CDF is unconstitutional, where has it left this crop of members of the National Assembly?
Actually, what's important is that MPs, members of the National Assembly, they have a responsibility to taking care of their people. And the CDF money was very useful to the concerned members, the public, and they used it according to what's meant for. And if it was ruled that that money will not be available, parliamentarians have a responsibility to, they'll do anything when they come in parliament. They may come up also trying to bring something that will enable them to have the money. When they are voted in, they start the debate, they have the capacity to say they
Agenda
want money.
one will be a CDF.
Yeah, they'll determine and even return back the money. So that's not a worry about it. But what's important is how is that money used? That money should be used properly. That money is not for the MPs, the member of the National Assembly. It's for the people.
Yes.
It's the people who have the say of that money. I want to see a Kenyan whereby the Kenyans have authority over that money, deciding what to do with that money. It's not for them being favored by MCA, by the National Assembly member. No. Let National Assembly members give the public authority to size their project, to decide what they need as a community about which pupils or which students require bursaries, and they be helped so that they have a say. I want to have a change in that. The group of leaders that are elected should have a change in a manner that they should be servants, not people that when we see them down there, they are very senior people. They don't come down the way they have been there during the campaigns. They are seen that far away. They roll up windows. They have bodyguards. They cannot be reached. When you want to meet them, the call cannot be answered. They cannot give you an appointment to see them. I want to see them as servants, as civil servants, the way civil servants work. They are servants of people. But the way it happens, the other way around, they are now seen as very senior people in a community who need to be respected so much. No, they should be like workers.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the other one that I want to talk about is the outcome, for example. And I would like to look at numbers from the 12th Parliament. The strength of a party and how it works around. For example, Jubilee Party had 172 MPs, ODM 73, but you see, ODM had other coalition parties. How then would you take a look at what it would be considered the strength of a party and how it determines who is elected to the National Assembly, the County Assembly, or the Senate?
Strength of the party or a party will depend on the MOUs, will depend on the collaboration and agreements that were made there before. Because in Parliament, if a party has more members, it has strength for debate. So what's important here is what they believe in, their leadership, and how they are guided by their leader. And what's important here is or to adhere with what the law talks about it. It's not about guesswork. It's about what's provided by the law. But numbers matters a lot in debates, in decision making, in terms of dominating activities of parliament. So it is important that when you vote in leaders, give them strength. So those members who dominate will have a say, as opposed to the others, they'll be minorities. So what is important is their plan also. They can be more and confused. So what is important is, if they have those large numbers, they need also to speak with one voice. But should be considering one voice for what? For the Kenyan people. Let's not have a big voice or one voice to confuse or destroy the economy. So what is important that they should use their numbers very well, so that the voters can know that they elected those members in large numbers of that particular party, representing them well, so that they make good laws, they ensure that they create development in partnership with the public within their areas of responsibility, and that's all.
Well, let's talk about consistency of parties. If we go back the last 4 elections, including this one, parties that have stood out, the one party that has stood out to be consistent and appeal to people has been ODM. It's a fact. 2007, 2013, 2017, and now 2022. It's a force to reckon with. While we've seen evolving alternate competitors to ODM, we've seen at times Wiper come out and come back together. What would appeal? We know that the ODM leader has got a huge appeal. But besides that, how do you keep having these people come back and vote in and out, vote in your party, election in, election out?
It spends with good leadership. All is about leadership, trust, confidence and trust. If there is good leadership, confidence and trust by the leadership or the party leader, you realize that members will not go away, will not run away from the party, and they will want to go a long way with their party. They will not change. ODM has dominated because the ODM leader is always with his members, ensuring that they do what they want to do and they get what they want to get. And this time, like 2022, they knew that the ODM leader is there again for the presidency. And the only way to support him is going the strong force of all their members. And I know they expected, for example, to have a suit in that they elect from the MCA or electoral post to the president.
You have the three-piece suit.
Yes.
You have the kofia, the tie.
Yes. And
probably a kabuti.
A kabuti. So that they have everything. But sometimes it is impossible. But what's important is, as you've said, ODM has a history of maintaining the party members. And I think that's about the trust and leadership and the interest of the people also. And also they need to check on the voters. Who decides are voters. You may not know what's happening down there within the constituencies, but what is important is, if you want to vie for an electoral post, you need to listen to the members who are the public, who are members within the constituency. So they guide the candidate. And I believe when you transverse this country, where ODM stronghold is, there's a lot of dominance from the members of the public. They are convinced. Like the former Prime Minister, who is now waiting to result of whether he'll get it or not. Actually, you realize that he dominates because most people just give him votes because of sympathy. They say that he has been fighting. I've been hearing this thing. He has been fighting.
I mean, you can't call it sympathy yet. He gives since 2007. He's given everybody he's run for their money. It's not sympathy.
Let me tell you, from where I come from and what I see and what I've heard, that's my observation. You had people talking about they'll give him whatever they just give him because they just like him. They say that he has suffered for this country. They say that he needs it now. They just give him. They don't give him votes because he gives them money, but because they just want to give him because he has been fighting for a longer time, and that's what has been Yeah.
That is what has attracted that.
Yes.
And so, at the end of it all, when it comes to this and the numbers that will be coming through, at the end of the day, how would this affect somebody who decides to run as an independent member? Because we've already seen the numbers that we're seeing coming out. Are they affecting, for example, at the moment, from the 34 or so MPs that we have seen, none is independent. You have to be affiliated to a party that is strong in that particular area. If I take a look at what's Bungoma County, it's standing out as Ford Kenya. If I go to Siaya County, it's standing out as ODM. If you go to Nandi County or Baringo County, it's coming out as UDA.
You know why? That's what they're trying to bring. Okay, according to my observation, that's what now, what called suit comes in, a pure suit. Or because I believe that we need to vote for a certain fella because he comes from a particular location or a particular zone or region. You know, independent people, candidates are very important people. May I just want to appeal to the Kenyan people that let us also give a space to independent candidates. Let them choose people because of their manifesto. What do they want to bring to the table or the Kenyan people? Let them not just fail to consider them because they are considering their parties. You know, what is important is good leadership. So it's a challenge, and I'm not happy for that. Let our Kenyan people also recognize independent candidates because the law provides for them.
Well, the law provides for them, and everyone's having a conversation and trying to put together and see who's the right person here. Well, for example, and the MPs who have been elected, others, you know, and it is the time when some of those will be saying, look, I've lost this. Others are saying, I may not have been elected. And the other question that's always going to come in is whenever, you know, there are questions about the character of somebody, or they're trying to, how would I describe it, or there's something around it, people, I will say, if Kama or Kama Pamba at times becomes difficult to get elected, but where do we draw back that basic sense of clear integrity that if I've got doubts about your character, then I also have doubt about casting a ballot in your favor?
You know, for somebody to be considered a candidate, there's a process. And if the candidate has gone through the process, you know, allocations are there. And it's not useful to put allocation or attach allocation to a particular candidate. So if someone has been given a chance to contest, has gone through the process, IPC have allowed, and there are no issues about that person is clean. So it's now the decision of the voter. You know, voters also, they consider a lot of things. They don't just go by what is said about someone, but you must have evidence. You know, if you say someone is corrupt, you should produce the evidence. Allegation can be there. But what's important, has that person been convicted? If it is alleged he is corrupt, or if he is alleged has committed an offense or a crime. But allegation can be there, even you can be alleged for anything. It doesn't matter. But what matters is there evidence? And you know, in this country, sometimes we might have evidence, but there are no witnesses. We might have witnesses who don't want to show up and give evidence. So what is important is we cannot victimize people who are candidates that they have been said they are of this and that. But what is important is a proof of evidence of conviction.
Well, and we're with Masai and giving us, you know, trying to take a look at this election and what it means. And, well, with the MPs who, some of them being elected, others were not being elected. And, for example, I can tell you at the moment, one of the MPs, members of the National Assembly, so to speak, who have been re-elected is James Opiyo Wandayi. He has defended his Ugunja parliamentary seat on an Orange Democratic Movement ticket. He garnered 32,359 votes. His closest competitor was Oyugi Odhiambo, who got 10,116. And remember that Wandai first ventured into politics in the late 1990s. He was a personal assistant to the late Deputy Speaker Joab Omino. He began serving as the first Member of Parliament for the then newly created Ugunja constituency, which was hived off from Ugenya constituency in 2013, re-elected in 2017, and now he's going to be serving as a third-term MP. So there we had that. Opiyo Wandayi, one of those who's been re-elected. In Kenya, it's not every day you get a three-term MP.
You know what? That's interesting. It's not easy. But what's important is voters have re-evaluated. They have seen this a great man. You know, being given a chance a third time is not easy. So within that constituency, they feel that the man is the right person because they are other contestants. But you see, he has beaten them, which means he's the right candidate. From where I come from, my own constituency, it's not easy for an MP to go for a second term. But I've had...
Same as where I come from.
Yes.
You serve once,
yes,
and you're told to go and warm the bench.
Yes.
If you want to come after 5 years,
yes,
you may try your luck, but you can't do back to back.
I can't do back to back. But you see, this time, let me just congratulate Honorable Titus Hamala. If you didn't know where I come from now, because it's where I stay, but that's not where I was born, but I stay there. I'm a Kenyan, of course.
Yes.
He's my MP because I come from that municipality, Rambi, and I understand that he won. It's
Yes.
not easy for Rambi to return a person. I don't know what he did to the people. I believe the people are convinced that he's the right man, because it does maybe happen many years back, but not late.
Well, one other MP who has made a return, and this is Majimbo Kalasinga. He didn't complete a full term. He was elected in a by-election. But here it is. How long does it take to convince voters after serving for probably just a year and 3 months?
Let me tell you, Kenyans are sharp. It doesn't mean that you should be there for a longer time, but you should be there even for a shorter time. But what matters, how they value you and what you do for them. So it is important that he has been given another term because they are convinced he's the right person. They have seen something in him. Maybe they think that if they give him another chance, they'll do more projects within his constituency. So I congratulate him because he is the right leader for that constituency. And it's important that when somebody is doing good work, I remember when I was working in the United Nations, the United Nations people wanted me to serve there, not coming back to my country. But it wasn't possible because country wanted me back here. When people see that you're a good person, they'll tell you, please, retain, continue working with us. It's just a public and a community or an organization feeling that this person can do more. We need the person more. So like that MP within this locality of the technical constituency is needed more. And actually, if you evaluate maybe what he has been doing for the people, he has done it well. So congratulations.
Well, the onset of devolution introduced a new crop of people. The members of the county assembly, actually, the members of the county, they existed there, but they had different titles. They were known as councillors.
Yes.
But now, it's all about the county, and we are seeing them being elevated. Some already now occupying offices in the Senate, others now in the National Assembly. And I'll give you two names. One is the MP-elect for Mukurweini, John Kagushia. He was the Speaker of the Nyeri County Assembly. And also earlier in the night, we saw Caleb Mule of Maendeleo Chapchap from Machakos. He's the MP-elect for Machakos Town. He's defeated Victor Munyaka. He was an MCA. What is this new crop of leadership doing such that the people out there are listening to them?
Those are true leaders. If they have been MCS and now moving ahead to certain other positions like Senate, Member of Parliament, that's a progress. What the former governor of the former senator of Kakamega, Cleophas Malala. He was an MCA. He moved from MCA to senator. Now he runs the governor. You know, that's very important because it's a progression. And sometimes you may see somebody will move maybe from there going down to MCA. That's leadership. You know,
actually, I know if somebody was a nominated senator and opted to be an MCA somewhere else.
There's nothing harm. You know, you just wanting to lead people in a certain level. Just saying that I've been there, I've led people in this level, can I also do it in this way? But if you did good work for the people, there's no harm. It's about leadership and wanting to lead your people. So I just congratulate those people who have moved far to other levels, and also who can think about going down to MCA. No harm about it, because they are not forcing themselves to pay people. They only say, please give me a chance, and then the public will decide. When they decided that this is the right person, let it be.
Well, and also, Bishop Titus Kamala of ODM, 32,309 votes is what he got, and that has secured him the Lurambi constituency seat. Something else that, you know, everyone will be talking about is the concessions. Let me just come back to this. Before every election, they always say, I will concede. But after the election, they say there were malpractices, but we're seeing people, saying my opponents have won. And this is even before results are declared. What is this change of heart that we are seeing with our political class?
That's majority. And change of heart, applause goes to IEPC, the electoral body. Because if IEPC did not do well, did not prepare well, did not conduct election properly, then that matter of being to consider election could not be there. People should be now doing other things, preparing to go to court. But the things that the issues that the number of people considering election, that there are many, it means that majority, and it means that the IEPC electoral body conducted election successfully.
Well, that's what's coming through, and some of those who've conceded, for example, when it comes to looking for a seat, and actually it's been mentioned by Pius here, is that there are people who've held other offices. For example, the outgoing governor of Busia County decided that he's going to run for a seat he's held before, Teso South MP, and he lost that seat and he has conceded defeat. Kabando Kabando, former MP for Mukurene, and also served as an assistant minister, and he was going for the Nyeri senatorial seat. He lost that. Priscilla Nyokabi has conceded that she will not be the senator for Nyeri. She was the first member of the woman member of the county assembly for Nyeri County. And also one other name, the outgoing MP for Langata, Nixon Korir, he lost to Felix Odiwar, who's better known as Jalango. That is Jalango's name when it comes to the performing arts. He has conceded defeat. So when you see these names coming through, then and saying there is a change, my opponents are performing better than I am, then there it is. Now there is a new crop of youngsters who are coming up, and how they appeal to the masses. And I will use the case of two performing artists. One is Jalango. He's known as a comedian, media personality. And there is Eko Dida, who's known as, he does his music, and a lot of his music has been around social justice. I think in the outgoing in the parliament, in the 12th parliament, we had Jaguar, who was best known for the hit for his song Kigeugeu. What's the way to appeal to young people? Because we've seen these three performing artists come through, but how do you appeal to the youth at the moment? They don't think like us, so to be honest.
Actually, I congratulate those two youths, for leaders that I know. Jalango is my friend, and the other artist, Eko Dida, and actually is a good opportunity for them to practice good leadership from that lower age, because they are still growing, they still have a lot of time, and they'll grow. They'll just transact to other levels of leadership in this country if they perform well. What I want to appeal is to the youth. Youth have numbers. but youth are divided. If they can make use of them...
Why are the youth divided?
We need to have a research on this one, because they're divided. Because most youths don't vote. Most youths will want to participate in campaigns, but when coming to vote, they don't vote. Some don't have votes. They don't have voting cards. So we need to sensitize, to do more civic education, but they need to have attitude change, that they are our leaders, so that they can be given a chance to lead. You know, youth can lead this country, and youth can change this country. If they decide, like coming election, maybe 2027, for example, they take voting cards and prepare for an election, they can take over. But you find that also youth, they're swayed. Then they are convinced in that they reject their own youth for leaders. Maybe there are many youth for leaders who are on the ballot, but they have been rejected because they are not supported by even their own youth. So it's important that we, the parents, take responsibility by advising their children that they are leaders. It doesn't matter so long as one is above 18 years and has leadership skills, can lead, so they can practice leadership. But it requires an encouragement. And this issue that you can only be elected because you have money, it doesn't happen like that. It's not about money. And that one should not be that when you have money is when you come to a particular position. It should be that you will be having that position because you have skills for leadership.
Now, the other one, and I mean, there was an example of Murigi in Meru County, and that it stood out for him because he went campaigning on foot, and how much work, you know, when you do it differently. Because there are two, I mean, there's, you can campaign by getting onto a pickup, and you can campaign by walking around with people. I mean, around to where the people are.
You know what? According to my observation, if you want to make proper use of our resources, even campaigning should be just through a simple way of campaigning, maybe even through social media, through communication. But now, because if one wants to campaign, you realize that like senior leaders, they use a lot of money. That the money that can be used for development and other things. It doesn't matter that you need to have vehicles, you need to have choppers. It should be that when campaign starts and people are nominated, the names should roll out names that so-and-so is contesting. And even people can be told during religious programs, during other activities, but not be that you should traverse this country all over using a lot of resources. You're wasting just resources for nothing. So it doesn't matter the means that you use to campaign. But what matters is what you believe in for the people and the skills that you have for leadership.
Well, speaking with Pat Masai, and also we shall be taking a look at some of the numbers and where it stands out, where information's come through, where information's not come through. Basically, a pattern that is developing around this. Remember, keeping up with elections as they are, and we are talking about the National Assembly. That is one of that is. When we talk about the National Assembly, that's the one seat that everyone's going to be talking about, and how the numbers are going to affect this. And so far, you really can make a call or a projection as to how this is going to go, because we've got our teams out there and they're going to be updating us and telling us how everything is going as far as this is concerned. So remember that so far, about 35 MPs, members of the National Assembly, they have been elected. Some have fallen by the wayside, and others have lost their positions. So nothing much coming in from the 35 members of the National Assembly. But so far, I know with my colleague Shiksha Arora here in studio, and she could just give us just an outlook of some of the numbers and how they've been distributed.
All right, of course, now just taking a look at what exactly is going on. There is a bit of a shift here. When the last time we updated you in terms of the numbers and percentages, we had William Ruto leading. But now it seems like there is a bit of a shift. And of course, things will keep changing. Remember, we are continuing to tell you as Kenyans, of course, these are, subject to change in terms of the figures, in terms of the percentages, as our teams who are on ground at the different tallying centers, of course, continue to give us the results and continue to send in the information that they're gathering for us. So for now, let's take a look at what exactly the situation is. Remember, the registered voters have been 22,102,532. And of course, of that, we have 2,551,709 voters who actually casted a vote for Raila Odinga and giving him a percentage of 50.35%. William Ruto there at 48.95%, having had 2,481,050 people voting for him. George Wajakoya from Roots Party at 0.43%, having 21,994 votes so far. David Maury from Agano Party at 0.27%, having 13,623 votes so far. So that's the distribution in terms of the voters, in terms of the percentages so far. Of course, right now we'll also be taking a look at what the situation is in the different counties as we continue to, just give you these numbers and crunch the numbers. So here we go, Nairobi County, as you can see, we have numbers that have come in for Westlands constituency. We also have numbers that have come in for Dagoretti North and Dagoretti South constituency, as well as Langata constituency. So I'll just be, zooming in a little bit on Westlands, just take a look at what the situation looks like over there. As you can see, Raila Odinga leading there with 54,774 votes obtained. William Ruto at 28,022 votes obtained. George Wajakoya at 489. David Maury at 332. All right, let's just take a look at what's happening in Dagoretti South constituency. Seems like William Ruto has the lead there at 40,007 votes. Raila Odinga at 26,958 votes so far. George Wajakoya at 324 and David Maury at 230. Okay, moving in, let's zoom in and focus on Langata constituency and just take a look at the numbers there. I'm trying to get that one on board. Seems like it's having a bit of an issue. No, it's good. Raila Odinga at 50,916 votes. William Ruto at 27,718 votes so far. Of course, that means that Raila Odinga pretty obviously leading in Langata. George Wajakoya at 529 and David Maury at 514. We are still awaiting the results for, constituencies like Kasarani, Kibra, of course, Makadara, Embakasi East, Embakasi South. We do know our reporter on ground this evening. We had, Kasarani constituency. And I was talking to Alvin. He was supposed to send in the figures as they continue to tally the results. So that's something that we are going to be looking at later on as we continue to crunch these numbers, as they continue to trickle in. Let's just take a look at the situation in Kiambu County and, of course, just get the numbers in. As you can see, this one looks like it is a William Ruto stronghold, predominantly yellow. In fact, dominantly yellow. We've got Gatundu North constituency. Let's just zoom in on that and look at the numbers there. 40,688 votes William Ruto has managed to obtain. Raila Odinga with 8,811 votes. George Wajakoya with 204 and David Maury with 136. Again, let's just key in some other constituencies and just have a look at what the situation looks like there. William Ruto leading once again with 68,476 votes. Raila Odinga with 32,835 votes. Moving on, let's just take a look at Thika Town constituency and get the numbers in for that particular constituency. William Ruto once again leading with 60,726. Raila Odinga with 29,951. So as you can tell, this is pretty obvious. In fact, we can tell Kiambu County is a stronghold for William Ruto. Now let's just go back and take a look at other areas that we hadn't really focused on as we didn't really have the results. We've got Wajir, as we into that yesterday as well. There we go, Tarbaj, Wajir East, Wajir South, Wajir West, Wajir North. Remember, Elders constituency voting was delayed because of some discrepancies in the particular area. And remember, it was postponed to today, started at 11 a.m. So we are still waiting to see what happens in Elders constituency. But let's just look at the others. We've got Wajir South constituency, Raila Odinga leading there with 18,290. William Ruto leading, following second at 12,853. Moving on, let's just take a look at Tarbaj constituency. William Ruto leading there with 8,956. Raila Odinga not too far behind at 7,949. So that is the situation that is in Wajir County. Now moving on, let's just look at Siaya County and see what the situation looks like over there. As we get the figures coming in, remember we're still waiting for more of the constituencies to be completed so that we can give you the results as they come in. But for now, we have some results for Ugenya constituency. Raila Odinga at 50,208, quite a big margin there. William Ruto at only 827, George Wajakoya with 111, and David Murray with 49. Let's just move on and take a look at what is happening in Uasin Gishu County, as of course we do know this is a William Ruto stronghold. Still to receive results for Soy, Moiben and Turbo constituency, but for now, as you can see, we've got some results that have come in for Kapsaret constituency and some results that have come in for Keses as well as Koi. So let's just factor in what exactly is going on in Kapsaret. We have William Ruto leading with 35,193, Raila Odinga with 14,878. Taking a look at Keses, William Ruto with 44,426, Raila Odinga with 9,559. Moving on, let's just look at what is going on in other counties. You know, as we continue to get some results in, I'm going to be looking into Embu and just focusing on what exactly the situation is in Embu. As of now, we only have results that have come in and reflected from Mbire North constituency. So I'm just going to look at that and focus on the numbers there. William Ruto with 33,239, Raila Odinga with 3,373. All right, moving on, I'm just going to key in one more area. You know, as we get these figures, remember our reporters are on ground and they are giving us all these numbers as they get the results from the various tallying centers. Let's just take a look at, I think we already looked at Nakuru. Let's just look at Kiambu. Here you go. There we go. William Ruto, of course, leading there with a margin at 606,628 votes obtained. Raila Odinga with 209,784 votes obtained. Lastly, I'm just going to look at Mombasa and see what exactly the situation is in terms of the numbers. Raila Odinga at 72,174. William Ruto at 24,079. And of course, George Wajakoya with 806 and David Murray with 252. So yes, this is pretty much the situation as we can tell in terms of these particular counties. I'll definitely be coming back later on and doing a bit of an analysis just to make sure that we have, you know, a clearer understanding and a clearer picture of what happened back in 2017 and what happened back in 2013 in these particular counties. Who was leading, you know, who had the stronghold in that particular county, and of course compared to now, you know, things have shifted and we expect things to continue to change. As I had mentioned earlier, these results right here are subject to change, so by no means are these the final results. We'll continue tallying them as our reporters on ground continue to get the results and bringing them to you right here. For now, I'm going to hand it over back to my co-anchor Wahome as he continues the discussion on the other side of the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Shiksha Arora, for giving us an update on, you know, on our numbers and the county spread, because that's how it is. And we will keep updating these figures and as they come in. And remember that it's not just the presidential election that we're taking a look at, there's also the National Assembly. If you're president and you've got to lead the country, you really need a strong National Assembly if you're to drive your legislative agenda. That is one thing that stands out. And if you're a governor, you need the county assembly if you're to push your legislative agenda. So right now, we are in studio with Pius Masai. He is a security expert and he's also an election observer. But something's coming up and we would like to talk about this. And it's one, we've had people who are in the employ of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. They have been arrested and charged in court in Mombasa because they refuse to count and tally votes. I mean, how? What is this? Somebody simply saying sita hesabu.
Actually, that is now news and it is abnormal, but it's important that a thorough investigation be conducted as to why. If someone has been contracted or employed for a particular responsibility and issues related to elections are very sensitive, you know, people are waiting for results, and here you say you are not counting, here you say you are not giving them results. It's against the law. So actions that will be taken or has been taken by various authorities should be conclusive to find out what exactly is meant. It's abnormal, of course, because when people are contracted, they commit themselves. And when people are given certain responsibilities, they are briefed. But how and what comes that they failed to do what they accepted to do for first instance? Then it's important that if they did it deliberately without a proper cause or reason, let the law take its course.
Now, the other one that I would like to do is people were, the other one is possession of unmarked ballot papers and a KIMS kit. I mean, how would people come across, get a hold of this equipment? Because from what I know is when IBC Chair Wafula Chebukati said that they realized one KIMS kit was missing, it was deactivated. But how would someone come across such equipment?
Okay, we are human beings, and there's what they call logistics. If you are given a responsibility, you need to have your logistics for accountability. First of all, a tracking of logistics. How they are issued, to who, and the security that is surrounding elections. It's not easy for something just to come out easily. But if it happens so that some ballot papers were found somewhere and maybe a KIMS kit got lost, is a wrong practice, because there's a person who is responsible, we have security, and they need to work as a team, whereby when they are given their equipment, all their logistics, they need to plan how to secure them and use it correctly. So it must be investigated properly how, and how did they get out of stores, get out of security. It goes back to the whole team, because they work as a team. It's not about one person. Because if you are leading, like for example, when you are leading here, leading all of this building here, there are people doing certain things. Yes. So when investigation is done, it must be known how they disappeared, from who and how. The in charge might not have seen it happening, but the issue is that backstops are the in charge. But it's important also to consider how it happened, because he is having a huge responsibility. But there are people who are also responsible for certain things within the arrangement. So investigation, I believe, will come out clear on that.
Now, the other one that I would like to bring out is people who are trying to manipulate this election. And from the way it has been designed, just a simple look at this election is that whatever happens at the polling station has some form of finality. Why then would somebody try and what I would call crack through what would ideally be a watertight system?
You know, the way IEBC has planned this election, rigging is not easy. Stealing is not easy. But through the system, those are individual responsibility. If someone happened to do that, then that person is a wrong person, should be investigated and action taken against that person. It is possible for people to do that. And if somebody does something contrary, you know, mathematics is just mathematics.
Yes.
Nothing can change all over. No miracle can happen. Because whatever tallying took place down there, it remains the same. Nothing changes. So anyone along the process want to change figures, then they'll go back to what are the records showing down there. And as we had the chairman of IPC, Mr. Falaja Bakati, gave powers to agents to take photos of the results, and also the observers and the media. And right now, as it is, the way the election has been held, media have been given a lot of responsibility. The media are dominating.
It's not the observers, it's not the agents?
Yes, look, the observers have come up in large numbers. The monitors, media. So it's not easy. Because whatever results that is there in official capacity of the IPC officials is the same results which the media has, the public. So it's not easy. So anyone trying to do that is trying a wrong practice and it cannot succeed.
And for the kind of, the other one would be where a security agent now tries to be a part of this process, yet they are the ones who are supposed to provide security, you know, to the returning officers, to the presiding officers, to the clerks, and even to the agents who are working and to the people who are working around it. Then, if a security officer decides to now be a part of the insecurity problem, what's the way that such a disciplinary case is dealt with?
Actually, I believe it's not easy for security agencies to turn against their responsibilities in the election time, because they are trained, they have a code of conduct. It's not easy. So if it happens for maybe a single case of a certain subject, then the police, they have their system of disciplinary. I'm a police officer, served for many years and retired, and the disciplinary measures is very streamlined and also is against the law. So it's not easy, I don't believe.
Well, and yes, where Pius Masai, he is a security agent, and yes, he is also an election observer. And from the conversations that you've had from the observer groups, what is, and this is, it was, we'd say 2 days ago was voting day. Yesterday was the first day of the tallying at constituency level. What have been the developing conversations from the observer groups?
Actually, the election process is still on. It will be until the procedural results are declared.
Which would be the last ones.
Yes. But the conversation which is there with different observer teams, even ourselves, we have not given our report, and we'll give our report. But actually, generally, which is not official report that I'm giving from my team or another team, what I've heard from many observers, that this election preparedness was fully prepared by IEPC. It has a lot of strong measures in that rigging or stealing or doing anything is not easy. And there's a lot of openness in the IEPC, sharing information with all the stakeholders. And actually, the IPC requires credibility for, actually, there might be some issues, small things, but those are just minimum. But generally, what we've seen, the observers are embraced with the preparedness. I think African, even European countries can benchmark for Kenyan election. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Why?
This election.
I know of a country which voted on a day when they were having a very major marathon. You wouldn't know. In Kenya, you can't buy chewing gum.
Let me tell you, this election of this year is not about IPC, but the way they've prepared it, and the way it's been conducted. Even if you move around, People are satisfied in terms of they're just quiet, patient, they're calm, and we still appeal to them to remain calm and accept the results. Why? Because they participated in previous election. You know what has happened in this country. But now there's a lot of openness. They're getting access to information. There's no anxiety. But what I can see also in terms of your stations, media stations, they're showing different results. That's a problem. But I appeal to them that it's about systems. Maybe that's why results sometimes appear different, but let them wait for official results from the IPC.
All right. Thank you very much. Paz Masai is an observer of this year's general election, and he's also in the security business. And yes, the observers are saying so much improved, and yes, there are a few glitches here and there that need to be addressed. But that is a conversation that will go on till the main man speaks at the Bomas of Kenya. Well, my name is Daniel Wahome, and it's been a pleasure being with you. But let's go back to the numbers. Shiksha Arora.
Thank you very much for that, Wahome. Remember, we are going to be continuing to give you information in terms of the numbers, the percentages. But for now, as we have been witnessing, IEBC has been announcing, results for various offices in the election this year. And of course, we've been telling you the results when it comes to members of parliament. So I'm going to be taking you through a few of those right here. Saboti MP Caleb Amisi retained his seat. He managed to get 25,469 votes, and his closest challenger, UDA's Bernard Wambua, managed to get 12,392. Rarieda MP Otiende Amolo managed to defend his seat after garnering 37,676 votes, and his closest challenger, UDM's Augustine Neto Adola, got 23,266. Moving on, we have Molo MP Francis Kimani of UDA, who retained his seat, and he managed to get 34,005 votes. His closest competitor was Jubilee's Zakayo Gishuki, who came second with 9,888. We had UDA's Aramat Lemanken, who retained Narok East MP seat after gathering 13,588 votes, and ODM's Alfred Keriolale managed to come second with 8,702 votes. Now, Titus Kamala of ODM party, he won the Lurambi MP seat. He managed 32,309 votes, and of course NRA party candidate Timothy Vikiru came second with 9,342 votes. We had Joshua Kimilu of Wiper party, who declared MP-elect, of course, of Kaiti Makueni County. He was declared the MP-elect, and he managed 21,175 votes. And the second competitor, that was Teresia Mbaika of UDA, managed 9,057 votes. Earlier on, we also mentioned to you that, we had Kimilili, Member of Parliament, Didmas Baraza, who actually retained his seat. So yes, these are a few changes that have been happening overnight right here. We've been giving you that particular information. We also mentioned to you that John Waluke, who retained the Sirisia MP seat, he managed to get a total of 16,461 votes. So those are a few numbers that have come in as IEBC has been announcing the results. So make sure that you stay here as we continue the coverage. It's not yet over. We still have our team who's going to be taking over. Victor Olo will be coming up next. We've got John Curia as well, who'll also be coming up to give us more information on the numbers as we continue to get things changing, shifting a little bit here and there, as we've been mentioning for the past few hours. Of course, these things will be subject to change. So make sure that you stay put and wait for IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati's press briefing as he tells us the latest. Of course, his results are the final ones as he will be declaring the winners. We don't know about that. And of course, that's something that we will set and of course hope to find out in the near future, hopefully. Right, that's it for me, Shiksha Arora. I'll see you soon. Make sure you stay here. KBC Channel 1 is a place to be. We're done. Yeah.
Good morning. It is still a tight race between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, too close to call, and we will be informing you about the numbers as they continue to download the forms, because clearly the job is on our end to download and tally these results. We shall be informing you every single minute as this happens. Welcome to Kenya Decides on KBC Channel 1. We continue to inform you and giving you a 360-degree look into the elections in Kenya. Who has fallen? Who is rising? That we will be telling you in a bit. But let me also welcome Victor Olo and Jane Wamboi, who are with us on set as we do this. Victor Olo, good morning.
Good morning. It's another cold morning here in Nairobi, but we can be so sure that we are going to give you the best of our coverage this particular day. First of all, we have to say thank you for staying with us, and even the night team, the night runners, we call them the night runners. We're taking over, but that is just all in a day's work. Until around 1 p.m., we'll be giving you all the updates that you need to know on this particular day. Where are you watching us from? From which part of the country or even our borders you're watching us from? Talk to us on social media. My name is Victor Olo. Welcome to the program.
All right, Jane Wamboi is also with us. Jane, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. 11th day of August, the post-mortem after the election. We still keep up with the numbers to let you know what the latest is in regards to the numbers. And of course, keeping up with the conversation on social media to let you know what is valid and what is not valid, as well as welcoming your thoughts. And especially so in line with this conversation that we are having right here on Kenya Decides. Officially on Twitter, our station handle is at KBC Channel 1. The hashtag that you need to get on is Kenya Decides 2022, and you can always talk to us individually at Victor Olo, at J Curia, and at Jane Wamboi. We keep you updated with all that we know. And as far as the numbers go, remember once again, these are provisional results, and especially so for the presidential candidates. At the end of the day, at the end of this tallying exercise, IEBC will be giving the final results, and that will be the final figure that everyone will have to deal with. But as far as our tally goes, as you can see on your screens, the Deputy President William Ruto is still leading with 51.14%, which is 2,875,416 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 2,708,126 votes, which is equivalent to 48.1%. We also have Professor George Wajakoya coming in third with 0.42% of the vote, which translates to 23,798 votes. And finally, we have David Mwaure, who has a 0.27% of the vote, which translates to 15,126 votes. And again, this just goes on to show you the numbers keep changing, the numbers keep going up until we get the final results, as will be announced by the IEBC. And again, we caution you from taking to heart the numbers and the figures that are being thrown on social media to just avoid disinformation and misinformation. As far as our count goes, we are taking our time to ensure that we're keying in the right information. But then again, they still remain to be the provisional results. So that is where we stand so far. We keep you updated as the numbers keep checking in. For now, let me throw it back to you, Victor and Curia. We continue with the other live coverages that we have with our reporters across the country.
All right, quite a caution there. Don't take the results you're seeing on social media to heart. But that is the factual thing is the tallying, probably the end of this tallying will happen tomorrow. If you wish to take what you see on social media to heart, it's your trouble.
Absolutely.
Right. Let's head over to the Nairobi Tallying Center. We have Jacqueline Masharia on standby at the Nairobi Tallying Center. Jacqueline Masharia, good morning. Good to see you up and early. Tell us what is happening there, and of course the contestations in there. Over to you, Jacqueline.
Good morning to you, John Jacob Curia in studio. We are live at the Kasarani constituency tallying center, where tallying of voting is still ongoing here. We can see more activities happening here. If my camera person can pan to give you a full picture of what is happening here. Voting or tallying of votes is still ongoing here. We had earlier on spoken to the returning officer, who is Mr. Wafula, who assured us that he has received all the 240 ballot papers from the 240 polling stations, and he has they're still tallying, and the reason as to why the tallying is still ongoing is to make sure they are sure of the results and to avoid any legal processes that may follow next. He also made it clear for the member of Parliament candidates to remain calm and be patient for the results, as he will be announcing them. He also noted that he told us that the results probably will be announced at around 9 a.m. after activities of the whole night, counting and tallying the votes, just to make sure they have the correct numbers. He also told us, or rather he also assured us that the votes are correct, and the exercise is also transparent and fair. We will be bringing you much more on what is happening here at this Kasarani tallying center. We will make sure we keep our viewers up to speed, but for now that's all we have for you. Back to you, John Jacob Curia, Victor Lowe and Jane in studio.
Right, that's Jacqueline Masharia from the Nairobi tallying center. That's how it looks in Nairobi, and obviously if they have received all results from the 240 polling stations, we'll be expecting a quite number of results from Nairobi County.
Absolutely. This is where now, and the way you correctly put it, counting will still continue. It's not yet done, and that is exactly how it's happening across the country, with several constituencies, tallying centers still presenting their final results. It's a tedious job. People thought that it was going to be a one-day affair, but it doesn't work like that, because there's some places which had high number of polling stations running into hundreds of them, and the returning officers in those particular constituencies had to reconcile all the forms from the polling stations and give a final tally. So it's a tedious job which calls for some sort of patience.
It actually got me thinking that sometimes, and I think over the last 2 elections, we butter the IEBC so much, particularly when we don't get the numbers in good time. But this time, I think they have left it to us. It is your responsibility, whether as a political party, a media house, or even a supporter of any political party, just go to their portal, download those forms, and calculate for yourselves. And
that's the level of democracy we are in.
It's a job that we have not fared very well, and so the members of the public too have not fared very well. And I believe the IEBC will bail us out at some point, because by tomorrow probably we expect the results.
But you see, one funny thing is that most Kenyans are not going to the portal. They are depending on the mainstream media for the information. Perhaps because of the translation on how to translate the figures into real facts for them could be a bit of a challenge. Only for those people who can understand the flow and the real interpretation of those figures can go to the portal and see the real figures. But as it stands, mainstream media is still taking the lead in the process of disseminating the information to the public there.
Absolutely. I realized how difficult it is, for example. Let's take Starehe constituency, for example.
Yes.
If you want to see the results in Starehe, and you have Nairobi Central Ward that carries the entire CBD, and you want to see the results in Starehe. So once you click on the Nairobi Central Ward, you have now to click on Moi Avenue Primary School, for example. Moi Avenue Primary School had about 20 or 25 polling stations.
Right.
So you have now to start downloading from polling station 1 to polling station 25.
Then do the tabulation.
Then you do the tabulation there. All right. Then you're done with Moi Avenue Primary School. You go to St. Peter's Clavers, for example.
Exactly.
Also.
Yes.
It has like about 30 polling stations. You open them and you start downloading one by one, 30 forms 34A. You do a tabulation. So it tells you it's not a very easy job.
And that is why I think IBC is taking their good time. Because they know the magic, they know the science on how to do the tabulation.
They're not just even taking their time. They're even throwing jibes at us.
Exactly.
You heard the IBC chairperson say yesterday that the media is lagging behind when it comes to
so
the
it
tallying
there is something
of
that
results.
Wafula Chebukati, the team, are aware of that as media we don't know. But it's true that the IBC and Chebukati gave that platitude to everyone and anyone who was in a position to have their parallel tallying center. We have got ELOG, the observers, we have got the media, whoever can, and even the political players. If you can have your tallying center, well and good. But you know what? We have the magic touch.
Absolutely.
So we are waiting for Chebukati. I'm so sure wherever he is waiting for us, like
he's having fun.
Yeah.
He's having fun.
2 million, 3 million.
And tell you what, even political parties,
right,
the ones that are jesting out here about how they have the results, trust me, they're not done. They're not done with their tallies.
Not yet.
They're not done with their tallies. And irrespective of how many people they engage in terms of counting, I can assure you, no party sits pretty, and nobody can claim that they have the results. They have finished with the tallying of these results, because I understand still there's quite a number again of polling stations that are yet to submit their results. Remember also yesterday, Eldas constituency in Wajir was also voting from MCA all the way up to the presidential election. They were voting yesterday, and there was also in Mandera that had not submitted all of its polling stations, and we expect that to be complete by today. But it was a critical point raised yesterday by one journalist as they were posing a question to Chebukati. Because you know how Northeastern is, there is a possibility then of somebody who had voted on Tuesday to come out in Eldas yesterday and vote. But the IBC chairperson said, instead of the left, because everybody who voted on Tuesday, the indelible ink was being put on the left hand. In Eldas, everybody would have been, the indelible ink was being put on the right. That is to ensure nobody comes out again.
Because of the delay there. There's a delay there. All right, remember we also have our newspapers today, and we'll be taking you through the local dailies and to give you what that you need to know. It's full of numbers today. We have got big losers and big winners, the fallen giants, pictures of, everybody else. It's a trying moment. I don't know whether we should start. Let me start with the Star newspaper here.
Go ahead.
And just take you through the front page of the Star. And this is how it looks like. That's the front page of the Star newspaper. Too close to call as nation awaits. The front page. Too close to call as nation awaits. We have got DP Ruto there and Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And down here we have got pictures of the fallen giants as well, of that of the big winners. Okay. Here, the two candidates swept their backyards at tallying counties, continues rather, and it says that too close to call as nation awaits. Who are some of the fallen giants? One, we have got Amos Kimunya, who is the outgoing majority leader in the parliament. We have got Jeremiah Kioni, who was the chairman of the Jubilee Party. Naomi Shaban, Kanini Kega of Kieni. We have got Moses Kura, who was vying for the gubernatorial seat in Kiambu County. We have got Kabando, Priscilla Nyokabi, and Sospita Ojamong. Remember, Sospita Ojamong was
he is the governor, right?
Yes. He's the governor. He's now outgoing, Sospito Jamong. Who are the big winners according to the Star newspaper? We have got Felix Odiwuor, a.k.a. Jalango. We have got Mark Mwenje, Martin Wanyonyi, Alice Wahome of Kandara is back. Dennis Waweru is also back in Parliament. Samuel Chepkonga, all right. We have got Sam Atandi of Alego Songa and Mpuru Aburi.
All right.
That's as per the Star newspaper. What do you have on the front page?
Okay,
of
let's look at this. The Daily Nation. Cliffhanger. This is how the Daily Nation looks like this morning. A cliffhanger. And you have the picture of the Deputy President as well as Raila Odinga. That's how the front page looks like. And it says, too close to call. Raila Odinga and William Ruto were last evening neck and neck in various tallies for the presidential elections. But of course, the Daily Nation this morning puts William Ruto at 50.12%, while Raila Odinga is at 49.21%. That's very, very, very close. Big names sent packing, as you correctly talked about. Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, Naomi Shaban, Moses Kuria, the party leader of Chama cha Kazi, Alfred Keter of Nandi Hills, Kanini Kega of Kieni Nyeri, Richard Tongi of Nyeri Barichache, Nixon Koril in Langata, Cliff Ombeta, he's a criminal lawyer. His bid for Bonchari flopped, and so is a former LSK chairperson Nelson Harvey, whose bid flopped in Westlands. A bit of looking at it, page 2 covers the upsets in Rift Valley as newbies beat veterans, and some of veterans who've been beaten, the likes of Alfred Keter, William Chepkut, who, you know, Chepkut was the former PA to Nicholas Biwott. Samuel Chepkonga recaptured that seat in Ainabkoi. Corneli Serem, the Eldai MP, also lost to Marianne Keitani, that is in Nandi County, as well as Mishraki Prop, the KSS Member of Parliament, or outgoing KSS Member of Parliament. Good showing for ODM in Po as its candidates clinch majority of seats, particularly in Kisumu, Siaya, Migori, Homa Bay. ODM put up quite a very good show, and in Kisumu particularly, they scooped everything. You're talking about the governor, Anyang' Nyong'o, the woman representative, that is Ruth Odinga. Senator is Professor Tom Ojienda, and Rosa Buyu, I think, to Kisumu West, Kisumu West constituency. Concessions galore as political bigwigs bite the dust in heated battles for seats, and we expect more concessions today and victory speeches, because they will fall, they will bite dust one by one, and they will win one by one, depending on which one will be found on the side of winning and the other on the side of losing. That's how the Daily Nation looks like. And talks about the map. You will see the pictures of officers and IBC officials yesterday as they went out to ensure that ballot papers are in the right places. Turnout at 64%, says Chebukati. We were talking about 56 yesterday. After the collation of data from the IEBC, the turnout was 64%. But lastly, on page 10, yellow fever. UDA wave sweeps Mount Kenya region. You're looking at Speaker John Kagushia of the Nyeri County Assembly, who is the Speaker, scooping Mokoroine constituency in Nyeri County. Ex-Laikipia Governor Joshua Irungu is back, beating the chairperson of Raila Odinga Presidential Secretariat, that is Governor Derito Mureithi in Laikipia. You have Geoffrey Wandeto also winning, I think, in Teto constituency, and you also have the MP Tonga Morogara also recapturing his seat. If you look at Moranga, for example, and Nyeri, you will discover that indeed it's yellow fever, because I think from top to bottom, they voted for the UDA party.
Okay, let me give you this an interesting cartoon here, and I think this is quite something that most Kenyans are going through. Perhaps my camera may just zoom in. It's an interesting cartoon, and curious, let's just talk about this cartoon here. Here we have got IBC delivery room, and we have got Professor Jakoya taking his good time in some waiting outside there. Then that must be Chebukati inside the delivery room. There is UDA, Deputy President William Ruto, also waiting to get the good news. What's happening inside there? Rao also waiting. That's Raila Odinga also waiting to see, and Wahiga Maure as well on the other side of corner. This exactly is what's happening across the country right now, more so to the candidates as well as their supporters, to understand what is going on and what will be the final tally. Okay, that is a bit of the start, but before we continue with the standard here, perhaps get to Lady J.
All right, so now in regards to the Form 34A submission, the process is still ongoing. So far, when you look at the IEBC portal, submission of Form 34As is at 99.69%. A total of 46,085 have been submitted out of 46,229. So a little over 100 more Form 34As to be submitted. And when you go through the list of the counties, about 25 of them have 100% submission. A few of them collectively contribute to the 100 plus Form 34A forms that are remaining to be submitted by this particular counties. So this is meant to inform the information that IEBC puts out. And remember, Form 34As come from the polling stations, which are transmitted to the constituencies and collected into and consequently put in a collation to Form 34B, and this is transmitted to the National Tallying Center, where we'll have the final results announced by the IEBC in Form 34C. But now going back to this particular figure here in regards to the presidential results, you had mentioned some bit about strongholds, Kuria and Victor, and looking at Central Kenya, some of the Mount Kenya counties right here at the center. We have Kiambu right there. We have Kirinyaga right there. We have Murang'a right there. And these are the counties that constitute Central Kenya, and Nyeri right there. These are the counties, rather, that when you look at this image, you can actually see that a huge majority of the vote so far in this particular counties has actually gone to Deputy President William Ruto. And when we narrow in further to just understand the figures in this particular counties, let's start off with Nyeri County. Again, not every constituency has finalized the submission of the Form 34As with the final results, but as you can see, in Tetu constituency, Deputy President is leading with 31,828 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 5,990. And you can see the huge difference, about 25,000 votes between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Thirdly, we have Professor George Wajakoya, who has 172 votes, and David Mwaure with 130 votes. Now, when we move to another county still in the Mount Kenya region, let's have a look at Kiambu. Kiambu County, there we go. All the constituencies have submitted their results, and we can just have a quick look at Thika. Thika Town, Deputy President William Ruto leading with 60,726 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 29,951 votes. Professor George Wajakoya has garnered 438 votes, and David Mwaure with 424 votes. Again, a different constituency, just one more before we get to move to a different area. Let's have a look at Gatondo North. There we go. William Ruto leading with 40,688 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 8,811 votes, and Professor George Wajakoya with 204 votes, and finally David Mwaure with 136 votes. And when you just look at the overall image of Kiambu County, Deputy President William Ruto has dominated, or rather has garnered the biggest chunk of the vote in this particular county, which cumulatively translates to 606,628 votes. That is about 73.57%. Raila comes in second with 25.44% of the Kiambu vote, which is an equivalent of 209,784. Professor George Wajakoya managed to get 4,353 votes, which is a 0.53% of the cumulative vote in Kiambu County. And finally, David Maure garnered 3,813 votes, an equivalent of 0.46 votes. And you remember, Kiambu County has a registered population of 1,275,008 voters. Now, let us quickly take a step back and look at the areas that are perceived to be Raila Odinga's strongholds. And when we zoom to areas in Western Kenya, right there, in this circle right here, these are the counties that are considered to be the strongholds for Raila Odinga. And when we just narrow in and look at one of these counties, we could start off with Kisumu County. There we go. That is Kisumu County. And from just that image that you can see right there, only one constituency is yet to submit their results. And of course, that will give us the whole picture of how the population in Kisumu has voted. But from this image, you can see that Raila Odinga has dominated in terms of the vote percentage in almost all the constituencies in Kisumu County, except one, which we are still awaiting results for, and that is Nyakach. But in an area like Kisumu West, Raila Odinga leading with 57,514. William Ruto coming in second with 1,156. And when you look at that, the difference between these two figures, 55,000 plus votes are the difference between Raila Odinga and William Ruto in Kisumu West. Thirdly, Professor George Wajakoya garnered 141 votes, and David Maure garnered only 39 votes. When we look at another constituency, we can go to Muhoroni. There we have it. Raila Odinga, again, a huge gap between him and all the other candidates, 59,966. And David Maure, who is the one who has received the least number of votes, only garnering 36 votes from the Kisumu Muhoroni constituency in Kisumu. Now, when you have a look at a final county, is still in West in Nyanza, Kenya, another county that is considered to be one of his strongholds. We can have a look at Kakamega County. Here we go. Again, as you can see, quite a number of constituencies haven't fully submitted their results. But as you can see so far, Raila Odinga still is leading in the constituencies that have managed to submit their results. Looking at Lugari, Raila Odinga with 36,604 votes against David Maure, who has the least number of votes at 133 votes. So, as you can see, these are just the figures as per what we have so far, and especially so looking at areas that are considered to be the strongholds for these particular candidates. And later on, we're going to be looking at, continuing with looking at some of the counties that were considered to be battlegrounds prior to these elections, and that was based on the pollsters looking at the popularity of these candidates. Raila Odinga was leading in 18 counties. Deputy President William Ruto was leading in 17 counties, but right at the center were 12 counties that were termed as battlegrounds for these two particular candidates that could either make or break either of their presidential votes at the end of the tallying process. So this, as and when it keeps updating, we'll be sure to let you know. But then again, when we come back, we'll be looking at those battlegrounds right here on this smartboard. Carrier.
All right, that is how the map looks in terms of how every candidate is faring, and we'll be picking up conversations around the country, obviously also linking up with our reporters, telling you what is ongoing. In about 20 minutes ago, Gilgil, the contest has been announced, and Martha Wangari of UDA is the new Gilgil MP. Not really new, because she has been the MP for Gilgil the last 5 years. She has gotten her second term in Gilgil. Martha Wangari has been announced winner. Just a reminder, and we will be having those graphics up for you. The losers in this election so far, the big names that are out: Amos Kimunya, the Kipipiri Member of Parliament, or the outgoing MP Kipipiri. And the outgoing majority leader lost yesterday to Wanjiku Moher. Naomi Shaban of Taita Taveta or Taveta constituency lost that election after 20 years. Kanini Kega, who has served 10 years as MP for Kieni, has also lost his position. So has Jeremiah Kioni, who has served as Daragwa MP, had a 5-year stint, then lost between 2013 to 17, came back 2017 to 2022, but lost the seat in the election on Tuesday. Moses Kuria, who was running for governor in Kiambu after serving for the last 8 years as Gatundu South Member of Parliament, also lost his position. Victor Munyaka, the MP for Machakos Town, has also lost his position to Wiper. He was vying on a UDA ticket. Nixon Korir also lost his position to Felix Odiwar. Elias Jalango of ODM. Nixon Korir was running on an ODM. Nixon Korir was running on a UDA ticket. George Deuri of UDA and the Member of Parliament for Embakasi West, who was served for 10 years, lost to Mwenje of Jubilee Party. Alfred Keter lost to a UDA candidate. Obviously, after losing the UDA nominations, he decided to run as an independent candidate in Nandi Hills constituency. He lost that position yesterday after serving the constituency for 10 years. Silas Tiren, the Member of Parliament for Moi Ben, also lost his position to a professor actually, who is a don at Moi University, and you can see now the pictures on your screen, the fallen giant. You also have the likes of Kiprop Mishra, who is the Member of Parliament for KSS, was vying on an independent ticket, was floored by a UDA aspirant or candidate. Richard Tongi of Nyaribari Chache also lost his position. So did William Chepkut of Ainab Koi after Samuel Chepkonga recaptured his seat in Ainab Koi of Western Gishu County. Cornelis Serem, the Aldai Member of Parliament, losing to Marianne Keitani of UDA, and that's just about it. There are several others who've lost, and we'll be bringing you details, obviously, as we continue to receive them. There is quite a possibility that KJ, John Kerry, has lost to Dennis Waweru of Jubilee Party in Dagoretti South, and we'll be looking at it and also looking at the newcomers who have also captured seats in their respective places. I will have that data collated for you and inform you about your next leadership in the next 5 years. Which governors lost and which ones are regaining their seats, we'll also be telling you about it in a few. But for now, let me throw it to Victor Olo to start our conversation this morning. I also have guests from my end, but for now, Victor Olo.
Very well, JJ, and it's quite interesting to see that some of the big names have fallen by the wayside, something that we are going to be discussing in the program on what are some of the dynamics in our Kenyan politics. With me, I have got Jen Muthiga, who is the Secretary General of Digital Broadcast Association, as well as the Secretary General of Agano Party. I have her in studio. I will be engaging her shortly. But let me take you through the front page of the Standard newspaper. Talk about the fallen heroes and all the big names. Shock upsets as Raila Ruto wait continues. The tallying of votes for all elective seats continued at a snail's pace yesterday, even as political heavyweights in parliamentary and gubernatorial elections were dealt a mortal blow by newcomers in Tuesday's election. Just what you've said and what you've lined out there on the Standard as well, I have people who have fallen by the wayside. I have got Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, Ngunjiri Wambogo, Nyeri Town MP. I have got George Theuri of Embakasi West, and as well as Moses Kuria, Gatundu South Member of Parliament, who are out as well. I have Wafula Munyinyi Kandoi, Kanini Kega of Kieni, Masiga Kuya of Kasarani constituency, Victor Munyaka Machakos Town Member of Parliament, as well as Nixon Korea. So it's pretty much the same as what you have outlined there. And as at last evening, Raila Odinga had 3,779,900 75. That is as at last evening, and William Ruto had 3,794,778. That translated to 49.78%, with Raila Odinga doing at 49.59%. Of course, those figures have so far changed since yesterday because of the time factor. Hope and anxiety in Nyanza on presidential poll. Independent in Ruto's backyard fall by the wayside. And finally, IEBC confident of beating result transmission deadline. They have got 7 days to do so. On the second and third page, we have got full pictorial. You can take a look at that. Interesting bits of what is happening. Heading into the inner pages here, Azimio and UD are confident of a win as nation awaits IEBC declaration. Of course, already we have got the analysis and the figures there for you to take a look at. It's a full page of matters election. Continuing on page 6 and 7, UDA wave in Rift sweeps away big names. What are some of the indicators and the contributors to this? Some of MPs who had lost in their nominations had promised to give Ruto's party a hard time. Top Jubilee party leaders Kimunya and Kioni concede defeat, but Lesuda leading. Early results show Ruto allies in Mount Kenya ahead as rival concede. We have Uranga Senator Irungu Kenyatta there, Governors Kiraitu and Mureithi among candidates who were trailing by last evening. And UDA aspirants in Muranga and Nyeri led, while Kiunjuri was set to recapture his seat. You can take a look at that. It's a full page back-to-back on what we have on the Standard here. Winners, losers in Nairobi and Eastern contest. We have got Nixon Korir of UDA loses to media personality Felix Oduor. Of course, that has been said. In Dagoretti South, John Kiare of UDA was leading Jubilee's Dennis Waweru. But from what we have, it's Dennis Waweru who has since taken the mantle home. Kiare.
All right, that's the latest from the attrition rate, because in any election, though, the attrition rate in any election is always very high, and that was bound to happen, that we're going to have losers and winners in this election. But Parliament obviously tells you things are thick for some of his candidates, probably, who stood on the wrong end of what the electorate wanted. In studio, I have Alex Mola, an advocate of the High Court. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Looking at the parliamentary results in this election, tells you that, one, Parliament is poorer because it appears like people who've got experiences in legislative issues, most of them have been sent packing.
Well, I don't know if I should say that the parliament is poorer. I think, first of all, being elected is a democratic right of the people, and the people can choose to have new representatives. Secondly, the representation of the people, I mean, whoever gets elected to parliament, there are rules and standing orders of how parliament is run. So it's not like they have to be taught. They don't need mentors to legislate. And so I think I wouldn't call it poorer. I think there'll be a lot of fresh blood, and with fresh blood it means whoever once is coming to be an MP for the first time, in most cases they want to bring change, and those changes are normally through the laws. And so I think to me, it's a good thing, because we have seen some of the laws that have stalled. I mean, some of the bills that have stalled in Parliament. We have seen some of the things that we wanted to be changed, including things like two-thirds gender rule that have stalled. And because most of those old guard had refused to do it. So we hope that with fresh blood, most of the things we've been thinking that should be done will be done. And so I think it's a good thing to have more fresh blood in Parliament. Yeah.
Now that you talk about the two-thirds gender principle, looking at some of the results coming in, do you think we are anywhere closer to achieving that, probably even before we talk about legislation or implementation of that clause of a constitution? Looking at this election, are we anywhere close to implementing it?
I do not think so. And it all started with nominations. Because once you see that most of the contestants were going to be male, then it was obvious that the people who are going to be elected, most of them were going to be male. And perhaps that the parties are going to balance that out through the people they are going to fill in through the other slots that are non-elective. Yeah, but for the elective posts, I do not think that we could easily match that, because up to now Kenya is still more patriarchal, and people still vote more. Female candidates still have disadvantage in campaigns and in many things, as we've already said. And many people still haven't embraced female leadership in this country, at least most parts of the country. And so that is reflected in what you're saying. Yeah.
All right, reflection and looking at the 2000 gender principle, whether that is a possibility in this election, even without having to think about legislation to implement that clause of a constitution. Victor, over to you to introduce your team as you take it up.
Absolutely. All right, so on this other side today, I have got Jen Mothiga, as I said, who is the Secretary General of Digital Broadcast Association, as well as she's also the Secretary of Agano Party. As well, I have Mark Okuru Echakara, who is a pastor, transformational leadership expert, and political analyst. Welcome to the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Let me start with you. Now there's ladies first. Let's start accused of gender bias.
Yeah.
Everywhere they lead.
Yes.
I have no idea. But let me start with you. Where are we at this particular point? This is the 11th day of August.
Yes, this is a very important moment in our country, where we are looking at ushering in leaders. They may be new, they may be, just the old leaders or people that we are quite familiar with.
Yes.
But it's a very important moment in Kenya today, because it's a time that we are looking at, ushering in a leadership that will see Kenya, moving to the next level. And moving to the next level in terms of economic gains, in terms of, transformation of the nation. Kenyans are having a lot of expectation at this particular time. And we're looking at a time where also we are moving from the corona season, the economic challenges, the problems, all that. And we are looking at these leaders, the leaders that you're going to have, the moment that you are anticipating that you'll be able to move the nation forward to economic development, forward to social development, and all that. We have a lot of expectations, and we are anxious as Kenyans. Kenyans are very, very anxious to see within the next 7 days what kind of leaders that you're going to have. But I'm happy that you've already started receiving a number of them. I'm sure most of us now know who is our MCA. We are getting now the results towards the MPs in different places, and the senators, the women rep, and soon the governors, and the big name that you are all waiting for, who will be the fifth president.
The fifth president.
Yes, and all these expectations, and all this, we are looking at it with anxiety, with a lot of hope for this nation. Yes.
All right, Mark, as you give me your opening remarks, she's talked about the anxiety, but the good book says that they will be anxious.
Well, thank you so very much for having me here today. I totally agree with her. Elections being what they are. Today, we find ourselves in a very strategic position as a nation. First, because we are going through a transition, in the sense that we are automatically going to have another president. So there is an element of transition, and the expectations on the part of the supporters of the various candidates is very high. But looking back, looking back at the benefit of hindsight, when we look at the history of our elections, what we're experiencing today, we can say is better. It's a good sign that our democracy is maturing and growing, unlike in the past where the anxieties would boil over by the time the results are announced, it's like, just the spark that triggers everything. Right now, the country is absolutely calm, and it's a good sign.
It's a complete departure from what we've gone through in past elections.
Exactly. Considering the stakes, it's a good place.
And the fact that it's a transitional election period, people would have expected something completely contrary.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And just to come back to you, Jen, as a Secretary General of a party, perhaps Kenyans had a lot of anxiety and expectations.
Yeah.
You would imagine what is going through the minds of the 4 presidential candidates, all of them.
Yeah.
What do you think is in their minds as you speak?
Actually, in their mind, and I'm happy that the IEBC actually presented to us a very good process of, of the tallying process. I really congratulate them for this, that all of us have an opportunity really to look through the portal to see what is there and what is not happening. The presidential candidates and their team, or the political party, they also have got tallying centers. They have got opportunities to look through what is happening in various places where they think they are strong, where they think, they have done some homework, good homework, and what is happening in various places. So that is managing a lot of our anxiety, because the portal gives us the opportunity, when you have a question and you want to look at what is happening on that particular space, you're able to go to the portal quickly, get to see the data, and be able to answer some of the questions. However, looking at especially the top 2, the margins are very, what you're seeing on the screens.
Yes.
The margins are very close, very, very close. And we are all hoping that, just as somebody said, that nobody has completed the tallying. As of now. Even the political parties have not completed. And anyway, we've not received all the forms. So none of the presidential candidates would be able to say, I've won, or I'll win, or something like that. So all of them are there. They're just praying and hoping that, that particular number, that particular tick will tick for themselves.
And perhaps that's why Chebukati and his team are sitting pretty. That's what we were talking about earlier on, Kioria, that, Chebukati has got the magic stick at the end of the day, because of the legal timelines of 7 days to announce the ultimate winner.
Actually,
yes.
We are relying on Chebukati. It's like we are under his mercy. And like I told you earlier, I think we're used to battering the IEBC so much. It's at this election when we realize that actually we need them to just tally the results. Like, seriously. Yeah, because that's what we pay them for. This election has exposed the underbelly. First of all, it appears like, media houses need to invest in data journalism as well as political parties, because I don't think every political party was really prepared about counting. And actually, I would want to hear probably from Agano Party how prepared they were to collect this data, and we'll talk about that in a bit when we return to you. But coming back to you, Wakili, the credibility of this election, do you think it has, gotten to the level where we can say that this election is not easy for anybody to go to court and challenge the outcome?
One, I think first of all, going to court, people go to court for different reasons, and people even who don't have a proper claim can go to court. And for me, this election, I think perhaps for the past, since the promulgation of the Constitution, this has been the most free election, because one, we have witnessed very few incidences out of the ordinary. The issues like violence that we used to see, we haven't seen them. The transmission of things like from 34A that were being delayed previously. Right now, when you could see Chebukati addressing the public yesterday, about 98-point-something% had already been presented. And so there is nothing to hide. And the IBC is telling you whatever has been declared at the polling station through the Form 34A, that's what you have. Those are the results. So I think this election has been, IBC has tried. We have to give it to them. as much as I think there'll be no reason for people going to court, I think every candidate reserves the right to go to court within 7 days after the declaration of this result.
Without the court in mind, because even as I framed the question, I didn't have the court in mind. But I'm talking about challenging the results. If you were to put up a case against this election and the relaying of results, do you think there would be any credible challenge?
I think up to now, from what we are seeing, because parties are collecting their own data from wherever they are. What most of us are relying on is what you are seeing on TV and social media and things like that. But parties are collecting their own information from different places. So if parties have something different from what you're seeing, perhaps they'll be justified. But from what we have been seeing up to now, I do not think there is anything that someone can rely on to overturn the results, or can even rely on to challenge these results.
Okay, quite an interesting one, Victor. Before you take it up, and probably to the Agano Party official, how prepared were you to collect this data, seeing that even big boys or big players still are struggling with the collection of data?
Yes, thank you so much for that particular question. As a party, we are quite prepared to collect that data. What we did train our ICT team. We have got a team that is already looking into the portal, analyzing the data and all that. We are a very interested party because despite being very, maybe this is our first time that we are really getting it that close to the presidency and fielding a candidate. And we want to see what is our strength, what are Kenyans saying. Every other data that comes back, every vote that has been given to us is a very important vote because it is communicating to us. It is communicating to our manifesto. It is communicating to our values and all that. So we are very interested. We have got our team that is doing the tallying, that is looking with a very keen eye of everyone who has voted for us, the various constituencies, the various wards, the various counties that have voted for Agano Party presidential candidate, that is David Maure, and we are looking at it with a keen eye and to understand, because that is giving feedback to us about our manifestos, our beliefs, our principles, our campaign, how we did our campaign, and it's also going to inform to us about the way forward and the future of our political aspiration of being, taking up the presidency of this nation.
I don't know what you think about the level of preparedness, Mark, on the level or the parts of political players. They, the way she said, as a Agano Party, they are ready, and so as other, 3 other parties. We have got UDA, we have got Azimio, as well as Ruto's party. But it seems like, Chebukati had, or at this particular point, legally, the final word. So even the political players are also under the mercy of Chebukati himself.
Well, I don't think that the political players are at the mercy of Chebukati. What we have here is an arrangement that is an improvement on the previous way we managed the election. And it came largely from the ruling of the Supreme Court. Really did influence the manner in which our elections are managed today.
Right.
And in a sense, I feel that the decision to upload the Form 34As on the portal was, to me, the magic stroke, as it were, in the sense that now the issue of trust is no longer an issue. And that was actually one of the biggest problem that led to a lot of tension previously.
Yes.
That's why currently, as I said earlier, we are witnessing very low levels of tension and anxiety, because if anyone had a question, you can go to the portal and access it. You don't have to be a political party.
Yes.
Even a private citizen can access the portal and see the information.
It's public.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the issue of trust is already sorted in a way. So that's why you see the focus is no longer at Bomas. The focus is no longer at Bomas. So as you said earlier, Chebukati and his colleagues are sitting pretty, and I can assure you right now, at least in this election, they can afford some sleep. Yeah.
Very true.
Right.
I think if I would comment on the question of Chebukati, just as he has said, the setup of uploading the forms on the portal was actually is the magic that has actually enabled us to have a lot of peace, a lot of, because it's open and all that. I think what Chebukati has done is that he has given all of us an exam. We are all busy doing the exam. The political parties are doing the exam. The media houses are doing the exam.
It's a busy moment.
Yeah, it's a busy moment for everyone. And all he's waiting for is for us to finish the exam.
Yes.
He give us the answer. If the answer that he'll give, because it's actually Chebukati has the answer. After tallying everything, they are also going, I think they have started, I don't know whether they have started today, tallying at the Bomas of Kenya. That is the magic answer that you're all waiting for. That KBC will have done your tallying.
Now,
the other media house will have done it. The political parties will have done it. By the end of the day, the answer is with Chebukati. So that is the marking scheme we are all waiting for. So we'd rather do our jobs well and see to it that we pass the exam. The advantage of that is that by the end of the day, IEBC has got other people to confirm with.
Yes.
That they can confirm their answer with so many others. If, for example, all the political parties have got different answers to the question, then they look at the media houses. What is the final answers for all the media houses? And even the observers who are doing the tallying as well. So he has got a lot of, a lot of areas to compare his answer from. And I think it will be received. So
then it means that there's a lot happening at the back room that probably, just normally we can't see.
Yes, there's so much happening in the backyard. As I say that, as we say that everybody is tallying. Every media house is tallying. Political parties are tallying. Observers are tallying. Interested parties. There's so many people who are tallying these results. And by the end of the day, the final word stands with IEBC. So just as the past, whereby we waited for IEBC to give us the final tally. IEBC, right now, they have got the backup support that, what is it in KBC, what is this in this house, what is this, we'll all present our results. But by the, even if we went to court or somebody went to court, you have got so many other people to compare the results with.
Yes.
So they are quite safe.
Okay.
Very safe.
What do you make of that, Mark? Because as we speak, it seems that Chebukati and the entire commission wanted to redeem themselves from the past, mishaps that we had in the past. They were a big player in 2017 court petition. And perhaps Chebukati has decided and said, you know what, I'm going to rule this time around.
No. I don't think it's Chebukati's decision, but the legal requirement. And also to answer the issues that caused a lot of mistrust. Previously, just like she said right now, everybody's busy. Every political party, every politician is monitoring their IT team as they collect the results. So we don't have idle politicians around town addressing press conferences and creating tension in town. Everybody's busy working with their IT teams. So we have very few idlers, so to speak, in our political space. Everybody is in their little room somewhere with their IT teams, busy, no time to address press conferences and create tension. So it's a very interesting arrangement, but it's a good one.
It's a good one. The way you said, Jen, is like all of us are in an exam room, because even us as media, believe you me, we are on the spotlight. I will come back to the digital aspect and the media aspect later on, because we have been given that freeway as well to do our bit. But digitally speaking, we have got IEBC online all over the country. Everybody coming up with their own numbers. We have got commissioners, quote unquote, people coming with their own versions of the results here and there. And as at yesterday, we had different, we call them bloggers, so to speak, or media houses reporting a different number, only for us later on in the evening to see, for example, a particular candidate, which was reported by an individual somewhere that, so-and-so has won, only later in the evening to find a different person that, kumbe it was not what we were thinking. So we'll talk about that one later on. Perhaps, JJ, what you have there with Wakili to get into the discussion as well. Wakili, what do you think?
Absolutely. Thinking about firsts, because this election is an election of firsts in so many ways. Like you're saying, it has tested our capability as media. And of course, you can see, for example, the Daily Nation has tried to explain why media houses are displaying varying tallies of election results in so many ways. And we'll look at that. But an election of firsts in the sense that even the IBC chairperson looks like he's in charge. I will be introducing Lydia Mathieu in a bit to ventilate on this conversation. But Wakili, very quickly, do you see an in-charge chairman as compared to the chairman we saw in 2017? Because he's the same person leading the IEBC.
I think we have a very in-charge this time. And for the very simple reason of the things you've said, because previously, for instance, people are looking for Forms 34A. People are looking for the server to be open, for things to, because there was no transparency really in the last general election. This election there is transparency. You could see that. And if there is transparency, then the chairman has nothing to fear. Whenever chairman is asked questions, he can actually answer from what is there, not from what he's thinking of or what someone else has told him, what he has already seen. And so I think the chairman right now is very, very, very much in charge. And I think, as one of the guests has already said, he can even afford some sleep at night. Yes,
he can.
He can.
But when it comes to the prediction of his election and how it has shaped up, because we had pollsters and even analysts trying to predict how this would end up, nobody really saw the neck-to-neck kind of contest between these two candidates, and actually the huge number of people again who would not come out to vote.
That's right. I think sometimes, the way the polls are being conducted, and some teams, they were even saying that the opinion polls you're having perhaps are not proper. There's something that's happening. Because at the end of the day, towards the end, they were projecting some candidates having more support than perhaps what they had been projecting a week before. And as you know, a human being, because it had been presumed that people are going to vote in a certain way. It had also been presumed, following the previous elections, that the turnout of the voters will be this, which hasn't been the case, because you've seen this year the turnout has been a little bit low. And secondly, it appears that perhaps many people had not made up their minds of who they are going to vote. Perhaps some people are making their minds on the voting day. And so perhaps that's where the posters a little bit got it off. Yes.
Posters got a little bit off. And we continue to look at the results as they appear. Quite a number of big names falling off in this election. And the tallying continues, the wait continues to see how the IEBC will end up in this exercise. Lydia Mathieu is also in studio. Lydia, take up a question on the election of first. The Chebukati we saw in 2017 was a bit timid. This time he looks like he's in charge. Do you get that feeling?
I do get that feeling, that he feels very comfortable in the space that he's in. I guess it would come with the years of experience, the kind of scrutiny that he had to endure after the election of 2017. So, of course, over time he has built a sense of resilience, a sense of familiarity with the role that he's playing. And so he is very much comfortable in his shoes. He's very confident. The fact that he can very comfortably be able to admit to certain errors, certain transgressions by his own staff, and take action and speak about that with confidence and boldness and say, there is this problem, I've taken this action, moving on swiftly. You get a sense of very comfortable energy and a lot more, confidence that is being exuded from him. Yeah.
At the point when he postponed the election in Kakamega and Mombasa in terms of a gubernatorial election, in Kachaliba and Pokot South for the parliamentary elections, he almost cast doubt on the preparedness of the IEBC then to see what he's delivering. You would say he has upset a public perception that was created that day.
It is true. Actually, that day, a lot of people, because everybody had given IEBC kind of like the benefit of the doubt. Remember, there was a lot of propaganda on the internet about what could be happening, I don't know, with Venezuelans, a lot of questions around the DCI and the allegations they were making, and allegations were flying back and forth. But at some point, just after, there was a sense of, okay, let's give this commission a chance to prove itself. And then just when Kenyans were settling into that perception, or that sort of like, okay, he comes and says, oh, we botched the ballot papers for Mombasa and Kakamega. But I think what the good thing is that he did is when he came out very, very quickly, took decisive action and gave direction in terms of what the way forward was going to be, owned up, fielded questions from the media, provided extensive explanations, and I think that gave people comfort. And then, of course, the following day, there was the taking off of the elections. A lot of the polling stations opened on time. Majority of places, the Kim's kits worked, and I think that sort of reinforced and increased the confidence of Kenyans in the commission and in Chebukati. And then, of course, there is this Form 34A, which has been posted on the internet, and I think it turned around fairly quickly. By the end of day one, the first 24 hours, I think the IBC had already uploaded over 90% of the IBC Form 34A, and I think that created a perception of, okay, there is a high sense of transparency. And so, in fact, the weakness now we are beginning to see is with the media, because they don't seem to have understood their assignment. They slept on the job. Wow. Oh, yeah, you guys slept on the job proper. And here we are. When you should be telling us who the president is, you're trailing behind IBC. Mpaka Chebukati is saying,
even
what's happening?
Throwing shade at us.
Yeah, so you should be at 97%.
Preparedness, but just think about it. Even political parties are leaders. The very same, you would say, are major stakeholders in this entire process. Don't even quite seem to agree who has won and who hasn't.
I think political parties know who has won. Because if these forms are out there, they have already done their maths. I mean, Chebukati has said, you guys can access these forms, you can tally it. Political parties have known who has won, only that they cannot declare who has won. And if you see, I mean, everyone is calm because they know that we have looked at the numbers that have been brought to us, and we know what is really happening. So I don't think that the political parties do not know who has won. They actually know. Okay. They just don't want to bring anxiety to Kenyans because they want Chebukati to do his job. Okay. Yeah.
We're waiting for Chebukati to do exactly that job. Victor, we have slept on the job according to Lady Amathia. But let me pose a direct question again to the Agano Party official. How do you think you're faring as Agano Party? Now, clearly, because you're saying you have collected your data, how do you think you're faring?
That is to you, Jen.
Yes, thank you so much. I think I would want to say that as Agano Party, we have fared very, very well. We are very happy about our performance, given the fact that we were working with a very, very small budget. Our investment was quite small compared to all the others. Number two, given the fact that we were newcomers, we are very new in the space of the presidency. And I would say that we are happy that Kenyans, we still had a lot of Kenyans who saw a lot of hope, a lot of ability in our presidential candidate. And this far, we've, I think some of the data I've seen is that we're at about 20,000 votes and something like that. And I would say that thank you so much, Kenyans who trusted us, who believed in us, and we still are going to be there in the next season.
So you are conceding?
No, I'm not doing that. But you've asked me how are we faring? I would say that we are happy what is happening so far. We are looking at all the counties. You have seen that we had people who voted for us in almost all the counties, and that was good because it shows that nationally we have got a space on the national space. And compared to our budgets, in comparison to all the other parties who are using maybe billions of shillings, our budgets were very limited, and so we are not maybe able to do the kind of campaigns that everybody did. We are saying that thank you, Kenyans, for actually giving us that opportunity and believing in us. Yeah.
It is
a competition.
At the end of the day, I mean, it was an open field for everyone. But let me come to you, Mark, and big names falling by the wayside. Did any of them, for example, look at KBC Member of Parliament, Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, who was a key role player in the Azimio Party, that is Jubilee chairperson. We have got Ngujiri Wambogo, Nyeri MP. We have people like Moses Kuria. What does this tell, the electorate? Have we become of age, or even to the politicians?
I think it's pretty shocking, especially for the names that you have mentioned. These are seasoned politicians. As it does happen in every election, there's always a wave that happens. In every, for example, 2013 we had a NASA wave. In 2017 we had the Accord, then we have the NASA. 2017.
Yes.
And now there was this Kenya Kwanza wave on this side and the Azimio on the other side. And all those parties had their strongholds. So anybody in a certain stronghold who stood in a different political party, regardless of their reputation as a political bigwigs, would not stand. And you have seen even Gideon Moi has fallen in Baringo. So actually these people refused to read the mood on the ground. That is the honest truth. Because there was a wave that was sweeping through their region, and they decided to be loyal to the head of their coalition.
Right,
and they fell off.
Allow me to cut you short briefly, and let's go through the graphics on number of MPs who so far won this particular election. Director, if you have them, maybe you can run them pretty fast. There you have it. We have got... welcome back. Now, those are the graphics and the figures of who are some of the winners in this general election. We'll continue to give you the latest as we get them. We have got winners in different jurisdictions, different constituencies. Who are the winners in those particular places? We are preparing that for you, so be sure to get them as and when we get them in our studios here. So coming back to you, Mark, you are making your submission before we took a break. You may continue.
Yes, as I was saying, as it does happen in every election, we always have this element of a wave. When a party becomes popular in a region, anybody who vies in that region on a different party or coalition always becomes a casualty, regardless of how good they are or how popular they are with the people. So those who became victims, the bigwigs that became victims, failed to read the mood on the ground, or they knew the truth. As for those whom you mentioned earlier, I think they decided to remain loyal to their party leader and to stand with him. I'm sure they knew the potential consequences of their decisions, and as you can rightfully see, they have become victims of the wave.
Yes.
Yeah. Not because that they are bad leaders, but the victims of the wave. And that has happened everywhere, even in Nyanza, even in Lower Eastern. So that's not a new phenomenon. They just fail to align.
Perhaps somebody could say that they don't see what the ground is saying. Our ground in Asemani.
Exactly. They refuse to listen to the ground. Yeah, they refuse to put their ears on the ground.
And that really informs the dynamic effect of our Kenyan politics. It's never stagnant, right,
Exactly.
Jen?
Yes, it is, as he said, actually, we've had a lot of influence on issues of political parties. Which is the political party that is speaking on your ground, on your constituency or on your county? It's very important to understand that. However, I think we are also growing to a very important space in our politics, whereby people are more informed on political issues, people are informed on political processes, and you see that most of the victims that have been, who are victims, they have been quite on the forefront on the issues of politics, the processes of politics for the last 5 years. And as they were playing their games, their presentation, maybe representing or aligning themselves to the party leadership and being loyal to the party leadership, there is also the other aspect of what is right, what is truthful, what is, what are our aspirations as a people, and as people who actually made you the leader. We made you the leader for us as a people, and we expect you to push forth our aspirations, our issues more, and more importantly, speak to us, represent us, understand us. That is very important, and I think that's what the voters are telling the leaders, that I think before you even go beyond the party leadership, the party issues, first of all, the voter. Why did we vote you in? We vote you to go and represent us, to go and address our issues, to come back to us and listen to us, what is the way forward and where do we want to go. And thereafter be able to, if you don't do that, then we still have the next time and we'll actually communicate to us effectively or communicate to you effectively by making sure that you don't go back.
All right. All right. Yes.
Yeah. I think she's mentioned something that's very important. It's also a good sign for us as a democracy. I think it's a sign that the electorate are becoming mature, more informed. They know the power of the ballot, and they are not shy to exercise that power. That is also an element that is at play right now.
All right. Matthew, what's the take on that? We've seen big names falling by the wayside. Is this surprising?
I think for majority of the ones in Mount Kenya, it is not as surprising, because there was a sense in which you expected UDA to have quite a significant following within Mount Kenya, because even though we were saying, you could expect 30% for Azimio, 30% for Azimio still means 70% for UDA. And downstream, what that means is that you're likely to have all these other positions going to UDA. What is surprising is that the independent candidates and Jubilee candidates, you don't see that kind of a bit of. We expected some of them to make it through. We expected in certain counties, for instance in Kiambu, perhaps Jubilee to win 1 or 2 seats. We expected some seats perhaps in Murang'a, in Nyeri. I think the surprising thing is that there isn't that mix at all, and it's a clean sweep for UDA. I think in other counties the the elections have gone as expected, although there could be a few surprises. I think in Nyamira, I think in Kisii, there are a few surprises there. I think UDA has taken a seat there that I don't think anybody expected them to win.
The governorship in Nyamira.
Yeah, and I think there's an MP. Is it Kitutu, the one for Jimmy?
Yeah, there are about 2 MPs in Kisii County.
Yes, that are a bit. How did that happen? So a few upsets here and there, but pretty much the rest of the country has stayed consistent. Mount Kenya, we expected some independent candidates to win, but somehow nobody made it.
I'll take you up on that in a bit, but Mark talks about the maturity and voters understanding their power through the ballot. But when about 10 million people, or say 8 million people, don't come out to vote, do they really understand the power of the ballot?
Of course, it's quite disheartening that about 10 million people could either abstain from voting or just fail to vote for whatever reason. It's really bad for democracy, because if you fail to elect, you have also made a decision. Someone is going to be elected who is going to represent you, and perhaps they are going to further something you don't like. The electorate, I think they also have a right. It's not a must that they vote. So again, people have a right to sit home and vote. What we do not know is what happened that 10 million people just stayed away from voting. Was there voter apathy? Was there something happening? Because it's not normal that that is about almost 35% of the voters did not turn up to vote. So perhaps at that stage, going forward, the relevant institutions, including the IEBC, people will have to be sensitized. I think perhaps there was no proper civic education to people, why it is very important to go out and vote. There was civic education on how you're going to vote, but perhaps people are never told how important it is to vote. Because if people know how important it is to elect their own leaders, to make that choice, then people are going to turn out in big numbers.
36% doesn't turn out to vote, because Chebukati says it's a 64% turnout. 36 do not turn out to vote. The pollsters were telling us only 6% is undecided. Looks like they missed it way off mark. This is a very unique election in the sense that nobody would predict the outcome so far.
I think they were decided. They were just decided not to vote.
Okay.
So that you realize, and I've encountered quite a few people, and some of the reasons that you pick up as to why people did not vote, there are a few. The dominant ones are, one, some Kenyans just felt like, what are we choosing? What's the choice? These people are the same lot that have been there time and time again. They are back again telling us the same things, promising us the same things that don't make a difference when we vote. So really, there is not that much hope that these manifestos, whatever agenda that they are advocating, will be implemented. And so there's that sense of, it doesn't make sense for me to go and line up and do this. The second thing is the economy. The economic situation for a lot of Kenyans is very difficult. And so you will find a lot of people, for example, who vote in upcountry but work in Nairobi, did not travel. Because the choice is between putting that fuel in your car or taking some 600 shillings out of your meager earnings and traveling, say, to Nyeri, or taking 1,000 shillings and traveling to Western to go and vote. And when you think about it, you're like, you know what, I don't think I can manage. So let me just wait it out. I cannot afford to travel to go and vote. So there's that group of people who did not travel to go and vote. And then there's also another group that did not vote also because of difficult economic times, even though they could have managed to vote because they were proximate to their polling stations. But they felt that life has been too difficult, you know, in the last few years, perhaps especially after COVID, and they just don't feel like they feel there's some anger, you know, there's some anger, and that frustration is what they are trying to show, that we are frustrated, we don't feel like we are thriving, we don't feel like we are part and parcel of this country, and so there is no, we will not vote, and that's the group that is a bit upset. So there's apathy based on there is no hope. Then there is, we don't have resources to travel, so those ones, they could have wanted to vote, but they couldn't afford to go and vote. And then there's this other group that is angry and frustrated about the economic situation. Yeah.
As you talk about that, because you had talked about Mount Kenya, and I promised I would take you up on it, is there a sense of underestimation of the voter? So much so that the Jubilee expected to scoop, even if not all seats, about 3-2 somewhere. Looking at Moranga is a clean sweep. Looking at Nyeri is a clean sweep. I think only Nyandarua, Jubilee is likely to get 1 seat. But looking at the entire Mount Kenya region, it appears like UDA is almost taking everything away. Is there a sense of underestimation of the voter?
I think there was a sense in which Jubilee was extremely impervious to feedback. Extremely. That it was very difficult to have a conversation with people running, matters, and trying to explain them that we have a problem here, because there was that sense of confidence that we just need to go to the ground and remind them the kind of work that Jubilee has done for the last period of time, and they should be able to consider us favorably. And they did not realize that the grievances that were being highlighted were real. And one of them, for instance, was the issue of this dispute between the president and the deputy president. And the question, and for the longest time in the mountain, was, what is it that happened that we need to betray this gentleman? Can you tell us, so that we are able to follow with you why it is that we need to not keep our promise? Because remember, Mount Kenya people are business people, and they thrive on being able to gain trust with their clients. So it is important to them to be a people who can be believed, because that's how they do business wherever they go, in Mombasa, in Kisumu. They should be able to say, give me your fish, I'll pay you tomorrow. So now coming back and telling them, betray this person, and you're not giving a legitimate reason. And I think you must have heard over the course of the last 5 years, some of them saying, it's okay if the president can come and explain to us what exactly happened, then we would be able to follow through with this agenda that he has. The other thing is, there was this agenda of unity vis-a-vis the issue of the economy. And what Kenyans were saying, and I remember when the Kiamba by-election happened, I went back and I wondered what happened. Why is it that we did not win that seat? And what you heard is, you've built for me a road, fine. It's fine, the road literally is at my doorstep, so I'm very happy. But I walk on that I walk on that tarmac, but when I enter my house, I cannot afford gas, okay? I cannot afford the kind of food that I want to feed my family, and just life is just too difficult. And so this talk of development and delivery was disconnected, because people just felt that much poorer with the economic times. And I think you cannot blame really so much the Jubilee government, because they had a very difficult time in this second term because of COVID. But people feel the way they feel, and they have to blame somebody, and so Jubilee was blamed for the difficulties that came with the economic depression that happened because of COVID. So I think what I would have urged Jubilee, if it was me to decide, I would have changed my messaging from national unity and delivery to try and project a sense of understanding of the people's economic situation, try to respond to that, and show that I am hearing what you're saying and I'm working on it. But you saw that happened very late in the day with the subsidy on unga. It happened just a few weeks to elections, and still it didn't even work. Fuel was still going up and up and up and up until we were at 160. Gas again started going down just, I think, 2 weeks to elections. So if some of these things had been deployed a lot earlier, then maybe Mount Kenya would have felt like, okay, I think we are being heard, there's a response, and these people are feeling our pain. But that didn't happen, so I think they decided to punish the administration with a defiant and resounding vote saying we are going to UDA.
All right, the Jubilee Party took the 4. Looking at the turnout past the mark,
yes.
It appears like the job for the next administration is clearly cut because you have quite a huge population that feels disenfranchised in the sense that they don't even want to participate in elections.
Well, as my sister has highlighted some of the issues, you know, the economic situation is really hard on the people. If someone were to make a choice between traveling from Nairobi to Western or Nyanza to go and cast their vote and save that money to buy some maize meal for their families, they would obviously choose the latter. And that is the case because, as we all know, the food prices are at all-time high, and the fuel prices are also at all-time high. So all those things, and also considering the messaging of the two main coalitions, I think it's left people, this one is saying these ones are like this, these ones are saying these ones are like this. Now, people are saying, okay, like Madam has said, these people have been around for a long time. We know all of them. All of them have just, you know, it's just the case of a different forest, but the same monkeys. And so that one also contributed a lot. But earlier you mentioned something about what happened to how that Jubilee has not been able to get even a single vote on the mountain. It's something that is, to me, the outcome has really left the party leader with a lot of egg on the face. If we look back about 2 years ago, the governor-elect of Murang'a wrote a letter to the president. And the response was from the president's handlers and those who are close in Jubilee was, who gave you the authority? This is not true. And that is a long time. They would have run their own research to confirm whether this is true and made some amends. But they ignored it, they branded him names, and now what has happened in Murang'a has actually left the president with egg on his face and vindicated the man, the AKA Mr. Barua. So those are some of the things that that have...
Kirungu Kangata.
Exactly, Kirungu Kangata.
Right. Okay, because... yeah, if just can come in, Jane. But then there's that aspect you're talking about, Jubilee has not performed. Let's talk about, there's that aspect of delivery, development. We have got reality and politics.
Yes.
All these four combined will either make or break a candidate. But let's just be realistic here. On a scale of 1 to 10, has the Jubilee not performed in the country? Because the way Lydia has put it, when you talk about delivery and infrastructure, you can drive right now from here to Turkana, not experiencing a Maram road. That is the reality. But the politicians will have to con it to look so gross that what is important, first of all, is food.
Yes.
The other side will also come and say, okay, sir, you have food, but how are you going to access the road? How are you going to access the market? So the aspect of reality, delivery, development, and politics at play. How do you distinguish all these four?
Okay, thank you so much. I think before I pick that, I also want to contribute towards the aspect of, performance of Jubilee in Mount Kenya.
Yes.
And I think I'm looking at it from the perspective of Kenyans really having had embraced the agenda of 20 years, because that is what Jubilee presented to us. That 10 years Uhuru, 10 years Ruto. That's what they sold, and they really sold that. And the people from the mountain bought that, and they were settled with that. So, and then Uhuru did not prepare them. There was not much preparation because it was just a jump, and there was the handshake, which the people on the ground were not well prepared. It was actually, it just emerged like it is him alone, him alone. That was actually an undoing on him, because before he went for if he would have prepared the ground such that by the time he went for the handshake, he would have moved with the people. This time around, it was like, oh, what is happening? Nobody is informed what is happening. This is what is happening. This is the direction we are going. And he took the lead and tried to get some people behind him to sell the concept of handshake. And these are the losers, or the people who have actually, all of them has lost. Because they did not carry the people along with them to move to the handshake. That's their undoing. And then when you come now to the question of development agenda, yes, they may have done a lot of development, but these developments are, they are not sensitive to the priorities of the people. The infrastructure is good, we need it. The country looks beautiful, but at what cost? It has costed us a lot of money. We have borrowed so heavily, and the pockets, people's pockets are actually zero. Businesses are dying. People are, getting poorer every day. And the purpose of living becomes a frustration. So the government, I think, they needed to look at the priorities.
But it's safe to say that this is just a global issue. I mean, before even said that my pocket, your pocket are dry, but we had a global issue. For example, the corona aspect is a global issue.
Yes. But even within the perspective of global, we need to look at, within this challenge, what are the challenges, how do we respond to it? How do we come back to the ground and ensure that our people are recovering from this global challenge and being able to make the baby steps towards economic delivery. So when we did not go back to that and supported the business person, supported the economy, supported the ground to be able to arise, and we went into big projects, big projects that are consuming a lot of money, borrowing and all that, and we forgot the real person. Then because of those big projects, people are being taxed heavily. There's heavy taxation, there's heavy push of all this. The business people are frustrated. There's this person knocking, the other person knocking, the taxpayer is coming, and that alone, so that we can pay the debt, so that we can meet the economic needs of the nation. So there is, the business is not performing, the government is not supporting the process of economic development, growth, and yet it's coming back to you to be able to pay the tax, to be able to meet the needs of the nation. So all these were a frustration.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I think when you come to the issue of Jubilee performance, I remember a few months ago, I think 2 to 3 months ago, I was somewhere with Brother Kioria was there with me and with another brother. And we were discussing what was happening on the ground that day. And the other brother said, when I look at what is going on here, I see what makes sense and I can clearly see what makes sense and what makes political sense. And so there is a difference between what makes sense and what makes political sense. And so there are some decisions that were made to continue with the important development or legacy projects, as it were.
Yes.
In total disregard of the situation that was happening on the ground. I think it would have been good if the government would have gone back and looked at its priorities and considered the people, because all those projects were facilitated with the money that was borrowed. And that money still needed to be paid. We still needed to service our debts, which was very high. And all that was going to be paid by the same people who are being pushed down and weighed down by the effects of the pandemic. So when you look at it, there is one thing that you want to live and live something that is visible, but at the same time, the people who are going to carry the weight have been bogged down by a pandemic and might take quite a while to recover. So those are some of the things that are going on that really did not sit well with the majority of the people.
Yes, 1 second, Jane, before you get to carry on.
Yeah, I would also say that the aspect of the president coming to launch the projects, especially the development agenda projects, towards the very last days of the campaign was also not very positive, because these projects are expected, if they were going through the natural process, they were supposed to mature and to get ready to be launched at their own time, even far much ahead before the campaign. But when they are launched and they are maturing, they're getting ready at that particular time, it looked cosmetic.
But perhaps we can just give it to the president's diary, Jen. It was a tight diary, all right?
It was a tight diary, but I think he had all the years. Those
right.
projects are supposed to mature naturally.
All these reactions coming from Lydia's statements that, Mount Kenya, Jen, you'll have a time to respond to that. Curia.
All right. And we'll talk about, the Jubilee Party enough in terms of how it has fared. Because when you look at UDA and ODM have fairly done well in this election, actually exceptionally well, both parties. But Jubilee Party as a national party appears to have dimmed its fortunes somehow, and we'll talk about it. But let's head over to Bungoma County. Alan Oko is on standby. Let's get to hear what is happening in Bungoma. Alan Oko, good morning. What's the latest?
Good morning to you, John Jacob Curia and Victor Lo in studio. Here in Bungoma County, we are coming to you live from Bungoma High School, which is the constituency tallying center of Kandui constituency. Here we still have the announcements to be made because of the huge amounts of ballot boxes that were still coming in from various polling centers in this constituency. Would you believe right now they have not yet announced any winner yet, but they're just about to announce the winner in this constituency. Bungoma County has 9 constituencies, and Kandui is the biggest one of all these 9 constituencies. But just to give you an update on the others, since we are covering Bungoma County, we did have Martin Wanyonyi taking Webuye East of the Ford Kenya party, and we did also have John Waluke taking Sirisia constituency. He's from Jubilee Party, and we have final Kabuchai constituency MP results as well, where Majimbo Kalasinga of Ford Kenya took the seat with 37,627 votes. And then we had Evans Kaikai, who was now the closest with 2,651 votes. We also have Kimilili going to UDA through Dismas Baraza, who, as you know, is still not available because of the issues and the incidents that happened where he's a person of interest, where we saw yesterday the office of the director of prosecutions just issuing that alert that they are actually still looking for him. But overall, we are still here, and actually just besides me, you cannot see, but there's a huge wall of physical seats beside me here, separating us and candidates on the other side, where we have also the former senator of Bungoma, Moses Watangula, and other candidates as well, just waiting for the announcements that will be made just behind me here. They're just doing final tallying, and then we'll have that done so that we'll be able now to go to the county tallying center. So then we'll be able now to get the gubernatorial and senatorial tallies and votes. This is because when we talked to Grace Rono, who is the county returning officer, she told us that they want to be perfect in this job, so they cannot be rushed, and they will do it meticulously. That is why this has taken quite a bit of time. We've been here the whole night just waiting for this exercise to complete, and it seems we'll be here for a bit more time. Then we transfer to the county tallying center just to get a feel of getting who is going to win these high-level leadership roles in this county, notably also get something on former Senate Speaker Ken Lusaka, who is also contesting for the Senate seat here in Bungoma County. But as for now, that is what is happening. We're here waiting, and of course we'll patch you in once we start getting the announcements, where we expect a winner to be announced very, very soon. And people are expecting the front runner here, John Makali, to take this particular constituency, Kandui constituency, as we wait. But for now, back to you in studio, Victor and JJ.
Interesting. Very interesting things there. Because he talks about the candidate for Ford Kenya. That means Wafula Wamunyinyi, who is the party leader of a DAP Kenya party, a new party in Western Kenya. Then it appears like his ambitions are headed for headwinds. And clearly looks like Moses Wetangula has claimed Bungoma for himself in Bungoma. Let's come back in studio, Wakili Alex, and talk about Jubilee and its structural weaknesses, because we saw a near-fight for leadership in there until the president came in to rein in and put new leadership. But it still appears like it didn't, function. The question is, because looking at Jubilee, the Secretary General is fallen, the Director of Elections is fallen. Do you think the structural weaknesses in the party could have contributed to the fall?
Most definitely. The structural weaknesses contributed, but as other speakers have already said, there was a major problem with Jubilee that perhaps Jubilee was not very receptive to listen to and to address. And that has contributed to the fall of Jubilee. And most of the areas where Jubilee had its strongholds, those areas were captured by the Deputy President. And the Deputy President did an excellent job in marketing his agenda to the people. He first of all started by dissociating himself from Jubilee. That's what he did. That was the first thing he did. He dissociated himself from the major project that Jubilee was conducting, roads and other things, and then went down to the common man's struggle. He said, well, there are people who do not have jobs. How can we create them? There are people who do not have food. How can they get it? There are people who are being harassed by the government and its policies. How can we help? Like border borders and mama bogas. So this is what the Deputy President did. And then he managed to get a good team to sell his agenda in those areas. When the President was, I think, continuing to do his work, I think the Deputy President and his lieutenants were busy marketing in these areas. And so in Mount Kenya, it was very easy to lock out these people, because when the President finally came to address the issues, it was already late. The people are saying, well, our business has been affected. We are being harassed by KRA, courtesy of the government. Our businesses are closing down. Our people do not have food. Our hospitals do not have medicine. Our kids cannot go to school. So there are many things. And so even if you are to build a road, a highway at the middle of our towns, that doesn't count for us. And so when this agenda had already been sold to the people, and the people understood it, and together with the fact that the Mount Kenya people had been sold the Railaphobia agenda for decades. And the President only had about 2 or 3 years to undo it, which was very difficult. So by the time the President tried to go down, it was already too late. And I think the people were interested in other things, things like employment, things like food. And also the fact that the President had said he was going to support the Deputy President, and now he wasn't supporting him without a clear reason, at least as some speaker has said. Right. The people didn't feel that there was a clear reason for it.
Okay, when you think about Mount Kenya, posters had predicted, though it appears like now views by posters have been made nonsense by this election, but pollsters had predicted that Mount Kenya would be the ultimate determinant of who wins this election, particularly in the presidential poll, seeing that there were 2 running mates, actually almost 4 running mates coming from Mount Kenya. But when you look at the 2 major coalitions, Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua, do you still think that holds?
It would have held if there had been high voter turnout. If there were, say, an extra 2 million people that had shown up across the country, and maybe say a million coming from Mount Kenya, Ruto would be president right now without much ado, because it would have tilted heavily in his favor. The same thing would go for, say, places like Nyanza. If the voter turnout had escalated as had been anticipated, then Raila would be in the clear lead if the There's apathy in Mount Kenya, but there's high turnout in Kisumu, and the opposite holds true for Ruto. So definitely the enemy of progress in this election has been the people who did not come out to vote. That is going to become ultimately the determinant of this election, is that the people who did not show up are likely to be the ones who decide the person who becomes president, which is a strange, paradox. Then if you think about the kind of expectation that we had for Mount Kenya, the running mates were not expected to really drive the numbers so high, because if you remember, even with Azimio, the pollsters were saying, they were not very wrong, they were saying Raila is likely to get about 24% of the vote in Mount Kenya, which is of whatever vote has been cast, Raila has managed to get, within the threshold of about 20%. Of course, the numbers are a little lower in places like Kirinyaga, in places like Embu, Tharaka-Nithi, the percentage is a little lower. It's a little high in places like Kiambu, but it is averagely is going to hold at around 20%. So they were not completely wrong. But also remember, polling in this country has stopped being a science. It is now what you call a tool for political narrative building. So politicians, and I believe pollsters as well, have gotten now into it as a business for, how do we construct which narrative, and therefore which numbers do we project, and how do we do it so that a particular narrative can be driven forward. One thing I'd tell you about the fortunes of Jubilee is that there is a certain posture that was adopted by the people who were running the party and at the center of government at some point, where anybody who began to question this agenda of betrayal, much earlier on, but what is this that we are doing? Why are we suddenly turning our backs on the deputy president? We are not very sure. We're talking about, say, 2018, 2019. Even just hesitating, even the people who just hesitatedly and just asked, but what is happening? What's going on? And then they would maybe continue to keep the company of Ruto. The government came at them so hard. And that sort of like a very strongman approach to this situation also cemented a certain feeling within the people of the mountain. People like Dindinyoro were created by that posture. People like Gachagua were created by that posture. People like Imani Ichung'wah were created by that posturing. And so I think if really we are a people who can sit down and reflect, that is one of the things that occasioned the situation. Because remember, the people of the mountain don't like to kulala chini kama bahasha. If you're not explaining to them something in a way that it makes sense, they're not going to bow down to whatever you're trying to do. And the more you push, the more defiant they get. And then we started to instrumentalize the institutions of state to begin to say, oh, this one is this one is that, you're arresting this person, you're arresting the other person. If we had been a little gentle, a little more persuasive, a little more interactive to explain to each other what was going on, and also if we had maintained the family, within a family, if you're the parent, maybe your children don't always see eye to eye, but they're both your children. So if it had been me who was asked, I would have said, okay, this is a government of Jubilee. The ones who feel like we shouldn't betray Ruto, and the ones who feel like we should find a different path, all of them are our children. Let's work with both of them to continue to advance the agenda of the Jubilee Party, and then at the end there we will figure out how to work out the politics. But what you saw is a complete shunning of this lot that was continuing to associate with the deputy president, and then you are left with a very small group of people now who are trying to to hold on to this other agenda. So I think there's some mistakes that were made there. Unfortunately, there will not be any reckoning because the president is also going home, so he's not going to hold anybody to account, for anything. But if we are a people. He had an opportunity, maybe he still has, because remember he has said he's not going anywhere. It is his wish, according to his last address to the people of the mountain, to continue serving in some way, helping the community to address its challenges. And so my belief is that the president will look at how this voting has happened, perhaps take a minute to reflect, see how to change tact, so that he can also continue to be to maintain, a certain sway with the people of the mountain.
All right, holding sway to the people of a mountain. By the way, Victor, it will interest you to know that the longest serving member of parliament in the Republic of Kenya, Jimmy Angwenyi, has also fallen. In Kitutu Church and North, he's out, I think beaten by a UDA candidate. That means the longest serving members, including Naomi Shaban, have left the chambers of the National Assembly. And I'll pose this question to both Pastor Mark and our dear lady there. Question being, this attrition rate, and I had asked that to Wakili, this attrition rate, does it risk taking away institutional memory of Parliament, in the sense that we remove experienced people and then have quote-unquote greenhorns that you obviously have to induct before they catch up? Pastor?
Well, it's true, but unfortunately for the vote on the ground, who cares about institutional memory? For them, as long as you are not on the right side of history, you go back to your village. Yeah. If you want to be a farmer, go be a farmer. If you want to go and hustle in the city, go hustle in the city. So for the voter on the ground, for us professionals, we can look at it and feel there is need for institutional memory. But the vote on the ground, if your message does not resonate with them, if your message does not capture their need at the moment, and appreciate the context that you are in that particular election, nobody is indispensable. And as I said earlier, I think the days, there are days when some politicians would barely go to campaign and they would be elected. But now, it doesn't matter who you are, you have to be on the ground. And your message has to resonate with the people. If it doesn't, they will send you packing. And I think the electorate are becoming more emboldened to the point that nobody is absolutely indispensable. And that is good for a democracy. And it is also a lesson to our political class not to take the electorate for granted. Going forward, I see in the next 2 electoral cycles, things are not going to be the same. As Victor said earlier, things are becoming very dynamic. Very dynamic in the sense that the electorate are unpredictable. You don't take them for granted. So I think going forward, the political class are really going to be walking on eggshells, because they know these people are empowered and they know the power of their vote.
What do you make of that, Jen?
Actually,
and even if you respond to that, because it's connected really to the issue of the crowds that you usually, what we saw on political rallies, it was either yellow or blue to the end.
Yeah.
But then right now we're talking about voter apathy. Surely, mtu atasema kwani kuliendaje? Take it away.
Okay. I think the question of experience is also something that we really faced as a Ghana, because people are asking us, your candidate is not experienced. And
where was Reverend?
Yes. And I would say that we are getting into a new political dispensation whereby people are very informed, and we are getting to understand more and more the purpose of leaders and their role. What are their role and all that. So with that understanding, I think we need to get new leaders who are going to be able to move with the people to be able to take Kenya where we are supposed to go. Because as you're saying, we are having a population or a people that is more informed, more exposed, and they are politically willing to engage on the positive aspect of it. So we need to get leaders that are really going to be now to move with the expectation of the day. You see that, for example, the leaders who have been there for all the years, they may not know that, they may not be able to come to the point of change whereby it's not about how much school fees you pay for my children, it's not about how much, all those, the takeaways that people have associated with politicians. But it's about how do you go and make it possible for development.
Yes.
That I can be able as a business person, as a farmer, as whatever I'm doing, as be able to gain from the politics of the day,
right,
and be able to develop me, my family, my community, and us as a nation together.
So essentially what we're talking about is that the packaging right now should be completely different. Because
it's completely
from
different.
2002 to 97, almost all these politicians, if you looked, including your party leader, perhaps picked a few things from one manifesto and said, okay, it's about economy, this is what I'm going to talk about, economy.
Yeah.
But now how that message was packaged is the difference.
It's very different.
That's precisely the point. You see, one of the responsibilities of a leader is to cast the vision.
Yes.
And once they've cast the vision, the people interrogate that vision. And over time, I think there's also an element of managing change. Our political dynamics have changed. And especially for the veterans, as Brother Kyoria has said, there's a sense in which a politician, you get used to doing things in a certain way.
Yeah.
And
to get comfortable with it.
Exactly, you get comfortable with it. And when change comes, change sometimes can come in a very subtle way. Because politics is always noisy and messy. And so that's normal for a politician. So that in such an environment, it's difficult for a politician to notice, especially one who is used to winning elections, to notice that the dynamics have changed. And so one of the responsibilities of a leader is to cast the vision and to appreciate the context, to appreciate what is happening in the now, and to align their current vision to what is happening in the now and sell that vision to the people, so that if you do not change or if you don't cast the vision well, the level of buy-in to your vision will be low, and that is what the people will use as a basis for deciding either to vote for you or to vote for the next alternative.
And perhaps that's why most the Kenya electorate, they vote their leaders out, because perhaps it's on the table of the leaders not to be in tandem with the changing times. Because as you correctly put it, a leader who's been elected today should have a focus on the 2027. What are the demographics, the economic situation, or probably the country, where will we be in 2027? And you can take that home. Kyoria, it's an interesting debate here. I don't know what you're talking about in terms of your future. Are you focused on 2027 as well?
Absolutely. It's something every politician needs to have a look at and probably take stock. But now we head over to Bomas of Kenya. Sarafina Robi is in Bomas of Kenya. We expect a press conference from Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the IEBC. Sarafina, good morning. What's the latest from Bomas?
Indeed, a very good morning, JJ. We're coming to you live from the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. And as of now, what we can report is that we're able to see different representatives of the leading parties in the ongoing election process, whereby we have been able to spot a couple of representatives, such as, if my cameraman can show you, we've been able to spot Gladys Boschole, as well as who is a representative of Kenya Kwanza. We've also been able to spot Caroline Karogo and other representatives of the main parties that are currently leading according to the results that continue to stream in into the IEBC portal. And also this being the second day after the main election day, which was on the 9th of August, is that we continue to expect an update from the chair of the IEBC, who is Wafula Chebukati, given that last night, he was expected to address members of the media to just tell us how far the numbers are, but that was postponed. So we are expecting him any moment from now, given that we're told that update will come in here at the auditorium at around 10 a.m. And as of the update that we got yesterday from the chair was that about 65% of Kenyans had already cast their votes, which is a representative of about 14 million out of the expected 22 million who are registered and expected to vote in this general election. And also, as of yesterday, also one of the constituencies that had been elections had been adjourned at that particular area, which is Elders in Wajir County. The chair was able to tell us that elections kicked off bright and early from that particular place at around 6 a.m. So we are expecting to also get an update on how that's faring on, given that he had also mentioned that there were insecurities in that part of the country. He was also able to tell us of a few errors that they had experienced as a commission in particular places such as Rakwaro in Rongo, Migori County, as well as Anabkoi and Sabaot, whereby he said that in some of the places they erroneously uploaded Form 34B, Form 35A instead of the expected Form 34A, and that had been corrected, and they will be expecting, or they were expecting to get now the physical forms of Forms 34A and 34B here at the National Tallying Center. And right now here at the auditorium, we can't really say that we've been able to see some of the returning officers from the county tallying centers who were expected to come at this particular place, who are being waited for here so that they can present the physical forms to the IEBC officials who, as you can see, are already on standby here at the auditorium, ready to receive the forms 34A and 34B from the county returning offices, so that they can be able to verify them against those that were sent via the digital platforms, and thereafter they'll be able to record them and hand them over to the chair, Wafula Chebukati, who will then be able to do the collation and thereafter declare the results. And also this auditorium, as he had updated us yesterday, is that they will be doing the tallying of the presidential votes, and also he is the only person who is expected to declare results. Also, he was just able to tell Kenyans if they're doing any other parallel tallying, they can do that, given that the results continue to stream in through the IEBC portal, but they are not allowed to do the declaration. He's the only person who is allowed by the Constitution to do the declaration of the results. Also, JJ, if I can tell you on what we are seeing here, the auditorium from the screens that have been put up here, is that as of now, there are about the Form 34As that have been streaming in are about 99.73%, which is a representation of 46,105 from 105 polling stations out of the expected 46,220, I believe, because the screens are so far. And if my cameraman can show you, that's what we are able to see right now from the screens here at the auditorium, Bomas of Kenya, as we continue to wait for the chair and the other commissioners to come and continue giving us an update if they've been able to receive any forms from the returning officers from different places, which you've been able to see. Some have already have already declared who is leading in different counties for the gubernatorial seats. So they are expected here any time from now to bring the physical forms, which will be verified, and the chair will now declare the official results of who has won. To you, JJ.
All right, Serafina, before I let you go, very quick one. You talk about tabulation, but there's a status update to expect from the IEBC. Are you aware what time it's supposed to come, Serafina?
Yes, please. Come again.
You're talking about tabulation and what Wafula Chebukati expects, obviously, so he can declare results. But there's a status update we expected from the IEBC. What time is it?
I can't get too clearly, but according to the tallying that is expected, that's what they're going to update us. But from what we are getting from the tabulations that we can see from the screens that have been put here at the auditorium, is that we are able to see that the Form 34As that have already arrived or have already been updated into the portal are about 99.73%, which represent 46,100, represent forms received from 46,105 polling station out of the expected 46,229 Curia.
you very much, Serafina Robi. Some breakdown of communication there. We're still on standby for the IEBC and obviously deal with the question of how far they are in terms of receiving the physical forms so they can be able to tell us who is the eventual winner of this election. Because media houses can tally, that's true, though it appears like we really slumping a bit on the job, but IEBC is the official institution that declares the results. We go to Mombasa now. We link up with Ann Boru. Ann Boru, good morning. What's the latest from Mombasa?
Good morning to you, to John Jacob Curie at Broadcasting House. And once again, Mombasa is a bit cold this morning, but we're braving the weather. So we've been here for the last 2-3 days, ensuring that Mombasa residents get to know what Nyali constituents have decided to get the MP, and also as they practice their constitutional rights of voting on the 9th of August this year. This is Nyali constituency, and we're coming live to you from the National Industrial Training Authority, which is Nyali County, Nyali Sub-County Tallying Center. So we've been here ensuring that residents and Kenyans also understand what is happening here in Nyali constituency. Nyali constituency is among the counties in Mombasa, sub-counties in Mombasa County, since we have 6 sub-counties in this area, Nyali being one of them. We have Jomvu sub-county, we have Changamwe sub-county, we have Kisauni, we have Likoni, and Mvita sub-county. So Nyali constituency so far has 124,253 registered voters, and it has 5 wards so far, and these wards include Kazandani, Ziwalangombe, Mkomani, Kongowea, and Freer Town. So far right now, what I can say is that we have 134 polling centers that have been verified. The results have been verified. We have 195 polling centers in this area. So far, as you can see right behind me, business is almost going to end, because we're remaining with a bit of 3 polling centers, so that we can go to the next stage, which is verification, and then maybe we shall be able to know who has won in this constituency, so that they can be handed their certificate. This sub-county has been able to attract 9 aspirants of the MP position, and we have 76 of the MCAs. So initially we have
do you have any provisional results so far in regards to how the candidates in Nyali are doing?
So far, what you can say is that the incumbent is still in the lead, and the others are following it closely.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. And we'll be coming back to you later to probably also update us on the results of the other positions available in Mombasa, of course, except the gubernatorial position. There was not, or rather the election was not being held on Tuesday up until the 23rd. On this end, would I want us to discuss about, and Lydia, you alluded a bit to it, but Alex, the question of running mates discharging the burden of expectation, because there was what each deputy presidential candidate was supposed to present to the ticket. Do you think the 4 discharged that duty?
To some extent, but perhaps they didn't meet the expectations. For instance, I can say, for instance, the reason why Mr. Raila chose Martha. One, she wanted to have a sway on the women, and secondly, on the people of the mountain. I do not think that he really managed to get a significant shift, because if that was true, then perhaps we'll be seeing the people of the mountain voting, at least getting a 25 to 30%, which we haven't seen. What I can say is, I think the candidates themselves had done proper groundwork, and the voting as it has been done, people are voting because of the principle of the main candidate. So most people who have voted for Dr. William Ruto, they have voted for him because he did his groundwork, not necessarily because he chose Mr. Gachagua to be his running mate. And most people who have voted for Mr. Odinga, they have voted for him because he's Odinga and not because he chose Martha Karua as a running mate. Yeah, but at least for Martha, I can say it had a little sway on the women of this country, especially the educated women. Yes. Yeah.
Quite an interesting one there, especially the educated ones.
Yeah, all of them are very...
Absolutely. Discharging the burden of expectation.
I don't think that Martha Karua, it's easy to assess how she's delivered. But I think one of the ways that we can begin to look is perhaps look at her hometown and see, how Kirinyaga has voted, her constituency, and her polling station. And I think if you look at it that way, then you begin to see that there could be issues, because if you cannot deliver your own polling station, leave alone the ward or the constituency, her own polling station, I think Ruto surpassed, had a lot more votes than Raila. And so that means then that she was not able to persuade even just a small community around where she comes from that this is the right way to go. And I don't think if you look at the kind of numbers that you see, that even all of the women in that particular station went with her. So if I assess it from that angle, I don't think Martha Karua was able to deliver, even though it's difficult to analyze per se, because you can't see the women. So the only data we can really use is maybe the polling station, the constituency, and the...
Hold on, we'll come back to you to look at Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua. So Victor takes us to Kirinyaga.
Absolutely, and Gladys Mungai is on standby. Just exactly what leader is talking about, and let's get to understand what's happening right from the ground in Kirinyaga. Gladys Mungai, good morning. We spoke yesterday. What is the latest development as at now?
Good morning to you, Victor Olo, at our broadcasting house. We are live at Kirinyaga County, and this is Kirugoya Boys, where the final tally of the Kirinyaga Central constituency votes cast on 9th are currently underway. I would say that the tallying is 99% complete, and in about an hour, because after the finalization of the vote announcing as well as matters verification and confirmation, the returning officer in charge of this particular constituency tallying center goes ahead to announce the final tally. This particular exercise went on for the better part of last night and even today morning, getting to the completion stage around 30 minutes ago. And so what we are witnessing at the back is just final preparation before that particular vote is announced finally at this particular stage. You remember that this particular county has over 400 registered voters, and Kirinyaga Central has 76,021 registered voters. And in this particular Kirinyaga Central constituency, there are about 4 wards. And in Kirinyaga County in general, we have Mwea, Kirinyaga Central, Ndia, and Gishugu. So far, we have results or the final tally from Ndia constituency, where we have in the position of governor the independent candidate, that is Purity Wangui Girishi, has flood area Governor Anne Waiguru in that particular race. And for clarity and to just give the exact number, I currently don't seem to have it in my notes, but the status is that Anne Wangui Girishi got the vote or has a win in that particular Ndia constituency, followed by Anne Mumbi Waiguru. In that order, there are about 7 candidates seeking to unseat or succeed county governor, that is Anne Waiguru. In the MP seat in Ndia constituency, the final result is that George Karaoke Macharia, who happens to be the MP elect, and it is also the incumbent, recaptured that particular seat with 25,031 votes. At Kirinyaga Central, with a total of 148 polling stations, that particular exercise is already complete, and we await to hear the final tally. When you speak about the senatorial seat in this particular county, the senator or the senator candidate for United Democratic Alliance, that is Murango, is leading in Ndia constituency. He won with 35,900 votes, followed closely by, out a distant second, by the very first senator of this particular county, that is Daniel Karaba of the Jubilee Party, with 5,968. Anthony Karimi Gitari is at a distant third with 1,582. And by the tallying that is ongoing in various constituencies, although we await for the final tally, the senator candidate for UDA is seemingly on the lead. But that we await for the final confirmation as it stands, because the aspect of Gishugu constituency and Mwea has a lot of votes. Those particular constituencies are huge, so to speak. And so at any given time, with the voting, with the tallying of the votes currently underway, anything could change. From here, Victor Olo and John Jacob Kuria will be heading to the county returning tallying center that is just adjacent to Kirugoya Boys, where the final tally of Kirinyaga County will be taking place. In this Kirinyaga Central, the MP John Munene Wambugu of the Jubilee Party is the incumbent member of parliament in this particular constituency, and the battle is between the incumbent and Joseph Gashoki of UDA. The other candidates are Dennis Gishangi of DP Party, as well as Fini Wangombe, an independent candidate. So the aspect of, again, a battle to unseat and also to succeed and also to recapture a particular seat is also witnessed in Kirinyaga Central, with the Jubilee candidate and UDA being neck and neck in terms of gaining the MP candidate, the MP position in this particular region. We are waiting. Yesterday when we visited Kianyaga, which happens to be in Gishugu constituency, one of the strongholds of the area governor Anne Mumbi Waiguru, bearing in mind that she comes from that particular region, we witnessed security beef up in that particular region owing to the sensitivity of the vote and attempts to probably make final attempts to bring in ballot boxes to either swing the vote to whatever side. But that particular exercise was thwarted by members of the police force, and as we speak, the counting is underway, and we expect that probably by around midday today, that particular exercise should also be complete in that particular region. In Moya constituency, with over 200,000 registered voters, the situation is similar. Security beefing up because of the aspect of the number of registered voters that could swing these particular results to any side. So what we are waiting is a final announcement of the voting, the vote cast in this Kirinyaga Central, and we'll be giving you more updates from this particular region. And just as you can see, I'm all in scarves, a very chilly morning, but that does not, so to speak, disrupt us from following up on the live proceedings as we get them from this particular region and bringing that information to our viewers as it emerges. Back to you, Victor.
All right, Gladys, before I let you go, just to clear the air and to, to allay some of the rumors that have been going around social media since yesterday, what is the race like between Purity Ngirishi and Anne Waiguru? Let's just narrow it down to those two.
It is, allow me if I could use the word bumper to bumper or neck to neck or neck and neck. There is a very small difference between the vote announced in Kirinyaga Central as well as India. But in India, Purity Wangui Ngirishi is ahead with around 1,000 votes. And in this particular region, because in Kirinyaga Central, you'd hear an announcement from a particular polling station, and the difference is around 50 to 100 votes. So it's really a battle. And when you speak about Mwea and and Kirinyaga and Gishugu. And Mombi Waiguru comes from Gishugu constituency. And so somehow we expect that probably she might get a huge number of votes from that particular region. And also Mwea is also one of home turf of battlegrounds or a stronghold for the independent candidates. So it's really a thin line between who is going to carry the day, and we have to wait for the final tally, because as it stands, one goes ahead with 1,000 votes, and after an hour or two, the other one takes the lead. So it's really bumper to bumper victor. But that notwithstanding, there's also the issue of security. And when we spoke to the returning officer in charge of this particular county, she says that members of the public ought to ignore fake reports going on social media, because at some point you'd find members of the public celebrating whatever political wing they're aligned to, and she says that would really not somehow reflect on the total turnout or total tally of the votes. And members of the public and Kenyans at large should indeed wait for the final announcement from this particular region to indeed understand who has carried the day in that particular seat.
Jacob Kioria has a question for you, but before then, there were some allegations yesterday again on social media, and for the sake of clarity, I think it came from Governor Anne Waiguru that was some ballot boxes which were allegedly being taken somewhere. Clarity on that, as well as the question that is going to be asked by Kioria. Kioria?
I actually wanted Gladys for a minute paint for us the picture, because you talk about Kirinyaga and the incident there. Paint for us the picture of what transpired at Kirinyaga.
Sure. Let me first take Victor's question first. And Victor, you are asking about, kindly?
Yeah. On social media yesterday, there were some pictures and allegation of a statement which was put out there by Governor Anne Waiguru of some ballot boxes which were allegedly being sneaked into a polling station through some back door, quote unquote. Would you please clarify about those two or those ballot boxes?
Yeah, sure. There was actually some bitter exchange on social media between the governor and the independent candidate seeking to get this particular gubernatorial seat. And at Kirinyaga in Gishugu, there were allegations that actually two ballot boxes were there was some attempt to sneak them into the constituency tallying center, and that particular issue was intercepted at some point. But from the information from the police and the sub-county police commander in the region is that there was some mishap, and indeed that was not an attempt to somehow to get to maybe rig the election, but there was misclarification on where those particular boxes were coming from. And from after consultation and verification, they really indeed got to understand that those particular boxes were coming from a particular polling station, but it is the manner in which the ballots were being brought at the constituency tallying center that raised the alarm. But on the issue of Kioria and the aspect of mood and what transpired, we really witnessed a couple of issues. Security was heightened. We had deployment of the security personnel at Gishugu constituency at Kirinyaga. And that particular exercise happened at around 8 p.m. in the night. And we had members of the public from different political side. We can't really ascertain whether they were for Anne Mombi Waiguru or for independent candidate, that's Spirit Ngirishi, but members of the public were outside the gate, and the members of the police force were deployed around to ensure that there are no premature celebrations into this particular voter turnout. But so to speak, on matters, Governor Mombi Waiguru alleging that there was an attempt to rig the returning officer in this particular constituency tallying center says that is quite almost impossible, owing to the fact that the final tally is being done at the police station. And so any attempt to try and probably swing the vote on the constituency returning officer is almost impossible. Victor, you can hear at the back, is the returning officer for Kirinyaga County communicating that he will be announcing the final tally of Kirinyaga constituency, and he is asking members of the agents of various candidates to just remain calm, as he'll be making that particular final announcement of how the voter turnout and indeed the voter tally was carried out.
Gladys Mugai, thank you so much. That is a good clarification on matters that we've been seeing on social media. And that is why we tell you... Right.
Mugai, but of course a bit of correction there, because she talked about police station, which I think it was just a missing of, so that it appears clearly that it was a polling station. The polling station where this vote tallying is happening. Quite an update there, and I think we'll have results in the next 20 minutes, going by the announcement there by the returning officer in that area. Probably before we come to you, let's allow Lydia to finish up on the point of dispensing with the expectation burden.
Yes, so I was saying that how our voter analysis is done, we don't go very deep, and until IBC perhaps comes out with the numbers of how people voted, the demographics, we are not able to really tell how many women maybe that Karua delivered. So right now we can only rely on how her polling station, her ward, her constituency, her county voted, and to that extent, if we are assessing on that particular parameter, then Mother Karua left quite a bit to be desired. Then there is Gachagua. Gachagua, I believe, delivered wholesomely, because all of Nyeri is UDA, from governor to MCA. In fact, I think MCA only 3, and I think they are either independent or something. From top to bottom, everybody in Nyeri is pushing a wheelbarrow. And then and then you realize that he is the one who brought down the 2 very strong proponents of the Jubilee Party. In yet a lot of resources have been expended through these 2 individuals to try and really at least have those 2 positions to affirm Jubilee's kind of like flex within the Mount Kenya region. And you saw that both Ngunjiri Wambogo and Kanini Kega were flat on the ground, and so Gachagua has delivered to the expectation of William Ruto. I think, in fact, his people were telling us that William Ruto might need to throw a special party for the people of the mountain, because they have heeded his call, and so therefore also credit goes to Gachagua for holding on to that ground for William Ruto.
Oh, quite interesting. I don't know, for the Agano party, what was your expectation about Ruth Musheru? Did she dispense with that burden of expectation?
Yeah, I think we had a very good candidate for our running mate, Ruth Musheru. And if you look at our appointment of Ruth Musheru, our candidate did not choose her because she's from Mount Kenya, but because she's a professional, because they're looking at delivering a government which is very professional government. And as we went by our agenda of a clean government, clean people, new people, this is what she presented to us. She did very well in her campaign. She related very well with women and also the youth. So those are the aspects that we are looking at in terms of her deliverables and her relationships with women and the youth. However, as you're saying, we are still to complete on the results and be able to see how much we have wholesomely delivered. We did not necessarily look into her home area or where she's coming from. By the way, our running mate is a Nairobian. She's born and brought up in Nairobi. So she was presenting that, that she was in that space of the youthful and the woman. And I think that part she delivered.
All right.
Yeah.
On the screen, those are live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya, the ground zero, so to speak, or the nerve center, if you like it, of everything that will be taking place today. All focus will be on Wafula Chebukati to give us at least the first press conference or an update on what is happening there. We've seen different agents from political parties. That is Senior Counsel Paul Mwangi having a conversation with the different people there. So a lot is expected today at the Bomas of Kenya. Now that Serafina Robi said that almost quite a number of Form 34As have been submitted or at the Bomas of Kenya. So the next step should take place today. Yes, coming to Mark, you have something to speak about what Jenna said.
Yes.
Yes.
Just on dispensing the running mate burden. I think as a sister there did say that Gachagua did a good work, but council said earlier that actually the majority of the people voted for the presidential candidates, who they are. If you did your job well, the running mate will just give you like consolidate the ground, but it's actually down to the flag bearers. Looking at the contribution of Martha Karua to the Raila ticket, it really, in the outside, it was made to be a big thing, but unfortunately the people in the village don't respond to billboards. It's us in the city here, we see so many billboards and we are, wow, this. And it was really projected. And what Azimio really did is that they tried to create perception that Martha Karua was going to have a very big impact on the ticket. That was the narrative that was driven and the perception that was being created. But the reality on the ground is not perception. Perception can only carry you so far. But where the rubber meets the road, that's when sometimes the folly of relying on perception can be exposed.
All right, Curia. Those are live pictures from Bomas of Kenya.
All right, you can see Gladys Boschole. She is the woman rep elect in Western Gishu County. And you also have Veronica Maina of UDA party, the Secretary General of the UDA party, live on your screens. Earlier we saw Paul Mwangi of Azimio. So that means then agents and what you would call political parties' top honchers are at the Bomas of Kenya, obviously ahead of the announcement. But of course they will stay there for some time because Chebukati doesn't appear like he's in a hurry. He says he still has 7 days, so tomorrow probably is when we get the presidential results. And they are there obviously because if there's any disputed Form 34A, they will take up with the commission and probably sort it out amongst themselves and finally have the results. So it has been a long night for members of the media at Bomas. From Saturday, it is going to be a long night for the agents and political party honchers who have arrived at the Bomas because the results most likely will come out tomorrow. But let's head over to Kwale County, Lunga Lunga specifically. Zainab Said is in Lunga Lunga. Zainab, what is the latest from Lunga Lunga?
A very good morning to you, Victor Olo, back there in studio. We are coming live from Lunga Lunga constituency in Kwale County, where up to now 110 ballot papers from 110 polling stations has been tallied. But for now, as those are the ballot papers from behind, and for now there's nothing that is going on here. The IBC officials have taken a break for 30 minutes, that is to allow to rearrange the room. According to the RO, Raymond Mamkazi says they didn't anticipate that the ballot papers will be so many, so it has raised an issue with the agents because as it is now, the results cannot be projected on the screen. So that one has raised an issue with some of the agents here. So they've given them a 30 minutes break. That is to allow them to go and have breakfast if they can. Then they come back after 30 minutes. But that also is to allow the IBC officials to rearrange the group, to allow them to move the ballot papers behind me to a place where now the results that are being tallied can be projected on the screen. Earlier on in the morning, we also had issues where the agents want to know the total number of votes up to now, because 110 ballot papers from 110 stations has been tallied, but so far the IBC officials have not been able to just give us the numbers, just to break down the numbers for the governors, members of parliament, and also women from this region. So they also, that one raised an issue, them wanting, the agents now wanting IBC to go ahead and break down the numbers before they continue to tally the remaining about 38 polling stations, because in this area of Lunga Lunga constituency we have 148 polling stations out of 744 total in Kwale County. So those are some of the issues that have just been raised here. Remember, yesterday also in the evening the officials wanted to take a break, but that one did go down well with the agents, chief agents here, who wanted just the process to continue up to the time they finish, and then now they take a break. But they are all saying that his colleagues are fatigued, they're tired, so they needed to take a break, but the chief agents felt like that was not so good. Also, we've had some technical and logistic challenges here and there, some final results especially for Senate missing, or sometimes they have been swapped. They are in different stations. For this station, the final results for a Senate in one station is being found in another station. So that one also just raising temperature in here yesterday evening. But as at now, that's where we are. They've taken a break of 30 minutes. They're hoping that when they come back, they'll be able to tally the remaining 38 stations and just get down with the process. Of course, remember the whole thing started the previous night at 10 in the morning when they started tallying at around 4 a.m. in the morning. But up to now, out of the 148, only 110 has been tallied, and they've taken a break. They're going to take a healthy break, they say, but also that is also to allow the IBC officials to move the ballot papers behind me to a place where now they'll be able to project the results they're tallying to a screen, because since yesterday when they started putting the ballot papers behind me, that has not been able.
All right, a technical hitch there with a link from Zainab Said, who is in Lunga Lunga, Kwale County, obviously giving us an update on what is transpiring there in Kwale County. We'll be linking up with her a little bit later. But for now, let's head over to Jen. Let's look at the latest numbers.
All right, now let's just pick up from that particular point where she is in Kwale County. So far from our screens, we have two constituencies whose results have been transmitted. Right there we have Kinango constituency and Matuga. Lunga Lunga, as she rightfully puts it, we are yet to get the numbers, as well as Msambweni. But looking at Kinango rather, hey, my Kikuyu is showing. The results have already come in, and as you can see right there, Raila Odinga with 36,637 votes. William Ruto comes in second with 17,268. Professor George Wajakoya with 264 votes, and David Mwaure with 149 votes. Going to Matuga, again, Raila Odinga is leading with 88,296. Then comes in the Deputy President William Ruto, a difference of over 40,000 votes between these two particular candidates, as Deputy William Ruto has 34,178 votes. Professor George Wajakoya comes in third with 831 votes. And finally, David Mwaure with 266 votes from that particular constituency. But now going back to the presidential votes, But before we actually go back to the presidential votes, Curia, when you look at the previous general elections and looking at Kwale County specifically, as you can see, the green color in this particular year represents Raila Odinga, and he did emerge the candidate who had the biggest chunk of the vote in Kwale County back in 2017. Then they had 281,041 registered voters, and Raila Odinga garnered 138,664, making that 75% of the entire Kwale vote. So he did dominate in all the constituencies, and that was the same story in 2013. All the constituencies with a population of 100, registered population of 175,000, then he garnered the votes of 101,000 voters in Kwale County. But let's look at the latest in regards to the presidential votes. As of now, Deputy President William Ruto is still in the lead with 3,263,386 votes. That is 51.13% of the entire votes casted and tallied so far. Raila Odinga comes in second with 48.18%, which translates to 3,074,708. Professor George Wajakoya with 0.43% of the votes tallied this far, and that is 27,203 votes, and David Moore 0.26% of the votes, which translates to 16,881. Again, these are provisional results as per our tally as the national broadcaster. Over to you, Curia.
All right, thank you very much, Jane. Those are the numbers as they appear. They're quite an interesting one. And at 10 a.m., the IBC has just released an alert. They will be having a status update at exactly 10 a.m. and we'll be heading over to Bomas at exactly 10 to get to understand what they will be saying. I'm just looking at some of the comic relief on social media, particularly from Tanzanians and Ugandans. They just can't believe that Kenya is conducting an election where you download results. Wakenya mnaibisha wa Afrika. Quite an interesting one. Victor.
Right. Okay. I'd like to ask Lydia one question. Now, we've seen a number of candidates who've been defeated actually conceding defeat without any contention. What do you think are the contributors? Somebody made a funny comment that just few days on election, that was on Monday, there was a court ruling nullifying the CDF. So somebody made, an allegation like, so they're trying to concede because they know that CDF is not going to be in action come next parliament. I don't know what's your thought about this. We've seen a majority of them conceding defeat since yesterday. Lydia.
I think it's the tone that has been set for this election. If you listen, for instance, to the Kenya Kwanza leader, he was very clear that they are not going to be creating tensions, and if it is called upon them, and I suspect then he would say the same to his troops, it's called upon them to step up so that the country can stay safe and can stay without much pulling and pushing,
yes,
then they're going to do that. And I suspect he must have called them to order. So if your numbers do not reflect that you have won, there's no reason for jostling and causing disruptions. Just concede. And I think that's a tone from the top kind of a thing. And then once the UDA, and if you noticed, it started with the UDA candidates. Once their tallying centers told them that they have lost, they conceded. And I think immediately you began to see also this other side, people like Kanini Kega and Wanjiko Kibe, conceding defeat. And so that tone from the top was already set to be done. Let me also say that I do not believe that the ruling on the CDF will have much effect for two reasons. One, you cannot just wrap up a government agency, with a snap of a finger. There is, of course, going to be some kind of a transitional period, and that transitional period can last quite a bit of time, 3 to 5 years while you're wrapping things up. So even if we were to go the direction of really wrapping up CDF, that's not happening immediately. The second thing I know, I am thinking will likely happen is that the MPs are going to marshal a 2/3 majority. They are going to amend the constitution. They will insert the CDF in the constitution so that there is no this back and forth with the courts. It is secured in the constitution, and that is something they will do within the first 10 days once they are sworn in. So I don't think that is something that should worry anybody. I think CDF will be reinstated for sure.
The first business in the house is CDF. You need it back.
Watarudisha immediately without further ado. Na watakubaliana wote. Itakuwa complete majority.
All right.
Itakuwa 2/3.
Wakili, what do you think? The legal battle awaiting us come next parliament?
You're posing the question to Wakili?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I agree fully with my sister here for very simple reason. First of all, on the questions you've asked, one, I think there is a level of maturity right now in Kenya that you can win, I can lose honorably, and I accept defeat. And I think that tone was set by the principles for both parties during their final submission. I think that is what we saw. On the issue of CDF, I think the MPs cannot afford to lose CDF. And for the very simple reason that this is where they call the shots. And this is where basically CDF helps them to control the constituency. They control the resources. They can say we are giving bursaries here and there and things like that. So the first thing, because amending the provisional, amending the constitution to include the issue of CDF does not really require going back to the public. And I think I agree with my sister that they are going to agree unanimously to amend the necessary laws or to create the necessary laws to have the CDF in a proper way. Yeah.
Okay. And Jen, I mean, if you look at the executive and the legislative arm of the government, they've been using CDF for their own political expedience. But then, the way she's putting it, Lady is saying that the first business in the house once they open come next parliament is we need this CDF back. But it's a legal battle, so to speak, right?
Yeah. It's a legal battle, so to speak, but the MPs, definitely they look at it from a political angle. And they look at it from the perspective that this is the package that they've been using to address most of the needs of the people on the ground.
Yes.
For example, the issues of education, the issues of projects within the communities where they come from. And you look at an MP along the structure, the devolution structure, whereby the county government kind of overshadowed them, and a lot of projects are now being done by the county government. Then you look at them that they don't have a package except the CDF. So it's a very important package for them.
Yes.
However, it also calls for these MPs to really look out of the box, because development agenda is also calls for them to look at other possible sources of resources and development agenda, and also trying to look at it from the perspective that they can empower their people differently. It's not necessarily by providing money. They can build their capacity very, very differently and still remain very relevant to the people. So it's as we are saying that the democracy, the political aspect of this nation is changing dynamics.
Yes.
And as we continue to get leaders who would think out of the box, who would think, if you think about your people, you'll definitely get solutions going forward.
Okay.
But, so we are looking at leaders that are going to be dynamic and source for solution in the government and also out of the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk about the issue of concession, because a majority of them Nobody has contested, a loss as we speak.
Yes.
What do you think of that?
Personally, I think it's because of the process, the whole process of voting, the time of tallying and all that. IEBC has done a very good job, right? From the whole process is very open, it's very clear, it's very peaceful. And I think as candidates, they are also following up that process and seeing that, the voting was good. There was no time for bringing, the youth that would come and cause chaos and cause problems. There was no that space. Number two, they are looking at the tallying process and they can follow it very clearly and see that, where do I come in? How do I argue my case? So the process is so clean, it's so smooth, they don't see possibility, even if they went to court or otherwise, of winning the case.
Mark?
Yeah, first of all, before I come to the issue of conceding, I want to say something about the CDF. With all honesty, the CDF has really been helpful, especially for constituencies in regions and areas that were marginalized previously, at least in terms of bursaries and all that, and putting in place some few infrastructure facilities. It's been helpful. The problem with CDF has been the legal framework upon which it's grounded, and that is what the Supreme Court used as a basis to declare it unconstitutional. But as a sister said earlier, it is, of course, it's a fact that our members of parliament have been using the CDF for the longest time possible as a political tool to exact control over the constituency. And because of that, I can assure you it's going to be the first order of business after they have been sworn in. And some of them have made their inaugural speeches on the floor of the August House. It's going to be the first order of business. I can assure you, make no mistake about that. Now, going to the issue of concession, it is true. From the closing remarks of the flag bearers, you could hear that there's a new dimension to it, and something that they were willing to take that was different from a departure from the past. And I remember the former Prime Minister making it clear, saying that he will continue with the doctrine of the handshake. So, which means he is not committed to an antagonistic approach to politics. I guess partly because of age, he might not really have the energy to run around town and engage in running battles. And wisdom also comes with age. And I think the principals having made that kind of pitch, their followers would be foolish, if I may use that word, to go against it. And as Madame has said here, the process was so clear. So anybody who will want, there must be really some very serious, disruption of the process to justify anyone, denying the results and contesting. So if there was a clear-cut winner, you just concede and you go. I think it's a good way. Our politics is becoming cleaner, I believe, by the day, and it's a good thing for our democracy.
It's a positive precedent that has been sent by the political class, which means, wananchi always follow what politicians say. So at this particular point, I think we have to give it up to the political class, because when we have no contention as we speak, everybody's conceding defeat and congratulating the winner and moving on. Perhaps that is a good point to pick it up. But then, Kyoria, we have been accused as media of not doing, of taking sides. And this is where now Jen will sail through pretty well in terms of how we are relaying this, the results. I don't know how you are going to handle from that side.
Accused of bias? That's an interesting one. And I think sometimes when I look at the commentators, maybe they have a point. Or maybe they don't. So probably it depends on which side you sit. And probably one can defend themselves individually, or a media house can defend themselves individually. It depends on which side one sits on. But that's just it. Focusing on this map because it's an interesting one. At some point, the contestations narrows down to who eats into whose base.
Yes.
Looking at this election, who has eaten into whose base?
I think it's a little obvious that the deputy president has eaten into some of Raila Odinga's base. Remember, Ruto is an untested presidential contestant, because when he contested earlier, he didn't get to the ballot. He joined up with Uhuru Kenyatta and a joint ticket. So this is the first time he's really truly running for president and leading the front. So you cannot quite tell where he's lost, except maybe to use Uhuru Kenyatta's numbers to look at whether he's been able to hold on to the following that Uhuru Kenyatta has. And if you were to use that as a parameter, what you see is that he's been able to hold to the Mount Kenya region, meaning he has retained Uhuru Kenyatta's base there, and he has been able to keep up with a trend that Uhuru used to have, where he's able to pick pockets in, places like Kajiado and Narok. He would be able to pick numbers in Kisii and Nyamira, and he would be able to pick quite a bit in the north. Where you see a bit of a discrepancy that is noticeable is I think in northeastern, there are certain counties where the deputy president completely did not have a lot of sway, and then there are counties where he has a strong sway. So I think in the northeastern, they were quite a bit split. They didn't stay on trend as you'd expect, as they used to support Uhuru Kenyatta. And I suspect that has to do perhaps with clans, because northeastern is such that once that one clan has supported a particular candidate, the other clan has to go in the other direction. That's just how they play their politics. So you can see a bit of Uhuru Kenyatta's traditional support base in northeastern did not carry along to William Ruto's side. On the flip side, you can see that Raila Odinga has lost a huge chunk of his base in western, because I think they voted to him to their man, I believe, in the last election. And now you can see Bungoma has gone UDA almost 70%, and credit, I think, to people like Wetangula, who have really pushed that front. People like Ababu Namwamba, they have really helped Ruto on that side. Although Ruto himself has been a very astute politician in making sure that he's able to connect also with the people in Western Kenya. So Raila there has lost quite a bit of a vote. Two other regions where you can feel there's a little bit of a slip up is Ukambani. The numbers to Ruto are a little higher than was expected, because we had imagined that Wiper would be doing a complete block vote with the eastern counties, but you can see that Ruto has eaten a little bit. He's kept what Uhuru Kenyatta used to get and gotten a little more, especially in Okambani, and the same applies in the coast. He's gotten what Uhuru Kenyatta used to get and added on to it just a little bit. So if you were to give sort of like a score, I'd say Ruto has been able to perform fairly well, and I think in fact it's CNN through Larry Madowo who were saying that Ruto has performed a lot better than was expected.
I mean, there are those who would argue, assuming then Mount Kenya was William Ruto's base, owing to the 2013 and 2017 general election that had them and Uhuru Kenyatta. There are those who would argue 20% for Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya is also a big deal.
Well, I think 20% for Mr. Odinga in Mount Kenya is huge. Only that it will have been huge. I mean, it will have been more significant if the turnout would have been high. But the mere fact that Mr. Odinga can raise even beyond 5% in Mount Kenya, that's huge. I mean, he has never gotten any numbers close to 10% in Mount Kenya. But as my sister has said, the deputy president had made a lot of inroads in what was traditionally Mr. Odinga's strongholds. He made strong inroads in Western Kenya. He did that at the coast, and I think that is attributed to the fact that he recruited a good team to market him in those areas. And some of them you'll see that they didn't even contest. Their work was only to campaign for William Ruto, including people like Ababu Namwamba. Secondly, he had a good message. You know, he had a message for the people. He was talking about things that the ordinary Mwananchi can relate to. He's not talking about building a road. He's talking about putting food on your table. He's not talking about building an airport and things like that. He's talking about these ordinary people who have borders and, mama bogas. How can we help you to grow your business from a border to a tuk-tuk, and then from a tuk-tuk to an Uber and things like that? Yeah, that's what he was talking about. And I think his packaging of his message was excellent. And so he ate a lot. When you look at the cost, for instance, Mr. Ruto has made a gain in every county of at least 10% in every county. Uhuru didn't manage that when he was running. When you look at Western, for instance, in Busia was Baba's bedroom. Right now, Ruto has gotten quite some votes in Busia. For instance, a place like Budalangi, where Budalangi borders the Luya and the Luo. So in fact, at least quarter of the vote in Budalangi comes from the Luo land. But Ruto will get perhaps even 40% in this general election in those areas. So he made a lot of inroads. He also traveled. I think he was prepared from the word go that he wanted to be the president. He didn't like the previous vice presidents who are waiting to be perhaps endorsed. Ruto knew exactly what he wanted. And so he went out there from the word go. He started selling himself, and he didn't shy off. He told people, I want to be the president. So when this thing comes, please consider me. And I think people listen to his message, people related to it, and people have considered him.
All right. Before we throw it to Victor, because you were the one who was talking about Martha Karua, and if you look at the delivery of the vote, that probably she came below par. And there's been, argument on social media that probably Kalonzo Musyoka was still the best bet for Raila Odinga in terms of running mate.
So in terms of running mate with getting Kalonzo, if you look at 20% of Mount Kenya, it's a lot more than keeping the entirety, like whatever percentage of vote Raila has lost in Ukambani is completely neutralized by a marginal gain in Mount Kenya just because of the scale of the numbers, the sheer scale of numbers in Mount Kenya. So when you look at it in terms of absolute numbers, the losses in Ukambani are easily absorbed by the gains in Mount Kenya. And I think that's the rationale that was made. The other thing it did, it put momentum into Raila Odinga's campaign. If Martha Karua was not on the ticket, Raila was almost not in contention. That Ruto would have won with an overwhelming majority, I believe, across all regions. What the Martha Karua effect did, it gave that campaign impetus. And in fact, I think for a whole month, UDA was struggling. In around May, if you look at even in their own internal polls, they will tell you around May things were thick for UDA because of the injection of Martha Karua into the ticket. In fact, I was telling somebody, if Martha Karua or our laws allowed, if Martha Karua had been announced, let's say, in mid-July, and our elections were first week of August, Raila Odinga would have taken it hands down. So there was that.
The optics were quite good.
The optics were very, very good, and it had this novelty. It was a novel idea. Before people got time to interrogate it, and before certain other mistakes were made after, in the campaign, there was that appeal that the ticket suddenly immediately got. And I think even if you look at Martha Karua's, if you look at Martha Karua's delivery, perhaps that's another parameter to look at as opposed to just numbers. You can look at that effect that she created on the ticket and put some energy into Raila Odinga's candidature.
All right. Victor, you're going to take us to Lamu?
Of course, before we go to Lamu, let me just also give Jen and Mark here time to respond to the same question that you've asked. Perhaps, Jen, you can take it away.
Okay, the question about the inroads of the DP and the Azimio team, inroads. Yes, I think coming from Central Kenya myself, actually, I would say that this is a big win for Raila to have had a lot of votes coming from the Central Kenya. And I would say that the campaign that the president has really done for him, for that particular region, has really worked well for him. So basically, the other thing is about the timing, because the DP has been on campaign actually almost the last 5 years. So he's been there throughout and being able to meet the people, and has been able to go to each and every part of this country, and even gone to even deeper to the communities and having related with them. And then the other aspect was the aspect of getting the agendas of their manifesto from the people. I think that's, again, enabled them to really get in touch with their local people, and people felt like they were going to address their own issues and be able to address them even better. That relationship. And I think Ruto has that passion of, when he addresses people, there's that passion of addressing people's issues and getting to the hearts of people. So that has really given him the ability to get more votes, even in areas that you'd not have necessarily expected to win votes. The other aspect of it is that the UDA team, or I would say, their nomination process was very clear. It was very clear. They did not push leaders to people, but they allowed people to really nominate people that they would want to have to bear the candidature of UDA. So that particular aspect actually was very good, because people felt like, yeah, this is the person we want for our MP, our senator, our governor, unlike Azimio team, whereby they really pushed individuals. Look at, for example, the governorship of Nairobi. Their candidate was pushed to people, and people requested, please get away, get away. It's like he was being pushed to the people. So that aspect, again, really made people feel like, well, I think we need to get a leader that is from the people, by the people, rather than being pushed by a party. Yeah.
All right, Mark, before I give you time to respond to that as well, let's go to Lamu shortly. Yeah. Now, the history of leadership has been recorded in the Wabajuni community of Lamu County after the former county woman representative Ruwaida Mohammed was elected as an MP in Lamu East constituency. Now, according to the returning officer Lamu East, Stephen Karani, the new legislator garnered a total of 5,498 votes against his opponent Sharif Ahmed, who garnered 4,633. Sharif was the area MP and was defending the seat for the third time. Now, while expressing her gratitude to the people of Lamu East, Ruwaida cited that she is ready to work with her competitors for the benefits of the people. A total of 4 candidates were eyeing for the parliamentary seat.
Obo Ruwaida Mohammed, 5,400.
Naona ni majukumu, responsibilities kubwa nilizopewa, na inshallah Mwenyezi Mungu aniwezeshe nipate, mimi na timu yetu yote tupate uwezo inshallah na nguvu za kuwakilisha Lamu Mashariki inshallah. Naahidi kwa watu wangu inshallah, zile ahadi zote nilizozitukua Mungu akipenda nitazitekeleza inshallah. Kuna ahadi za ambazo within 100 days lazima nizifanye, kuna ahadi within 1 year nimezifanya. Mwenyezi Mungu naomba unisaidie niweze kuzitekeleza.
All right. That is, it's called Wabajuni community. Wabajuni community. A good moment for them there. All right. Before I come to you, Kyria, Mark, your take on the issue of running mates that Jen also talked about, as well as Lydia over there.
Well, I think every running mate had their own effect on their coalition's campaign. First of all, remember there was a pull and tug, and there was a lot of tension around the Kenya Kwanza nomination. From what we heard, it was between Kindiki and Rigathi.
Yes.
And when finally Rigathi was announced, you could see the response from the other side. It's like they were celebrating that it was not Kindiki. But the truth of the matter is, they did not. They were happy if it was Kindiki.
Yes,
they would have been happy. Rigathi was a different ball game altogether. So it's been a thorn in the flesh for Azimio on the mountain. And as for Martha really, as my sister said, added a lot of momentum to Azimio. Not necessarily the numbers directly on the mountain, but she brought in a very great impetus to the Azimio campaign and the Raila campaign, and she added a lot of value. The oomph that she brought in and the push that she brought, I don't think, with all due respect, our former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka would have done well as far as creating momentum and adding momentum to the Azimio campaign as Martha did. So comparing those two, Martha was, for me, the better choice compared to Kalonzo Musyoka.
Okay. Jen, are you trying to...
Yes.
Right. Go ahead.
I think the other question that we would also want to ask ourselves is about the timing when the principals name their learning mates.
And that's exactly what leaders are talking about.
Yes,
right? Yes.
The
exactly.
timing is actually another question, because by the time they come in to join the principal, maybe we are almost very close to the end of the day. And like Mother, for example, there was still a lot of debates who Azimio would pick. You know, you saw all the drama, all the the processes of picking the learning mate. So even maybe they were not even sure that they would be the learning mate. So the preparation and all that is also a question of for the learning mate and the role they would play to make sure that they deliver.
So do you think it would have been done a bit earlier?
Yeah, personally, I feel that maybe it is better if these people pick their learning mate earlier, because if they are expecting that this learning mate would be able to support them in terms of mobilizing votes or changing the dynamics of in terms of political, voting, then they should do it earlier, so that even the voters have time to relate with these learning mates, be able to see the benefits and all that, and turn, some votes that may.
Yeah, that's quite contrary to what leaders said, because leaders said it would have been done slightly, closer to the election, because now their opponents had time to interrogate who the person is, their flaws, and counter each and every person. But I don't think that's your opinion anyway. I don't know what you think, Mark.
By the way, actually, I think it was more tricky for Azimio than it was for Kenya Kwanza. Because, you see, Baba was targeting the mountain. And because the mountain did not have a candidate on the ticket, it was foolhardy for anyone not to pick a running mate from the mountain. So, at the same time, Senior Counsel Steve Kalonzo Musyoka was saying, I mean, who else could it be?
Yes.
If not me. I mean, Baba's running mate 2013, 2017. I mean, what do I go to tell my people? So it put Baba in a very difficult position. And I believe even the idea of getting the task force to pick the running mate was Baba's way of running away from actually the responsibility of picking one. Because if he would have done it personally, the implication would have been different. Actually, if Baba would have picked Martha, the same Martha personally, the response from Ukambani would have been different. The fact that he used that committee, for me, was also a very wise decision, really.
Picking of a running mate was a big issue, even to the to the contenders.
It was.
Including Agano party leader. I'm so sure you also had your fair share of who your running mate was going to be. So it's a tricky affair.
It is.
Curia.
All right, we want to head now to Kilifi County, Rabai constituency specifically. Junay Karisa is in Rabai, Kilifi County. Junay, good morning. The latest from Rabai?
Good morning, JJ. Yes, I'm in Rabai constituency today morning. This is day 4. We are just hovering around to get perspective of who's winning and who's coming second place. But what I can confirm from picking up from yesterday's conversation is that ODM gubernatorial candidate Gideon Ngaro is leading in most constituencies here in Kilifi County. He is followed, of course, by Aisha Jumwa. She's coming in second. But in most polling stations that have finished submitting their reports in their various constituency tallying centers, Gideon Ngaro is leading in most of these polling stations. There are 7 constituencies in Kilifi area, and in Magarini, Kilifi South, Ganze, and Kaloleni. They are through with submitting, and what is going on right now, they are tallying, the constituency tallying, returning officers are tallying the results, and from 11-12 p.m. most of these constituencies will be relaying the results as to who has won. But when it comes to the presidential, of course, Raila Odinga, as I said yesterday, he is leading in most of these constituencies. There is no constituencies that we have had Deputy President William Ruto leading. This means that the ODM party in Kilifi County has managed to pick most of the seats. Just to give you a breakdown, in Malindi constituency, where Aisha Jumwa is the sitting member of parliament, there are 5 wards: Shela, Ganda, Malindi Town, and Kakuyuni. All 4 of these seats have been won by MCAs of ODM party, and one where she's coming from in Kakuyuni is where that we see an MCA under the UDA party has won the seat. When it comes to the member of parliament, we understand that the ODM party has taken the day, followed by the former member of parliament William Tengo coming in second under the PA party. So in Malindi, we are seeing that Raila Odinga's presidency has taken the lead, followed by William Ruto, that is in Malindi constituency. In Magarini, we understand that Harry Kombe has taken the lead under the ODM party. He has managed to replace the sitting member of parliament, who is Michael Kingi, who was contesting with the PA party. When it comes to the demographics of who has won under the county level, PA has managed to clinch 2 seats. The ODM party has managed to clinch 1, independent 2, and 1 under the UDA party. We head to Ganze, where the current member of parliament, Teddy Mwambire, has been able to be ousted by Kennedy Tungule under the PA party, who has taken the lead. There are 4 wards in that area. These wards, we are yet to get the demographic, but we understand that PA is dominating in Ganze constituency. The member of parliament is also under the PA party. However, Raila Odinga is leading in this constituency, followed by William Ruto. I am currently, after here the Rabai, Kioria, I'll be heading to Kaloleni. Let me just give you a brief. Paul Katana has managed to fight for his seat under the ODM party. There are 4 wards in Kaloleni: Mariakani, Kayafungo, Mwandamwinga, and Kaloleni. 2 of these seats have been clinched by the ODM party, and 2 have been managed by the independent candidates. They have taken a lead in that. What we are trying to paint a picture is, as I have mentioned as I began, that the ODM party has managed to clinch a majority of the seats in Kilifi County, and Gideon Ngaro is coming in first, top in most of the polling stations. We understand 4 of 7, 5 of 7 of this constituency will be relaying their results. As from 12 p.m., we will get the definite results, but from our investigations as a desk, because I am joined by my fellow colleagues in various constituencies, it is that ODM party has taken the day in Kilifi County. So I am still transversing. I'll be headed to Kaloleni right now. I am in Rabai. As you can see behind me is that the tallying is yet to the returning officers, the presiding officers of the different polling centers are still giving their feedback and their report as to how they have performed in each and every ward, and they will be, of course, submitting these reports to the constituency returning officer. The announcement is still continuing, and we understand that at 2 p.m., probably after they have taken a rest, they will be relaying the results of this constituency in Rabai.
Janae, just a moment. A very quick one. This election comes just a few weeks after the death of William Kamote, who was the Rabai Member of Parliament. Is there a relative to William Kamote who was contesting in this election?
Let me join by my colleague Nisi, who has held a fort in this constituency, just to give us a perspective. Good morning, Nisi, and how has it been so far for the past 4 days? Kyori, allow me.
All right, thank you so much, Janae Karisa. Good morning to you, John Jacob Kyria and Victor Lowe back at the broadcasting house. We are live here at the Rabai constituency tallying center here in Kilifi County, where we have been pitching tent for the last close to 4 days now. And at this particular constituency tallying center, on the first day of election, that is on Tuesday night, the first ballot boxes from the polling centers arrived here at around 1:48 a.m. in the morning, and that's because it's been raining. I know you cannot see, but the weather is really chilly. It's been raining. The roads have not been passable. So the ballot boxes arrived here a little bit later in the night at 1:48 a.m. on Tuesday night, or Wednesday morning, if you like. But since then, we have been able to go through different polling station results. We're still waiting for others. We have around 30 polling station results that we are waiting to go through. Eventually, the returning officer here, Nuru Faraj, has told us that probably by 2 p.m. we might be able to finish this process. But so far, so good. Security is tight in this particular constituency tallying center. Security, there's a lot of security personnel here, and you're not able to access it without a badge or some form of identification, and that's of course to ensure that the electoral process is smooth. So in the 111 constituencies in this area, 111 polling centers in this constituency, we have been able to go through around 80 results from polling centers, and the rest will be bringing probably by 2 p.m. would have finished that process. So we are still pitching our tent here. We'll be bringing you more updates as time allows.
Yeah, just from your analysis, is it possible to know who is on the lead and which party has taken what? We understand there's a relative of William Kamote who was also contesting. From your on the ground, who exactly is leading?
No, we cannot be able to say at the moment, because the returning officer here is very careful not to bring any sorts of disruption in the process. So probably by 2 p.m. we will know. But the party agents are here, the different party agents are here, the observers are here, and we are also here to ensure that we bring the accurate results for that particular winner of the different positions. But I cannot be able to say for sure.
Kyria, it's the same across other constituencies like we did yesterday. It is premature right now to say who's on the lead, but I'm sure at 2 p.m. Nisi is on that bit, and she will be telling us more. Any other query, Kyria?
Junaid, thank you. A fantastic job you're doing there alongside Nisi Imanu in Rabai. And of course, as you make rounds across Kilifi County to give us up to date, or rather to keep us up to date with the results there. Of course, you're telling us Gideon Mungaro is on the lead in the gubernatorial position, followed closely by Aisha Jumwa, and we'll be coming back to you later. Thank you, Junaid and Nisi. Bringing it back to studio, some news here. It appears like Gideon Moi is going home. Among the big names falling, and fallen by the sword of William Cheptumo, the immediate former Baringo North Member of Parliament, because I understand Cheptumo has gotten 123,088 votes against Gideon's 57,202. That's about 67.63% for William Cheptumo against Gideon Moi's 31.43%. Lydia Mathieu, looks like the Deputy President was on a mission to vanquish his detractors in the rift.
It is his supporters who have chosen to vanquish the people who are opposed to William Ruto in Rift Valley and in Mount Kenya. They are saying, we support this man. If you're not with him, then you are not with us. And I think that is the message that is being that is resonating, that is now being sent out by these people, that this is our person, this is the person that we love, this is the person that we support, and if you want us to be with you, then you be with this man. So you might see some realigning going forward, perhaps towards 2027, where people will try now, not to lose their own positions as they navigate politics. Because Gideon, remember, already had gone again in a different direction with Kanu in 2017, and the people gave him a chance, and they said, okay, it's okay, we understand, you're our son, we'll give you our votes, okay, go to Senate. But I guess a second time round, him going against Ruto, now running for the actual seat of president, was too much for the people of Baringo. And I think this time they said, it's okay, just give us a minute, we need to make this clear to you that our person is William Ruto. Yeah, and that's what you're seeing, that the people are saying, this is our person. It's the same message that has been sent to the president, that this is the person that we love. So if you love us, then come along with us. Otherwise, please stay out of our way. Yeah.
For a Moi to flop in Baringo is such a big thing.
It's a big deal.
It's such a big deal. And thinking about it, because you allude to 2017, the Deputy President, in a way, tried to topple Gideon Moi in Baringo through the current CS for Labour in 2017. But still, Gideon Moi put up quite a good show. What do you think is different this time that he has been flawed?
I think they have been, even though Ruto has always been ahead, there has always been supremacy battles between Ruto and the Mois. And now this confirms that right now Ruto is the undisputed kingpin now of Rift Valley. Ruto has made his groundwork, and I think Gideon didn't read the signs of the time, because the people of Rift Valley right now, their only hope for the presidency was William. And having been out of lost that opportunity after Moi left power, they really wanted to have their own son to be the president. And so any person who was opposed to William was likely to go home. And as some speaker had already said, there was a wave in Rift Valley that anyone or anything that went against William was going to be vanquished, as you say. Any person was going to go home. And I do not think that if there is any single person in the Rift Valley I'm talking about is generally Kalenjin, who was opposed to William, was going to make it. Yes.
All right. And I understand it appears like Anne Waiguru will lose the race in Kirinyaga County. We'll be heading there in a bit. But right about now, let's head over to Nyeri County. Gishoke Washira is in Nyeri. Washira, I believe you can hear me. What's the latest from Nyeri County?
Thank you very much, John Jacob Kioria. We are coming to you live from Mathira constituency. A very cold morning here in Mathira constituency. And as you can see behind me, the whole process of verifying the results that are being received from all the 201 polling stations is still going on. IEBC officials here have really sacrificed and giving it their all to make sure that the process is transparent. So it's a time-consuming process, and this is because they have to verify each and every ballot box and also each and every detail that have been sent from the polling station. The ballots that you are seeing are the pending ballots that are yet to be verified, and so that the results can be collated together. And so far, it's like 30 hours of giving service, and now joining me is returning officer, Mathira Tallying Center. Madam, how far is the process?
Well, we are doing well. We are happy. We are doing well. We are almost like at 90% because we only have less than 15 more to go. Like you can see, we've really almost cleared. Yes.
And when should the people of Mathira expect to hear the results of their new member of parliament, and also how they voted in the presidential race?
Wow, that's a tough one because I wouldn't really know, because like you've seen, it's not just receiving. So I'm talking about the receiving, that I'm almost done with receiving all of them. But then there is the collation. I have the Form B to compare with the Form A series, that what I have entered in the Form B series is exactly what was brought to me by the PO. So that one might take another good time. So it's not that easy to really determine when we are going to be done. Yes.
Thank you very much, madam. You're doing a good job.
Thank you so much too. You're doing a good job.
That is the returning officer, Mathira Tallying Center here in Mathira constituency, explaining to us why the process is taking a lot of time, and it is because there is need to verify each and every result that is being received from the polling station to make sure that it matches the result that was fed into the system. Now, John Jacob Kyoria, unless you have a question.
Because you've been covering the entire of Nyeri County, how would you tell us about the parliamentary results in the constituencies inside Nyeri County? What would you tell us about the outcome?
Well, looking at the provisional results, because it's only one constituency in Nyeri, two constituencies in Nyeri County that have already declared the final results. But looking at the provisional results, there is a common pattern here in Nyeri and also the surrounding counties within the Mount Kenya region. And United Democratic Alliance is really taking most of the seats, if not all of the seats in this region. And that is a statement that they are making, a political statement that this Mount Kenya region is supporting the Deputy President William Ruto.
All right. Quite an incisive answer there. There's a political statement being made there, as Kevin Washira avers, and we'll be also getting back to him once those results from Mathira are out, the official results, because Kevin appears to have the provisional results from Nyeri County, but he is stationed in Mathira right about now. We'll take a breather and then leave you with about graphics of who won, who has lost, and then come back after 10 minutes. Take up this conversation about who is leading where. For example, in Kilifi, we have not really quite covered Kilifi as regards Gideon Mungaro, Aisha Jumwa, and the new entrant into the party, Pa, appears to be making quite a statement in Kilifi, and the party leader is Amason Jeffa Kingi. So we take a breather. When you come back, Victor Olo, you will pick it up with your guest, and then we come to this end.
Right. the election of 2022. On this 11th day of August 2022, it has been an eventful week, but we are still here to give you wall-to-wall coverage of what you should expect. We have our reporters across the country, and back here in studio we also have analysts, at least to give us a different insight on what is happening on the ground. But right now, let's cross over to the Bomas of Kenya. Sarafina Robi is on standby. Sarafina, hujambo? What should we expect at the Bomas of Kenya? It's now 10 a.m.
Na shukran sana Victor pamoja na wenzangu Jacob Kioria na Jane ambao wapo kwenye Broadcasting House ambapo ni makao makuu ya utangazaji ya KBC. Mtazamaji, sasa tunakujia kwa njia moja kwa moja mbashara kabisa kutoka kwenye kituo ama kitovu cha Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC, ambapo kipo katika ukumbi wa Bomas hapa Nairobi nchini Kenya, ambapo tunaendelea kufuatilia tuweze kujua jinsi ambavyo matokeo yanaendelea kupeperushwa kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za nchi. Kufikia hivi sasa ni kuwa tunamsubiri mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka Wafula Chebukati pamoja na naibu wake Juliana Cherera pamoja na makamishna wengine waweze kuwasili kwenye ukumbi huo wa Bomas, waweze kutujuza kama walivyokuwa wametuambia hapo awali kuwa ifikia hapo mida ya saa 4 wataweza kufika, waweze kutuambia kufikia sasa hivi Wakenya ni wangapi ambao wameweza kupiga kura, na vile vile wale wasimamizi ambao wanatoka kwenye polling centers na vile vile kwenye constituency tallying centers na county tallying centers wameweza kufikia wapi, ambao wanatarajiwa waweze kufika hapa ili waweze kuleta hizo fomu za 34A na vile vile zile fomu za 34B ambazo zinatarajiwa, zinasubiriwa sana. Na sisi tupo ange kabisa hapa kuhakikisha kwa tunaweza kukujuza iwapo fomu hizo zimeweza kuwasili hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas, na zitakapowasili zinasubiriwa mtazamaji na maafisa wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC ili waweze kudhibitisha pamoja na zile ambazo zimeweza kuwekwa kwenye, zimeweza kutumwa na ule mfumo wa KIMS, na hapo baadaye ripoti itaweza kupewa mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka Wafula Chebukati, ambaye sasa ataweza kutangaza kirasmi kabisa ni nani ameweza kushinda kwenye ugavana, ni nani ameweza kushinda kwenye kiti cha urais. Hapa kwenye studio zetu kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas ni naye mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa ambaye ni Churchill Saoke. Karibu sana Churchill.
Asante sana.
Hali ni vipi unavyoiona hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas?
Tunaona matokeo yanaendelea kuingia na wengine already wameanza kujisalimisha, wanasema tumekubaliana na matokeo, na hivyo ndo tunataka iendelee mpaka mwisho. Naam.
Na makamishna kwa wale walikuwa wametujuza jana kuwa matokeo hayo ambayo watu wanaendelea kutangaza sio rasmi kabisa. Unaona hii inazua hali gani nchini?
Wajua kuna expectations mingi kwa watu wengi kule, na ni kawaida, manake kila mtu wanaangalia, wanataka hii season ya kura kupigwa ishe na matokeo ijulikane. So hiyo expectations iko mingi kila mahali, na kule makamishna pia lazima wahakikishe ya kwamba matokeo ambao wanapeana ni zile zinakubaliana na kikatiba. So ingawaje watu wanataka matokeo zitolewe haraka, pia kuna ile kitu tunaita process. Unajua kuna process ambayo lazima ifuatwe ndiposa kikatiba ifikiwe. Manake unajua unaweza tangaza huyu ameshinda, mtu fulani ameshinda, alafu baadaye petition ile iende court na process yote inalifaiwe, watu warudi kwa election. So commissioners ni mzuri wachukue fursa yao kuhakikisha wameverify hizo results zote zimefuatana na hizo sheria zote ambazo zinahitajika na katiba.
Ni mambo yapi ambayo unaona yameweza kuchangia kuchelewa kwa kufika kwa fomu hizi? Manake zimekuwa zikitarajiwa tangu jana hadi sasa hivi hatujawaona.
Wajua kuna hiyo kitaratibu yenye inahitajika ya kwamba forms zikitoka kule polling stations lazima zipelekwe katika constituency tallying center. Huko pia wanaenda kufanya hizo tallying, ndio wa declare wale wabunge zitoke hapo ziende kwa county, alafu ndiposa zifike hapa. So kuna tallying kila mahali, na hiyo ndo sababu zinachelewa. Wajua kuna wale ambao wanafikiria ya kwamba hizo forms zilishafiliwa juzi, so zilifiliwa kwa polling station, na zikishafiliwa hapo zinarushwa haraka mara hiyo kwa National Tallying Center, lakini sio hivyo, lazima ziende constituency na county ndipo zifike huko. No.
Kwa yule Mkenya ambaye anatazama, tumeweza kuona watu wana maswali mengi sana. Manake ukiangalia kwa kila televisheni, hii inasema hivi, nyingine inasema hivi.
Watulie. Watulie, mimi naweza waambia watulie, wengine waanze kazi. Wajua kuna huku ukiona hapa Bomas pia kila watu wako na maagenti wao, na so kuhakikisha ya kwamba zile results ambazo zinaletwa ni zile ambazo zilikuwa zile ambazo zilihesabika. So watu watulie, wako watulivu. Kuna watu ambao wanahakikisha ya kwamba interest zao zimetimizwa, so wasikuwe na ile msukosuko ya kwamba kuna mtu anataka kuiba kura. Kuna mtu so wakae na utulivu, na pia wahakikisha ya kwamba zile wachunguze sana zile vitu ambazo wanasoma sana kwa zile mitandao za kijamii. Manake sasa wajua kuna wale ambao wameanguka na wenye wanapita ambao wanaweka information mingi sana kwa mitandao, na hizo zinachanganyisha watu. Unakumbuka juzi kura imeisha na wengine already wameshajitokeza, wanajitangaza ya kwamba wameshinda, na wengine walikuwa na fikiri hiyo ni ukweli. Tangazo ya mwisho ni ile inatoka IEBC. Hivyo basi watulie. Hata zile zinatoka runinga, kuna zingine ambazo huwezi sema ni za ukweli, hazijathibitishwa. So wangoje IEBC commission wadhibitishe hizo, na results ambazo chama atakuwa zinatangaza ndizo zitakuwa zile za rasmi. Naam.
Kando na mfumo huu ambao unafuata, kuna zile form za 34A ambazo tumeweza kuona zimeweza kuwekwa kwenye mtandao ama zikatumwa na mfumo huo wa KIMS, ambazo vile vile Chebukati alisema jana bado wanasubiri hizo ambazo zitaletwa na wasimamizi ndipo iweze kudhibitishwa hasa. Kando na mfumo huo, je, pia mambo ya usalama, ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo kadhaa umeweza kuchangia? Manake tuliona kama vile eneo la Elders uchaguzi ulifanywa jana. Haya yameweza kuchangia pia katika kucheleweshwa kwa fomu hizi kuwasili hapa?
Waweza kuwa, lakini si sana. Manake wajua, naweza sema ya kwamba kwa hii uchaguzi hali ya usalama sana ule wakati wa count kura ama kuhesabu kura haijakuwa mbaya sana. Manake ukikompare na wakati labda 2017 ama elections zingine, ulikuwa unapata ya kwamba macandidates walikuwa naenda wanavamia mahali ya kuhesabu kura, na hiyo hatujapata sana wakati huu. So labda ni mimi naweza sema inachangiwa sana na hiyo kufuata hiyo utaratibu. Of course kuna regions ambazo bado ziko mbali. Ukiona mahali kama huko upande za northern Kenya, wajua huko pia ni mbali na network pia ni kidogo, so hizo pia zinachangia, lakini pia ni kidogo. So watu watulie tu. Wakuwe na utulivu.
Tukiwa pale kwenye auditorium pale, tuliweza kuona kwa fomu za 34A ambazo zimeweza kuwekwa kwenye mfumo huo wa KIMS. Saizi ni 99.73. Kipindi tunatoka pale auditorium. Na vile vile jana Chebukati aliweza kusema kuwa asilimia wa Kenya ambao waliweza kupiga kura ni 65.5 vile na nambari zingine. Ukilinganisha saa hizi jinsi ambavyo Wakenya wamejitokeza na hapo awali tuseme mwaka 2017 ambapo watu walijitokeza kwa wengi sana, karibia 80%. Saizi mbona asilimia imepungua?
Kuna mambo mengi, kuna sababu mengi yenye inaweza kuwa imechangia. Moja wao ni ya kwamba wajua watu kujitokeza kwenda kupiga kura inategemea na jinsi ambavyo wanasiasa wamewarai waende wapige kura, umewashawishi waende wapige kura, na hivyo inachangiwa kwanza na ni nani anasimama, anatoka wapi, akona wafuasi wangapi. So labda hiyo ni ya kwanza, inaweza kuwa imechangia kupunguzwa kwa idadi ya wale watu ambao wamejitokeza kupiga kura. Ya pili ni ya kwamba kuna uchumi kiasi imekuwa ngumu. Kuna labda wale ambao walikuwa wamechukua kura labda maeneo ya mashinani, lakini kura imewapata wakiwa Nairobi, na hiyo siku ya kupiga kura unaenda kwa bus station, unauliza fare ni ngapi, unaambiwa 3,000. Sasa unasema 3,000, wewe kuna 1,000 peke yako, unasema labda na nyinyi mko watu wawili, unasema acha ikae basi. So hiyo pia inaweza kuwa ilichangia. Ya tatu ni zile sera, labda watu wanaona ya kwamba hizi vitu ambavyo sisi tunaambiwa ni zile tuliambiwa 2017 na ile 2013 na kuna kitu imefanyika. Sasa hata hata 2022 baada hakutakuwa na kitu. Hivyo pia inaweza fanya watu wasijitokezee kupiga kura. Ingine na sababu ingine ni ya kwamba kuna wale watu ukiona ukichunguza sana wale watu ambao walipiga kura, kuna wale vijana wa kupiga kura, na kuna shida hapo. Lazima tufanye utafiti ni sababu gani. Bado siwezi sema ni kwa nini hawakupiga kura. Sana sana ni watu walio na umri kutoka 30 kwenda juu ndo walijitokeza vizuri. Kurudi chini hawakupiga kura, sababu bado hatujui. Lakini wajua pia kuna shida ya mambo na kuelewa historia ya nchi. Watu unapata vijana labda bado hawajaelewa umuhimu ya hii process ya kupiga kura, na sana sana ukilinganisha na pahali ambapo nchi inatokezea historia ya nchi na tunakotaka kuenda. Wengine ukiwauliza watakuambia nipige kura, nisipopiga kura yangu haitakuwa ya maana.
Hakutakuwa na mabadiliko.
Au utakuwa na mabadiliko. Sasa wajua mtu akiwa na mentality kama hiyo inafanya kura ya ile turnout kurudi chini. Naam.
Vile vile unaposema kuwa vijana hawajajitokeza kwa wingi kuweza kupiga kura, kuna pia au makamishna waliweza kutujuza kuwa kuna sehemu kama vile 8 ambapo kwa ugavana kulikuwa na Kakamega na Mombasa, vile vile kulikuwa na maeneo bunge kama vile Kitui Rural, sehemu kama hizo ambapo walisema kuna wa uchaguzi utaweza kufanya tarehe 23 mwezi wa 8. Sasa pia unaona kama pia hilo limeweza kuchangia katika idadi ndogo ya watu ambao walijitokeza kupiga kura. Manake mtu anaona kama mimi nataka kumpigia gavana tu pale, kwa hivyo nikienda kumpigia gavana pia nitampigia rais. Kama nimeambiwa basi sitaweza kumpigia gavana, basi mimi sitaenda kupiga kura. Unaona kama hilo pia limeweza kuchangia.
Naweza sema ya kwamba wajua ni kiasi kidogo sana, asilimia kidogo kabisa ilichangiwa na hiyo. Manake ukiona wale ambao walikuwa wanaenda kupiga kura mahali popote nchi, wote walishawishiwa sana na wale wenye wanavai zile position za rais, na utakuwa unapata ya kwamba hata wale wenye wanawania hizi position zingine za gavana, magavana, wote walikuwa wanategemea wenye wanawania hizo positions za marais. So kidogo sana upate ya kwamba kuna mtu alikuwa anategemea anaenda kupiga kura kwa sababu ya gavana peke yake na sio rais. Ingekuwa mbaya kama ni ya rais ndio ingekuwa imeondolewa, ingeaffect sana zile positions zingine za wagavana, za mabunge na county assembly. Naam.
Pia tuangalie mifumo ama zile ambazo wanasema patterns ambazo Wakenya kwa sasa kwenye uchaguzi huu wameweza kutumia kuweza kupiga kura, vyama ambavyo vimeweza kuongoza katika sehemu ambazo hazikuwa zinatarajiwa. Una vipi hali hii imetoka na kivipi?
Kama vyama ambavyo vinafanya nini?
Kama vile utapata tuseme kama eneo la Mlima Kenya tumeweza kuona kuwa rais alikuwa anampigia debe sana yule
naibu wake.
Yule ambaye anaongoza azimio la umoja. Lakini ukiangalia watu ambao wameweza kuchaguliwa pale wengi wao ni wa UDA. Ni nini ambacho kimechangia?
Wajua kuna historia ambayo iko na hiyo imekuwa nchi. Mara mingi unapata ya kwamba watu wengi labda kwa sehemu hiyo walikuwa wanatarajia ya kwamba mheshimiwa rais support naibu wake, na walikuwa naenda kupiga kura, manake hiyo ndo kitu walikuwa natarajia. Lakini labda mheshimiwa rais pia kwa wisdom yake alikuwa anaangalia jinsi ambavyo nchi inavyoenda, hiyo standard alichukua ndio labda alikuwa naona ni mzuri kwa nchi, na wafuasi wake wa kutoka Mlima Kenya walikuwa naona hiyo njia sio yenye sisi tunataka. So ni njia ya kidemokrasia ya kila mtu. Rais anachukua mkondo direction hii, wananchi wanachukua direction hii, wote mwishowe tutakuwa na kiongozi wa nchi mwenye atakuja ku unite kila mtu mwenye alimvotia na mwenye
lakini Churchill haijawa hivyo awali. Awali tulikuwa tunaona kama ni eneo tuseme la Mlima Kenya, tunajua pale ni Jubilee kabisa, kila mtu yapiga kura mrengo wa Jubilee. Lakini kwa sasa imebadilika sana, hata kama ni hali yako ya kidemokrasia.
Manake wajua, ukiona historia ya siasa ya nchi, Mlima Kenya haijapigia Mheshimiwa Raila kura, na hata saa hii zile kura ambazo wamepata tunaweza sema ya kwamba wamejaribu. Ukikompare na elections zingine ambazo wako wamepata kura sana, saa hizi amepata asilimia kadhaa, yenye tunaweza sema ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais jinsi ambavyo aliwarai watu wa eneo hilo kiasi amesaidia Azimio. Manake wajua hii, ukiona hata hizo figures ambazo zinatokelezea, hiyo difference ni kidogo. So hata hiyo percentage yenye imeongezwa hapo kutoka hiyo na hiyo imemsaidia, hata itamsaidia akishinda.
Naam. Tutarudi bado uweze kutuelezea zaidi kuhusiana na mfumo huo wa kupiga kura. Mtazamaji, sasa tuelekee katika eneo la Serena ambapo tunaarifiwa kuwa wale waangalizi wako pale na wanaweza wanaongea na wanahabari, kwa hivyo tuweze kupata mazungumzo hayo.
To see the Republic of Kenya and to see the people who are quite hospitable. So the various missions that are here, EAC, AU, COMESA, IGAT, have endeavored to work with synergy throughout the election observation process. This is in keeping with the pursuit of the African Union vision of Agenda 2063, whereby the various regional economic communities are supposed to be the building blocks for the African economic community that is supposed to be there by the year 2063. In observing elections in the partner states, we are strengthening the political pillar in the integration process. You need to get your politics right if the economy is to prosper. So, so we'll have presentations from the various heads of mission, beginning with the East African community, and then the one from the AU Observer Mission. Then after that we'll have the question and answer session. Then later on we'll have the presentations from the Commonwealth and the other Observer Mission. So with those many remarks, I would like to invite the head of the EAC Election Observer Mission, His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, to make this presentation on behalf of the EAC mission.
Unasema sana wewe. Excellencies, former presidents who are here leading international election observation missions and other heads of international observation missions, Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners present, fellow observers of the East African Community Election Observation Mission, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Upon the invitation of the Kenyan Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Honorable Peter Mathuki, constituted the East African Community Election Observation Mission to the 2022 Kenya General Election. Let me hasten to say that the election observation is one of the fundamental principles of promoting good governance and democracy in the East African Community as per treaty and as per the principles of election observation and evaluation of 2012. The East African Commission Observation Mission comprised 43 East Africans. I'm leading that mission, and Ambassador Fatma Ndangiza, who is the chairperson of the Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution Committee of the East African Legislative Assembly, is my deputy. The members of the mission were drawn from the East African Legislative Assembly, national parliaments, government ministries, electoral management bodies, national youth councils, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and East African youth ambassadors. In constituting the mission, the Secretary General is guided, or was guided, by the principle that no national of the country holding the election will be a member of that observation mission. It follows, therefore, that our brothers and sisters of Kenya are not members of this mission. Ladies and gentlemen, the deployment of this mission was preceded by an AU, EAC, and COMESA joint high-level pre-election consultative mission from the 14th to the 21st of May. Later, from 25th of June to 25th of July, a joint political assessment mission with members of the AU, EAC, COMESA, and IGAD conducted an assessment of conflict prevention and mitigation of the risk factors to be taken into account during this year's election in Kenya. Members of the East Africa Election Observation Mission were deployed in 16 teams in 27 counties in Nairobi, Central, Nyanza, Eastern, Western, Rift Valley, and Coastal region. On polling day, we were able to observe elections in 218 polling stations. Before deployment, the mission undertook consultations with stakeholders, including the chairman of the EIB, Independent Electoral and Border Commission, Wafula Chebukati and his commissioners, the Chief Justice, Her Lordship Justice Martha Koome, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. And with regard to presidential candidates, we met in person with His Excellency William Ruto, the Deputy President, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister, and Reverend David Waihiga. I spoke by phone with Professor George Wajakoya. He was in his village. He went there early to vote, but we agreed to meet when he returns to Nairobi. The other stakeholders we interacted with include the National Police Service of Kenya, ambassadors of the East African Community in Kenya, commissioners of the National Human Rights Commission, commissioners of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, political parties, the Election Observation Group, ILOG, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and the media. We also had consultations with other regional and international observers. Many of them are already here. I attended a special event organized by the Kenya's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, by Secretary Rachel Omamo, organized by 4 observers. The Secretary of ICT, Honorable Joseph Mucheru, the Inspector General of Police, Hilary Nzioki, permanent secretaries from several ministries were present. They spoke about Kenya government's preparedness and readiness to ensure successful, free, and fair election in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the preliminary report of the East African Community Observer Mission. The report is based on the consultations which I have already mentioned and the findings of our observers in the field, in the counties. We observed key pre-election and election day activities, campaigns, delivery of polling materials, preparation of polling stations, voting processes and results management at polling stations. The comprehensive report, the detailed and comprehensive report will be completed shortly and will be delivered to the Independent Electoral and Border Commission of Kenya and to relevant Kenyan authorities. The following are some of the observations the EAC Election Observation Mission would like to highlight. One, the mission observed that the campaigns were conducted in a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Parties and candidates had the opportunity to campaign freely, although there were reports of some challenges or incidents encountered by some parties and some members. In our assessment, these were isolated incidents. They do not translate or reflect the whole election processes. And those issues that were incidents related to security were dealt with by the national security agencies. Two, the mission takes note of the important contribution made by several stakeholders like faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, the private sector, and the media, which helped in promoting peace and harmony during the campaigns as well as before and on polling day. The mission noted that at various stages of the electoral process, there were problems associated with social media, particularly regarding to disinformation, misinformation, and hate speech. The mission commends various stakeholders for their efforts to address these challenges. In this regard, the mission commends the mainstream media for the important contribution they have made in addressing some of these challenges. We also commend the wonderful work they have done on voter education and coverage of the electoral process. We hope they will continue to do so after the election results are declared. The mission takes note of the remarkable improvements made by the Independent Electoral and Border Commission with regards to transparency, preparations, and management of the 2022 elections. However, much more needs to be done for better outcomes in the future. A lot of our ideas will be contained in the detailed report. The mission also recommends that in future there should be better communication between the IEBC and the various stakeholders. 5, on polling day, the mission observed the following. This is what we want to share. There are many things, but we would like to share the following. Generally, the situation was calm, peaceful, and orderly. Most polling stations opened on time, but there were a few which opened late for various reasons, including late setting up of the stations, late arrival of polling materials, or even late arrival of the polling officials. However, we were pleased to note that the time lost was compensated by the late closure of polls in the concerned polling stations. It is recommended by our mission that the IEBC should take corrective measures to ensure that these deficiencies do not recur in future. For example, we took time with my deputy to go around the polling stations up to 6 o'clock. There was nobody. I think in one of the stations we found 2 young ladies there pulling benches. So if the preparations are taken well ahead, then we'll be able to organize better. B, in the observed polling stations, security personnel were present as promised, and they were professional in their discharge of duties and responsibilities. They did not interfere with the electoral process, nor did they intimidate voters. The mission commends Kenya Police Service for a job very well done. Our humble appeal to them: please continue to do the good work everywhere, anywhere, and for every task you are assigned to do after the elections. The other observation on polling day is that polling officials displayed high levels of competence and professionalism. There may be some slippages here and there, but generally they displayed high levels of competence and professionalism. The mission recommends that the IEBC commends the IEBC for the selection and training of poll officials. We also commend the IEBC for involving young people, and for that young women, in the management of the electoral processes. My deputy was very keen on seeing if the women are involved, and she was very happy to see many young ladies involved in the process. There was a time I asked her, but you are a mother, you also have girl child and boy child, but why are you not keen on seeing boys there? But it is a reality that you have to, and gender mainstreaming, you have to care about the place of women because they are disadvantaged. The mission commends the IEBC on the successful use of technology in voter registration, voter identification, and transmission of results. It has improved efficiency and increased transparency of the election process in Kenya. At least those who have been here in the last election are testifying to that. However, there were instances of challenges in the identification of voters using the KIMS kit. We recommend that the problems relating to KIMS kit should be identified and the necessary corrective measures be taken for better performance in future elections. The mission was pleased to observe that agents of political parties and candidates were present at polling stations and were not encumbered in performing their duties. However, it was a bit concerning that it was only the 2 major political parties, political alliances, that were able to deploy agents. Also, it was intriguing to note the presence of many agents of independent candidates. You know, I think there was one polling station, I think the representatives of the mainstream parties were only 2. 6 of them were, which party? Independent. Which one? Independent. Which one? Independent. So I says, it appears there are many independent candidates. It's good for democracy. But there is a story behind it. And we are going to take up that matter in the main report of our observation. It appears something happened in the primaries in the political parties. And those who were dissatisfied just decided to become independent candidates. In all polling stations observed, Agents of political parties and independent candidates signed the results form, declaration form, and they were given copies. Overall, the mission was pleased to note that generally protocols and procedures for opening and closure of polling were observed. With regards to the layout of polling stations, it is the opinion of East African community observers that party agents were placed too far from the polling official who is identifying the voters. For purposes of enhancing checks and balances in future elections, the IEB should consider placing party agents close to that official to ascertain the authenticity of voters. Because if these party agents, in fact, in the arrangement, the party agents would be where the observers are supposed to be. The only thing they would see is how these people drop the ballots in the boxes. But I think the most critical part for them is at the point where voters are coming in, to ascertain that is this a bona fide voter or not. So if everything is safe, fine. But this is something that we thought was noticeable for us. The mission noted with concern complaints made by young people that the political parties did not provide them adequate space and opportunity for them to participate as candidates in the elections. We met some young people here. They were so vocal, complaining. They are making demands on us. At times they tell us, "You are too young, please, just wait, stay aside." Even getting the opportunity to try. So it's a hard sell. We consider this a serious matter. Either it's a matter of omission or commission, which needs attention and resolute action. Young people are the future of this country. In the same vein, we call upon the political actors and the government of Kenya to ensure that the 2/3 gender rule is observed to the letter and spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, over and above all that I've mentioned, the East African Community Election Observation Mission would like to appeal to all political actors and stakeholders in Kenya, including the great people of Kenya, to continue to maintain peace after the results of the elections are declared. We implore all of you to embrace peaceful resolution of disputes that may arise from the electoral processes. Fortunately, there is the opportunity to use the courts of law, so please make use of that avenue. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the East African Community Election Observation Mission is satisfied that the way the 2022 Kenyan general election was conducted, on polling day, the people of Kenya were given the opportunity to elect leaders of their choice freely. We hope the subsequent processes will respect, uphold, and reflect the will of the people of Kenya in the 2022 general elections. I thank you.
On development.
kundi tu la waangalizi ambao wamekuja hapa nchini Kenya kuweza kufuatilia uchaguzi wetu unavyoendelea, tangu tulipoanza kujitayarisha, jinsi tunavyoendelea kujitayarisha, na vile vile hata hivi sasa tunapoendelea kusubiri matokeo. Tumewaona pale ndani kwenye ukumbi, na mtazamaji tunamwona bado amewasili, wanaendelea kuchukua maswali kutoka kwa wanahabari. Turejee pale.
Distinguished former presidents, excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, I will hereby present the preliminary statement of the IGAD Election Observation Mission to the 9 August 2022 general elections in Kenya. At the invitation of the IEBC of the Republic of Kenya, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, His Excellency Dr. Warkana Gabayo, authorized the deployment of an IGAD election observation mission to observe the general election in the Republic of Kenya. I led a 31-person mission. The mission is comprised of 7 core team members and 24 short-term observers drawn from 6 IGAD member states: Djibouti, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda. The 24 STOs, or short-term observation members, out of which 11 are women, represent election management bodies as well as public and diplomatic services. The STOs were deployed to 19 constituencies across 10 counties: Nairobi, Nakuru, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, Kajiado, Kisumu, Kisii, Kakamega, Machakos, and Mombasa. Since my arrival in Kenya on 2 August 2022, I held wide-ranging engagement with national stakeholders and senior officials, including the Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Chairperson of the Commission of the IEBC, the 2 front-runner presidential candidates, domestic observer group representatives, as well as heads of other regional, continental, and international election observation missions. Ladies and gentlemen, in all my engagements, I underlined IGAD's keen interest to see the will of the Kenyan people fully realized through a credible and peaceful election processes. I also underscored the positive implications of the peaceful transfer of power in Kenya for the wider stability and domestic transition across the IGAD region. So it is not only for Kenya, but beyond, to the region itself. There were regular consultations and unity of voices among the various African missions, namely the African Union, COMESA, EAC, and IGAD. I would like to state my satisfaction with the level of collaboration and express my hope that this commendable practice will be sustained in future missions. IGAD Election Observation Mission's assessment of the 2022 general election in Kenya is based on the principles and standards of the conduct of domestic elections as enshrined in relevant regional and continental instruments. Given that the IGAD Election Observation Mission is a short-term mission, the scope of this mandate is mainly limited to observing election day activities pertaining to polling, counting, and tallying procedures. The observers have undergone a 2-day orientation program on the political context of election relevant to national and international legal frameworks guiding election administration, as well as IGAD guidelines and code of conduct for election observers. They were also equipped with election observation checklists to gather and transmit their findings to the mission's secretariat. The mission is grateful for the warm welcome and cooperation it received from all Kenyan institutions and citizens, including election officials, candidates, and domestic observer groups. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I want to start with general remarks. Based on the information obtained from the IBC, we noted that there were 22,120,458 registered voters and 16,098 candidates in the 9 August 2022 general elections. They are vying for a total of 1,822 seats for 6 categories of elective positions. These elective positions are presidential, members of the National Assembly, women representatives in the National Assembly, members of the Senate, governors, and members of the county assemblies. The 2022 general election is widely considered as significant as it entails the transfer of presidential power. This, coupled with legacy of past electoral processes, adds to its importance. This is evident through the relatively high number of national and international election observation missions. We have taken note of key legal frameworks governing elections in Kenya, including the 2010 Constitution, and IGAD EOM has attended several briefings sessions organized by the IEBC and was able to appreciate the Commission's level of preparedness. Excellencies, let me proceed to the specific observation we found now. Regarding pre-election observation, IGAD short-term election observation covered 213 polling stations across 19 constituencies located in the 10 counties where the IGAD observer mission was deployed. On 8 August, the day before the election, or at the eve of the general election, our short-term observers had all reached the various deployment locations, identified polling stations, and engaged with polling officials and other stakeholders in order to ascertain the level of preparedness. A more notable disruption recorded concerning preparations on 8 August was the IEBC's announcement of 2 gubernatorial elections in Mombasa and Kakamega due to the errors of ballots. The statement by the IEBC on the cancellation caused anxiety and uncertainty pertaining to electoral processes in these two counties. Regarding Election Day observations, most of the polling stations where IGAD SCOs were able to observe opening procedures across the 10 counties opened on time. Secrecy of the ballot was adhered to in most polling stations observed by the IGAD SCOs. However, there were some instances when the positioning of the booth could have compromised the secrecy of the ballot and the electors. Regarding voter turnout, in most of the polling stations visited, voter turnout was noticeably low and recorded at around 55%. On polling stations and election day materials, the IGAD Election Observation Mission notes that in all polling stations visited, requisite polling materials were available throughout the day. In some polling stations, the observers noted that limited number of polling booths slowed down the voting processes and procedures. All polling stations were, with few exceptions, observed were accessible to all voters, including persons with disabilities, and special consideration was also given to the elderly, lactating mothers, and pregnant women. On the polling staff, independent observers, and party agents. The short-term observation missions of IGAD observed that in most polling stations visited, polling officials performed their duties diligently in accordance with the laws and electoral regulations of Kenya. There was also a commendable level of representation of women as IEBC officials in most polling stations visited. Most of these are within the youth category, which signifies youth participation in election management. The representation of women among party agents and domestic observers was significantly high and noticeable, and that is very much commendable. The IGAD EOM observers noted the presence of domestic and international observers in most polling stations visited. On security around polling stations, the presence of security officials around the polling stations provided a secure environment for the elections to be conducted in an orderly and peaceful manner. The women security officers were also visibly present in all polling stations visited. There were no causes of harassment and intimidation observed. On closing of the poll, the IGAD Election Observation Mission observed that IEBC officials complied with the closing procedures adequately. Most of the polling stations observed closed on time. However, in few polling stations, closing time were extended to allow voters in the queue to cast their votes. In polling stations where IGAD Election Observation Mission observed closing, they also observed the counting procedures and processes in a very peaceful manner. In conclusion, the IGAD Election Observation Mission was deployed as a short-term mission which is focused largely around the conduct of the electoral process on the election day. We note that we released the preliminary report. IEBC is yet to announce official results. The IGAD Election Observation Mission commends the Kenyan people for the... We released the preliminary report. IEBC is yet to announce official results.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, huyo ni aliyekuwa rais wa Ethiopia ambaye ni Mulatu Teshome, ambaye yaongoza kundi la waangalizi kutoka kwenye muungano wa IGAD ambao wapo hapa nchini Kenya kuweza kufuatilia jinsi ambavyo tunaendesha uchaguzi wetu, tunapoendelea kusubiri matokeo kutoka kwenye sehemu mbalimbali, kutoka kwenye magatuzi yetu 47. Bado wanaendelea kuangalia, na rais aliyekuwa rais wa Ethiopia Mulatu Teshome ameweza kusema kuwa wameweza kushuhudia idadi ndogo ya wapiga kura katika vituo mbalimbali ambavyo waliweza kwenda kuangalia jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi ulikuwa ukiendeshwa, na tulikuwa tumeweza kuangalia ama kuangazia swala hilo na mchanganuzi wetu Churchill Saoki ambaye tupo naye hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas. Na vile vile mtazamaji ameweza kusema kuwa pale ambapo tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC iliweza kusema kwa uchaguzi wa ugavana hautaweza kufanyika katika gatuzi la Mombasa na vile vile Kakamega. Hali hiyo iliweza kuzua wasiwasi kidogo katika maeneo hayo, kwa hivyo inaendelea kudhibitishwa. Na vile vile hapa awali pia mtazamaji tuliweza kumuona aliyekuwa rais wa Tanzania Jakaya Kikwete ambaye yuongoza waangalizi ambao wanatoka kwenye muungano wa EAC. Aliweza pia kutoa tu ripoti yao ya mwigo, wakisubiri kuweza kutoa ripoti ya kina hapo baadaye kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo wameweza kuona tumeweza kuendesha uchaguzi wetu, ambapo wameweza kusema kuwa usalama uliweza kushughulikiwa kwa njia mufti kabisa, ambapo wameweza kusema kuwa maafisa wa usalama ambao walikuwa wanachunga vituo mbalimbali hawakuweza kuwatia woga wapiga kura. Kwa hivyo basi wapiga kura waliweza kufika kwa muda uliofaa na kuweza kupiga kura kwa njia safi kabisa bila kusumbuliwa hata kidogo. Vile vile ameweza kuangazia mambo kuhusiana na habari potofu ambazo zinaendelea katika mitandao ya kijamii ambayo amesema ni misinformation. Amesema kuwa hali hiyo iweze kudhibitiwa. Vile vile akaweza kutoa tuombi kuwa kwa chaguzi ambazo zitakuja tena hapo baadaye, basi vyombo vya habari viweze kushirikiana na tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC ili kuweza, haswa shirika la utangazaji la KBC, ili kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa Wakenya na vile vile watu wote wanaofuatilia uchaguzi wetu wanaweza kupata nambari ambazo ni za rasmi, ili kusiweze kuwa na hali ya mshike jinsi ya kujua kama nambari hizo ni za kweli ama ni za rongo. Vile vile ameweza kusema kuhusiana na kufunguliwa kwa vituo vya kupiga kura. Ameweza kusema kuwa vituo vingi viliweza kufunguliwa kwa muda uliofaa, ambapo ni saa 12, na vituo ambavyo havikufunguliwa kwa muda ambao ulikuwa unatarajiwa kufunguliwa basi waliweza kufidiwa. Iwapo kama walichelewa kufungua kwa dakika 30, basi ameweza kusema kuwa vituo hivyo viliweza kufidia muda huo na kuwaongezea wapiga kura muda ambao uliweza kupotezwa wakati kituo hicho kinaweza kufunguliwa. Vile vile ameweza kusema kuwa aliweza kuona wanawake wameweza kuhusishwa katika shughuli nzima ya uchaguzi ambao umekuwa ukiendelea, ambalo ni jambo ambalo ameweza kusifia sana. Akiweza kusema kuwa ni jambo ambalo lilikuwa ni jambo zuri ambalo litaweza kuigwa vile vile na mataifa mengine. Jambo ambalo ameweza pia kugusia ni kuhusiana na kutumika kwa mtandao ambao ni internet katika hali nzima ya uchaguzi, katika utayarishaji, katika kupiga kura, ambapo tunatumia ule mfumo wa KIMS-KIT, na vile vile katika kupeperusha hizo kura baada ya wapiga kura kuweza kupiga kura, ambalo pia ni jambo ambalo ameweza ameweza kusifia. Vile vile ameweza kuwakosoa ama kukosoa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC, ambapo ameweza kusema kuwa walishuhudia kuwa wale agents ambao tunawaita mawakala walikuwa na umbali sana na wale wasimamizi wa vituo hivyo vya kupiga kura, ambapo ameweza kusema kuwa hapo awali basi waweze kuangalau karibu, ndipo kama kutakuwepo na tetesi kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo kura hizo zimeweza kupigwa ama kuhesabiwa, wasiweze kuwa na shida yoyote. Kwa hivyo ameweza tu kusema kuwa kwa uchaguzi ambao utakuja basi au mawakala ma agents waweze kuwa na ukaribu kidogo na wale wasimamizi wa vituo vya kupiga kura. Vile vile ameweza kusema kuwa waliweza kuona kuwa kulikuwa na wawaniaji huru wengi sana katika vituo vingi. Churchill, hilo wadhani liweza kuchangiwa na nini? Independent candidates walikuwa wengi sana, ni jambo ambalo aliyekuwa rais wa Tanzania Jakaya Kikwete amesema kuwa waliweza kushuhudia katika vituo vingi vya kupiga kura. Wadhani hilo lilichangiwa na nini katika muhula huu?
Wajua ya kwamba kuna wale ambao labda walikuwa wanataka kuenda na political parties, lakini hizo political parties, zile njia za kuchagua ama nomination process hazikuwa za huru kwao. Hivyo basi walikuwa wanaona ya kwamba ni afadhali waende independent kwa njia ya huru. Ukikumbuka kwa zile uchaguzi za kitambo kama 2017, kuna wale ambao walikuwa wakianguka kwa political party kwanza, hiyo nomination, ndiposa wanakuwa wanawania kwa njia ya huru. Lakini wakati huu katiba iliweka ya kwamba ukitaka kuwania kwa njia ya huru lazima ikuwe ni kitu ambacho decide mwanzoni la kwamba utakuwa independent candidate. So ni kitu muhimu pia na ni nzuri ya kwamba unajua ni katika nchi ya kidemokrasia yote ambaye anataka kuwania kiti ni mzuri apewe hiyo fursa, na kama political parties inakukatiza ama inakataa upewe nafasi, basi njia huru ndio njia ya kuelekea.
No. Hao waniaji huru hapo awali tuliweza kuona kwa waliweza kwenda mahakamani wakisema kwa walipewa vigezo vigumu sana ndipo waweze kudhibitishwa kama utawania.
Wajua ni kwa sababu kama hizo vigezo zingekuwa ngumu, basi tungekuwa na liste kubwa sana,
watu wangekuwa wengi.
Ndio
kila mtu anataka kuwa rais.
Naam, manake wajua kuna njia lazima pia ikue ya kwamba ukiona demokrasia ambazo zimeendelea lazima ikue ya kwamba tunatofauti ama tunatofautiana kwa miwazo ya kisiasa. Ndio sababu mimi nasimama kihuru. Hivyo ndo ukiona nchi kama Amerika nikisimama kama independent candidate ni kwa sababu sikubaliani na mawazo ya na mawazo ya kisiasa ya independent ya Republican ama ya mawazo ya kisiasa ya Democrat. Na ni kitu ambacho lazima sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya pia tujue kwamba hii mambo ya independent ni kwa sababu uko independent kwa kimafikirio, sio tu kuwania kiti. Lakini sisi bado tunafikiria tu ni independent ni kwa sababu nimekataliwa kule. Sasa kwa sababu nimekataliwa huko kwa political party huku, sasa najitafutia kwingine, na penye unajitafutia ni kwa independent.
Bila shaka. Mtazamaji, kwa sasa tutaendelea kufuatilia uchanganuzi huo, tuelekee eneo la Siaya ambapo wanatangaza matokeo tuweze kujua kinachojiri.
I think my win demonstrates that ODM is still the single most popular party in Luo Nyanza. And I think all the Nyanza constituencies, ODM has swept clean. Maybe one, which has gone by the wayside, but with a very minimal variance. So ODM still remains the popular party, and now ODM within Azimio umbrella can only make their contribution because of their numbers to strengthen Azimio and to strengthen the unity of the Republic of Kenya.
And finally, Mheshimiwa, I would like to know what's your take on the national tallying that is underway at the moment? What are the hopes for Azimio flag?
I think the tallying is going. All Kenyans are anxious, but I think from the tallying that I've seen from one of the portals, from one of the embassies, it shows that Baba is way ahead with a different.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, picha hizo utaendelea kuzipata jinsi ambavyo wanaendelea kutangaza.
Last warning, don't you ever call my brother a fake millionaire. Kayonga mtu saizi.
Anamnyonga hivi kabisa. His muscle shut nayo. Huku. Wacha tu.
Guys, this school is relocating.
Wait, are you guys serious?
Of course. How can you teach in peace when you come to school drunk every day, every morning?
I'm not drunk. Nanuka tu pombe ya jana. Destiny. I wanna rule my destiny.
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC.
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Here at KBC Channel 1, the national broadcaster, we have a plot.
And as Kenya decides on its 5th president, governors,
Senators,
members of the National Assembly,
and those of the 47 county assemblies, KBC is ready more than ever before to be your one-stop shop in delivering authentic,
credible and timely 2022 election news on a 24-hour basis.
Only on Kenya Decides.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Hello? We've got to take some time off and laugh and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
Hamna amani tena, kwani kwa Laba na Hana kuna panda shuka si haba.
Mtoto wangu hataona psychiatrist yoyote.
Shut up!
Kelsey naye ni pilipili kali wa pili.
Sitaki kumwona Casey nyumbani kwangu. Period.
Jackie huyo anajaribu vyake kwa kati.
Nilikwambia nitakuharibu uso wako. Ndio unajua kwamba uhalifu ukufai.
Safari na Kahindi wanazo ngoma si haba.
Nyinyi kuna nini?
Huyu Kahindi alisema tatila somo kwenye chakula.
Yote hayani katika tamthilia ya Maza. Fululiza Jumanne hadi Alhamisi saa 1:30.
This is the way we're going to invade your sitting rooms once every week. Allah.
And this is what we mean. The originals. Lipua Lipua. Veve Productions. Orchestra Kiam. And so much more.
Merindimo ya ngoma za rumba kutoka pembe zote za Afrika. Zilizopepea, zinazopepea. Kwa kiasi ambacho hutangatuka ngo from your sitting room.
Wow. Buzi Buziana, Scholar Miel, Betty Beast, Fifi Mofude, among others.
Bridge over Congo with Simeon Mfumu Kimbangu.
And Winnie Marie-Jose on KBC Channel 1.
Nzambia Sambela Kate, Ako Sambela Nani.
God does not worship. To whom will he worship?
We are here to destroy. The mighty will fall.
Driver, the members of Contra Unit. How have these guys not even been suspended after what they did? Oh my God! Oh my God! Get some help out here!
is that population populating the constituency result?
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza hapo awali, ni kuwa tupo ange kabisa. Tumekita kambi pale kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas. Tunaendelea kufuatilia picha za moja kwa moja kutoka kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas, ambapo tunamtarajia mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka Wafula Chebukati pamoja na naibu wake Juliana Cherera na makamishna wengine wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC waweze kuwasili hapo muda wote kutoka sasa, ili waweze kutujuza jinsi ambavyo matokeo hayo yanatarajiwa yaweze kuwasili hapa nchini, na vile vile tuweze kujua iwapo wasimamizi wa county tallying centers na vile vile wale wa maeneo bunge kama wameweza kuwasili katika eneo hili ambapo walikuwa wanatarajiwa waweze kufika muda wowote kutokea sasa, ili waweze kuwasilisha fomu hizo za 34A na vile vile fomu za 34B, ili ziweze kudhibitishwa pamoja na zile ambazo zilikuwa zimetumwa hapo awali na Kimskit, na hapo baada ya hapo zitaweza kupewa mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka Wafula Chebukati, ili aweze kutangaza na kutueleza ni nani ameweza kushinda katika maeneo mbalimbali. Vile vile mtazamaji, unavyoendelea kupata picha hizo, ni kuwa tunaendelea pia kufuatilia tu shughuli nzima inayoendelea katika maeneo mbalimbali. Na hapo awali tumeweza kuona kuwa waangalizi wameweza kutoa tu ripoti zao za mwego, wakisubiri kutoa ripoti zao za kina kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi huu unaendelea, na vile vile tunavyoendelea kusubiri matokeo. Kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yetu, ni kuwa hao ni baadhi tu ya mawakala wanaowakilisha mirengo mbalimbali na vile vile waniaji urais mbalimbali, ambapo hapo awali tulikuwa tumemuona katibu wa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza Caroline Maina ambaye alikuwa ameweza kufika hapo. Vile vile tulikuwa tumewaona mawakala ambao kama vile Karugu alikuwa amefika hapo. Tulikuwa tumemuona Boss Shole vile vile alikuwa ameweza kuwasili hapo, na bado tunaendelea kuona tu mawakala mbalimbali kama unavyoona ni wengi sana ambao wameweza kufika katika sehemu hiyo wakiweza kusubiri fomu hizo za 34A na vile vile fomu za 34B, ili waweze kuhakikisha kuwa kile ambacho kinaweza kuletwa hapo na kile ambacho kinaweza kudhibitishwa pamoja na zile ambazo ziliweza kutumwa basi ni cha uhakiki kabisa, ili kusiweze kuwa na malalamishi yoyote pale ambapo matangazo yataweza kutolewa na mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi Wafula Chebukati. Vile vile tunasubiri kuweza kujua iwapo yale maeneo ambayo yalikuwa yanapiga kura hapo jana, iwapo kufikia sasa bado wanaendelea kupiga kura ama washamaliza, na kama wamemaliza basi matokeo hayo tunasubiri kwa muda gani, ataweza kuwasili hapa kwa muda gani, kwani Wakenya wanaendelea sana kutuuliza maswali kuhusiana na matokeo hayo. Na vile vile kama tulivyoweza kusikia kutokana na waangalizi ambao waliweza kuongea, tuliweza kumuona alikuwa akisimamia waangalizi ambao wanatoka kwenye EAC, muungano wa EAC ambaye ni aliyekuwa rais wa Tanzania Jakaya Kikwete, ameweza tu kugusia mambo kadha wa kadha ambao wameweza kushuhudia katika uangalizi wao, ambapo tulikuwa tunaangazia swala la waniaji huru, ambapo alisema kuwa ameweza kushuhudia kwa walikuwa wengi sana, na tulikuwa tunaongea na mchanganuzi wetu hapa katika studio zetu za ukumbi wa Bomas ambaye ni Churchill Sauka, ambaye pia ni mhadhiri, ambaye alikuwa anatueleza kwa nini Churchill kulikuwa na wagombeaji huru wengi sana, ambaye alikuwa ametupa maelezo zaidi na ataendelea kutujuza. Churchill, ulikuwa watujuza kwa waniaji huru walikuwa wengi sana, wa independent candidates, na ulikuwa unasema kuwa ndipo huo mwaniaji huru basi si eti waje tu kuwa mwaniaji huru, lazima pia zile sera zako ziwe ni huru, na vile ndipo basi uweze kukubaliwa kuweza kuwania kama mwaniaji huru. Vigezo vingine ambavyo vilikuwa vimewekwa ni vipi?
Kuna zile vigezo ambazo ziliwekwa na Registrar Political Parties kuhakikisha ya kwamba kama vile symbols lazima ukuze nazo zinatofautiana na ya chama ama ya independent candidate mwingine, na hizo vitu zote zenye ziliwekwa ni ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba mafikirio yako jinsi ambavyo nilivyosema inatofautiana na chama ama mtu mwingine ambaye anasimama kwa njia ya uhuru. Wajua ya kwamba ni mzuri na ni muhimu katika demokrasia kama ya Kenya kukuwa na wagombeaji wengi wa huru. Ingawa ukiangalia zile logistics ambazo zinaendelea katika IBC kuhakikisha hao watu wote wamekuwa katika ballot paper ni ngumu, lakini ni kitu kizuri. Manake wajua demokrasia yetu bado inaendelea na demokrasia inafunguka. Na hiyo kufunguka inamaanisha ya kwamba watu bado wanataka kujitokeza. Na kama mtu ambaye ako na freedom akitaka kujitokeza kuwania position fulani na umkatalie, manake inamaanisha ya kwamba utilii manani zile maadili za haki zake na zile pia maadili za kidemokrasia. So ni mzuri ya kwamba watu wakuwe wakisimama kwa njia ya huru, lakini ni kizuri pia kama hawa watu ambao wanasimama kwa njia ya huru wako na uhuru ya mafikiria ya kisiasa. Sikuwe ya kwamba tu ni njia ya kupata nafasi ya kwenda pale. Na njia nyingine tena, kitu kingine tena ambacho ni nzuri kusema ni ya kwamba Wakenya pia ni mzuri waanze kufikiria na kuaccept hawa watu ambao wanasimama kwa njia ya huru. Manake ukiona historia na kwa muda mrefu watu wamekuwa wakipiga kura wakifuata personalities ama wakifuata chama fulani, na wanakuambia ukisimama kwa njia ya huru wanasema huyu anaegemea pande fulani yenye sisi hatupendi, sasa hatutampigia kura. Na hivyo sio jinsi ya kuangalia mtu ambaye anasimama kwa njia ya uhuru. Ni mzuri kumwangalia kwa njia kwa zile sera zake na kwa mafikirio zake za kisiasa.
Na kwa mtazamo wako umeweza kuona kuwa wale ambao ni wawaniaji huru wameweza kuwapiku wale ambao walikuwa wanawania kwenye vyama ama mirengo mikubwa?
Siwezi sema hivyo, manake wajua wengi wao ni kwa sababu labda ukiona kama kwa hii kura ya 2022 wengi wao ni kwa sababu walikuwa wanaona ni kama chama haiwapendi. Kwa sababu wameona chama haiwapendi, sasa wanaona waende kwa njia huru. So naweza sema ya kwamba kwa hii chaguzi ambayo iko kuna wale ambao watashinda sana kwa zile maeneo ambayo kwa kisiasa inaitwa swing vote ama swing regions. Independent candidates watashinda, lakini zile strongholds za candidates sana za presidential candidates sidhani.
Kwa hivyo bado siasa kwa mtazamo wako, siasa za kimaeneo bado zimeonekana katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022?
Zipo kabisa.
Na vile vyama vichanga ambavyo tumeweza kuviona vikiibuka, kwa mtazamo wako waona vimeweza kufanya vipi kwenye uchaguzi huu? Wameweza kupata watu ambao wameweza kupigiwa kura sana kulingana na vyama komavu ambavyo vina vyama vingi ama mirengo ambayo ina vyama vingi?
Wajua naweza sema bado chama bado imechangia, kwa sababu ukiona ukicompare ama ukompare na ile mwaka 2017, wajua 2017 kulikuwa na mirengo miwili ndio, na chama haikuwa mingi kama sahi. Wakati huu kulikuwa na vyama vingi sana, na hivi vyama vilijaribu kuweka mirengo nchi zikuwe pande huu ni wa chama fulani, huku ni ya chama fulani, kule ni ya chama fulani, ndiposa wakuwe na ile kitu inaitwa negotiating power kwa national level. So ulikuwa unaona kila mtu anajitokezea na chama chake, na vyama vimekuwa mingi kabisa. Sasa ukiona ile Azimio, hiyo coalition ya Azimio kidogo walisaidia kuleta vyama vingi pamoja, ndio isaidie ikuwe ni kama coalition, ndio wapunguze hizo vyama. Na Kenya Kwanza pia walifanya hivyo, wakamalgamate, wameleta vyama vingine vingi ndio ikuwe kama coalition, ndio wapunguze. Lakini kiundani bado hivyo vyama bado vipo. So inamaanisha ya kwamba wakati ambapo matokeo zitakuwa zinajitokeza, wajua kila mtu anaangalia presidential, Kenya Kwanza na Azimio, lakini wakati ambapo matokeo zitakuwa zimetokezea zote, ndipo tutakuwa tunaona ya kwamba hizi vyama vingi ambazo zilikuwa zimejitokeza zimefanyaje ama zimeperform vipi, na independent candidates pia zimeperform vipi na impact zao zimekuwaje kwa uchaguzi huu. So bado kidogo tutulie tu ndio tutajua.
Vile vile Kikwete ameweza kusema kwa walipokuwa kwenye vituo vya kupiga kura waliweza kushuhudia kwa mawakala ama wale agents ambao walikuwa wanawakilisha tuseme mirengo mikubwa kama vile Kenya Kwanza na vile vile mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja Kenya One Kenya walikuwa na mawakala karibu katika kila vituo. Lakini hao wengine hao vyama vidogo vidogo ama wenye walikuwa na wania huru hawakuwa na mawakala.
Ni kwa sababu kukuwa na hawa manakala ni sio kazi rahisi, inahitaji pesa, na wajua manakala inahitajika wanakuwa katika polling stream, so ni kitu ambacho inahitaji pesa mingi, na mara mingi unapata ya kwamba hawa wenye sana wenye wanagombea huru hawana hizo hela, ama kuna vyama vingine vidogo ambao hawana hivyo viela, so inamaanisha ya kwamba hawawezi. Kuna mahali ambapo labda watasema tunaweka maagenti wetu, tunawaweka kwa strongholds zetu, lakini strongholds zingine tunaacha, wengine watatutetea. So hivyo ndio inafanyika. Ni kitu ambacho inahitaji hela mingi kabisa.
Kwa hivyo ni kipi ambacho kinafaa kuwekwa ama kuangaziwa ili kuhakikisha kuwa pia wao wanaweza kupata uwakilishi katika maeneo mengi? Waona kama serikali inafaa itenge pesa ili iweze kuwasaidia pia?
Ni jibu rahisi hilo. Serikali itenge pesa, lakini ni pesa mingi pia. Kitu ambacho mimi naweza sema ni ya muhimu ni watu wakuwe na maadili. Maadili ni kufanya vitu kwa njia ya kimaadili, ndio kitu ambayo inaweza saidia sana. Manake wajua hizi maagenti wanawekwa pale kwa sababu hatuaminiani. Tunajua ya kwamba nisipokaa pale mtu ataenda na chukua kura yangu anarusha kwingine, lakini tukikuwa na zile maadili za kuaminiana na watu wajua ya kwamba kama A ni A ndio itaandikwa, kama B ni B na B itaandikwa, hivyo ndio itakuwa rahisi. Lakini kwa sababu hatujafika hapo, labda itabidi basi wenye wanawania lazima bado waweke hela ambazo zitawasaidia kwa kuhakikisha ya kwamba wamelipa hawa maagenti. Serikali bado sidhani kama wataingilia, manake wajua pia kuna hela ambazo wanaweka kuhakikisha ya kwamba uchaguzi ni wa huru. Ukiona wakiweka pesa za kwa polisi, security, usalama ikue, wenye wanapeleka hizi materials za election pia ziko. So hela bado ambazo serikali zinaweka ni mingi sana. Naam.
Vile vile kwa zile picha ambazo tumekuwa tukiona kutoka kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas pale kwenye auditorium, tumeweza kuona pia mawakala wameweza kufika wengi ambao tumekuwa tukiona kama vile yule Maina ambaye ni katibu mkuu wa UDA, tumemwona alikuwa amefika mapema kabisa, alikuwa shawasili pale. Vile vile tulimwona Boss Sholia alikuwa shawasili, tukamwona Caroline Karugo pia vile vile alikuwa shawasili, lakini wale wa vyama vingine hatujawaona pale.
Wajua kwa saa hii kuna wale ambao tayari wanajua mwelekeo. Sasa kwanza ukiona labda ukiangalia wale wa Roots Party ama uangalie wale wa Agano,
tunatarajia tutaka kuona wa Roots pale, tutaka kuona wa Agano pia waangalie kura zao zinafika vipi.
Naam, watakuja, lakini wanaona already wanajua hawatapata hili kiti.
Nafasi yao finyu.
Nafasi yao ni kidogo. So maagenti wao bado watakuwa pale waangalie, lakini sio na ile interest sana. Labda interest zao labda ziko kwa sasa zile position ndogo zile za labda MCA na zile za MP na zile maseneta kule, ndio labda wanataka kuwekezea. Njia moja yenye parties ama vyama wamekuwa wakitumia sana kupunguza ile gharama inaenda kwa agenti ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba wameweka maagenti wao vizuri kwa strongholds zao. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili ni kama wajua kuna eneo zingine nchini ambayo kuna vyama vingine ambavyo havionani ana kwa ana, na najua sasa kama for example chama cha A na chama cha B, kuna chama 3 kwa kituo kimoja, chama cha A na chama cha B na chama cha C. ana bawa onani macho kwa macho. Si itasema ya kwamba mimi sina hela, lakini najua A haitaweza kuacha B iibe kura.
Kwa hivyo wanawategemea wale mawakala wengine.
Naam, wanategemea hao. So hivyo ni njia nyingine ambayo vyama imetumia kuhakikisha ya kwamba eneo zile ambazo sana hawana sio stronghold zao, lakini kuna vyama ambavyo vinaweza wasaidia kuhakikisha ya kwamba kura zao hazijaibwa, wanatumia hao. Naam.
Vile vile tukiangazia ile ripoti ya Mugi ambayo imeweza kutolewa na aliyekuwa rais wa Tanzania Jakaya Kikwete, vile vile ameweza kusema kuwa waliweza kushuhudia kuwa vijana hawajajitokeza kwa wingi sana katika uchaguzi huu kutaka hizo nafasi za kuchaguliwa. Ni nini unadhani kimeweza kuchangia?
Labda ni kwa sababu wengine vijana labda walikuwa naona labda wana hela, hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza, kwa sababu uchaguzi sio kitu ambacho inahitaji pesa kidogo. Ni pesa mingi sana. Na pia inahitaji ile moyo ambayo kwa lugha ya Kimombo wanasema lazima ukuwe na ile thick skin. Unarushiwa mawe lakini unacheka. Kama una hiyo huwezi.
Utatoboa.
Naam, lakini sana nadhani ni hela. Vijana wengi hawana hela. Vijana wengi sasa wanasema ya kwamba hii, ukiona jinsi ambavyo kampeni zilikuwa zinafanywa, watu wa kusikiza, lazima ukuwe unawatolea hela kabla ama baada. Hivyo basi hakuna mtu atakusikia. Na vijana sana hawana hizo hela. So labda hiyo ni njia moja yenye inaweza kuwa ilichangia au kutojitokeza.
Vile vile unaposema swala la hela, vijana wengi walikuwa nasema kuwa kitu ambacho kinafaa kuangaziwa labda katika uchaguzi mwingine ambao utakuja ni kuwa wenzao tusema hao wanasiasa ambao tayari washakomaa kisiasa, tayari wana hela nyingi kama unavyosema. Lakini sasa vijana hawana hela, basi walikuwa nasema kuweze kuwa na tuseme kama vile laws ziweze kuweka, sheria ziweze kuwekwa za kuzuia kiwango ambacho mtu anafaa kutumia katika kukampeni, kunadi sera zake. Ili pia wao ndio wapate nafasi ya kuuza sera zao bila eti lazima wawe na pesa nyingi. Wadhani hilo lawezekana? Ile capping ya pesa ambazo zinafaa zitumike katika kukampeni.
Kwa maoni yangu, mimi nafikiria ya kwamba wajua hizo capping zimewekwa na tume huru ya IBC imeweka hizo cappings ambazo zinaweza zitumike katika, ukiona ile presidential ya magavana na ukielekea mpaka chini, zimeweka hizo cappings. Lakini shida ni ya kwamba ni jinsi gani utajua. Ni ngumu sana kujua. Manake mimi naweza kuwa nimetenga milioni 5 ya kampeni ya MCA ama ya MP. Hizo ndi ile official. Lakini kuna wengine ambao wako around mimi, wako kwa sako yangu pia wananisaidia, lakini huwezi jua ni zile hela ambazo zinanisaidia mimi mwenyewe. Sasa hizo sheria ziko, lakini kuhakikisha hiyo watu wamefuata hizo sheria ndio ngumu. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, naweza sema ya kwamba ni mzuri wajua, ukiona jinsi ambavyo watu wanapiga kura, lazima watu waone ile uongozi kwako. Na uongozi sio kitu ambacho inakuja kwa sababu wewe ni kijana ama inakuja kwa sababu wewe ni mtu ambaye ni vulnerable. Lazima watu waone ya kwamba wewe ni mtu unaweza tegemewa kuelekeza maono fulani ya community ama maono fulani ya nchi, maono fulani ya constituency. Hiyo kama ijatokeza, hata kama wewe ni kijana na umepewa hela, watu hawatakupigia kura. So ni muhimu, ingawaje tunaweza sema vijana wana hela, ni mzuri hao pia wajitokeze na waanze kushawishi na kuwarai wananchi waone ile uongozi yao wa kindani. Ndiposa watu waanze kuwaamini. Ukiona kwamba kuna wale wanasiasa ambao wamechaguliwa mara mingi sana. Na wengine hata hawatoi hela. Wapinzani wao wanatoa hela, lakini hao hawatoi hela na bado wanachaguliwa. Ni kwa sababu ya ile imani ambayo watu wamekuwa nao, wameshakuwa nao ya kwamba huyu ni kiongozi ambaye tunamwamini. Na hivyo ndivyo ambavyo mimi naweza warai vijana waanze kufikiria hivyo. Na kitu ya mwisho naweza sema ni ya kwamba experience ni kitu muhimu sana. Ukiingia kwa siasa ama ukiingia kwa uongozi, lazima ukuwe na mtu ambaye anakusaidia. Na hao ambao ni wazee wako na maarifa ambao wamepata kwa muda mrefu. Ni mzuri vijana pia waanze kutembea na washike mkono. Ndiposa ifike mahali ambapo wanasema ya kwamba huyu nimeona uongozi. Na hivyo ndivyo uongozi inajengwa kwa vijana. Usitokeleze tu wewe ni kijana. Mimi nataka
popote tu nataka kuwa rais.
Mimi nataka kuvai na nataka nipigiwe kura kwa sababu mimi ni kijana.
Naje kuteuliwa kunasaidia pia?
Kuteuliwa ndio itasaidia.
Zile nominations, maana utateuliwa saa hizi, alafu ukishateuliwa basi kama wapiga kazi, uchaguzi utakaokuja basi ukijitosa kwenye debe useme unataka kupigiwa kura, si utapewa kura?
Swala nzuri sana. Na hiyo ni nzuri sana kwa sababu unajua hiyo inasaidia ile mentorship. Lakini shida ya kwamba unapata sana vijana wale ambao wamefanyiwa nomination ama wameteuliwa wanatumia hiyo nafasi vipi? Wengine wanaenda pale wanaanza kufanya vichochoro na wanaanza kukula pesa nini. Mwishowe watu wanaanza kuona ya kwamba na imefanyika mara mingi sana. Nomination ama uteuzi ni njia nzuri sana ya kuleta ile kitu kwa lugha ya kimombo tunaita mentorship. Sana kwa kijana ambaye ameichukua vizuri. Lakini kama unaenda pale umepata ni njia ya kuenda kutengeneza pesa, watu watakuona na unajua binadamu wanaangalia. Wengine hawezi sema lakini wanaangalia. Ikifika ile wakati umeteuliwa na ifike ile wakati sasa unataka kujitosa, already walishaona huyu sio mtu ambaye anaweza tuongoza. Na hivyo ndivyo unaondolewa. So ukiteuliwa lazima wewe pia uangalie ile future na ulete maono na watu waanze kuona zile vitu ambazo unaweza kufanya, watu waanze kukuchunguza na waone uko na strengths zingine ambazo zinaweza kusaidia community. Na hivyo ndio vitu ambazo zitaleta imani kwako kwa watu ndio uchaguliwe.
Bila shaka. Tukisalia hapo kwenye kuteuliwa, tumeweza kuwaona vile vile wanawake ambao waliweza kuteuliwa hapo awali katika maeneo ambayo ni vigumu sana kwa kuchaguliwa. Na hapo awali wakaweza kujitosa debeni na wakaweza kuchaguliwa. Basi kwenye hii ripoti ya Mungu ambayo imeweza kutolewa na aliyekuwa rais wa Tanzania Jakaya Kikwete, ameweza pia kusema kuwa wanaangazia iwapo Kenya tutaweza kupata ama kufuatilia ule mswada ambao tumejaribu kwa muda mrefu wa theluthi mbili. Waona kuwa kwenye uchaguzi huu tutaweza kufikiwa?
Bado sidhani. Bado sidhani kwa sababu hiyo bado itakuwa kizungumkuti. Manake ukiona hata wale ambao walijitosa katika kuchaguliwa bado haiwezi fikia. Na ukiona pia wako wachache. Na ukiona pia matokeo jinsi ambavyo inaanza kutoka ni kidogo. Kuna wale wanawake tayari wametangazwa wameshinda na ni kizuri. Na mimi nadhani hiyo 2/3 majority rule ni kitu ambayo pole tutaifikia. Labda sio leo, lakini jinsi ambavyo muda inavyoendelea kutakuwa na wakati tutaifikia. Na kikatiba pia sio rahisi. Manake utalazimisha mtu vipi umwambie sasa wewe hakikisha umevotia mwanamume ama mvotie mwanamke? Ni ngumu, ni chaguo lake. Na pia labda kikatiba labda tuseme ya kwamba tuongeze jinsi ambavyo tulivyoleta hiyo wakilishi wa wanawake, tulete ingine kama hiyo, ndiposa tuongeze hizo positions. Lakini shida ya hiyo pia inaongeza gharama.
Iwapo tunatarajia tuchukue muda sana kabla ya kuhakikisha kuwa tunaweza kufikia mswada huo wa theluthi mbili. Tumejaribu sana. Hadi kuna kipindi ambapo ilikuwa ni Maraga ambaye alikuwa anataka kusimamishwa kwa bunge hadi wapitishe mswada huo na haukupitishwa bado. Kwa hivyo sisi serikali itafanya nini? Pendekezo lako ni lipi?
Mimi kwangu naweza sema ni mafikirio ndio lazima tuyaangalie, na ni kitu ambacho inakuja pole. Na ni mzuri kupeana kushukuru pia Wakenya, manake kuna wakati ambapo hakuna mtu angekubali kusikia ya kwamba mwanamke anaongoza, kwa sababu communities zingine kuna wale ambao hawangekubali mwanamke waongoze, lakini saa hii hizo communities saa hii unaona saa hii wanakubali na wanawapigia kura hao. Sasa hizi ni mafikirio ambazo hatuwezi zifuta tu hivyo haraka, zinakuja pole pole. Sasa tukiwe na subra na watu pia waanze kubadilisha maono yao na waanze kubadilisha jinsi ambavyo wanafikiria kwa watu wa jinsia nyingine katika ili maneno na mambo ya uongozi.
Hapo katika uongozi wa wanawake, wadhani hili jambo la affirmative action ama kuteuliwa limeweza kuwasaidia wanawake kuweza kupanda katika ngazi za uongozi? Sana. Limewasaidia sana. Na hiyo affirmative action ukiona sio hata kwa uongozi peke yake, hata kwa elimu. Kuna wale ambao ukiona mashule wanawake sana hawakuwa wanapenda sayansi, hawakuwa wanapenda kosa zile za uhandisi, lakini hizo affirmative action ya kupunguza labda entry points ilisaidia. Kwa uongozi pia imesaidia sana, wasema lazima kukue na 2/3 gender rule. Na leo hii ukiona labda mtu fulani ameweka wale ambao wanawafanyia kazi, amewalainisha mahali, anawaintroduce, ikiwa ni watu wa jinsia moja lazima atasema, lakini wengine wako na hao wengine hawako, lakini hao wako ni wa jinsia ile nyingine. Inakuambia already kwa mafikirio ya watu tayari wako na mafikirio ya kwamba lazima kukue na representation ya gender. Sio 2/3. Shida yetu ni 2/3 sahihi. Lakini kwa mafikirio yetu already kila mtu anajua ya kwamba ukiteua watu, ukichagua watu, ama ukiwa unapeana appointments, lazima uhakikishe ya kwamba gender imekuwa kitu ya kutilia maanani. Wajua, katika kuteuliwa, wakati ambapo tulikuwa tunajiandaa katika uchaguzi, kulikuwa na hiyo sheria ambayo vyama vilipewa vikaambiwa hakikisha kuwa kuna asilimia fulani ambayo ni wanawake ambao wameweza kuteuliwa, lakini hiyo bado leo tumeona ilikuweza kufuatiliwa.
Kuna wengine ambao hawakuwa na tilia maanani, lakini hizo listi zilikuwa zinarudishwa kwa sababu sasa unaambiwa lazima utilie sheria ndipo sasa hii tuikubali. Na hivyo ndivyo sasa unaona sheria inasaidia. Na kitu kingine ambacho kinakuwa ngumu ni ya kwamba kuna positions zingine zinakuwa ngumu sana kusema ya kwamba ni jinsia hili ndio lazima ichukue, ama kwa sababu ya ile task ama ile kazi yenye inahitajika. Labda inahitaji mtu ambaye ana smile sana, na wanaume wote wako hapo ni wale wako hali ngumu wale, ama ikuwe ni mtu ambaye labda ako na maarifa fulani na wale ambao mko nazo hapo hawana hiyo maarifa, ama ni mtu ambaye ako na nguvu na wale mko nao hapo sio mtu ambaye ako na hiyo nguvu. So unapata ya kwamba kuna hizo changamoto ambazo pia ziko za kuangalia mambo na jinsia na kuangalia pia skills na zile requirements ambazo unahitaji wewe mwenyewe. Wajua, unaweza kuwa unataka wanaume wakuwe represented ama wanawake wakuwe represented, lakini wale ambao uko nao, na unajua sana kwa kisiasa kuna kuanga na ile kitu inaitwa loyalty. Loyalty ni kitu muhimu sana. Sasa kama umepata kwa listi yako unahitaji kupeana labda wanaume 3 na mwanamke mmoja, ama mwanamke mmoja na wanawake 3 hivyo, na upate ya kwamba kwa hii list yenye uko nayo wenye unawa trust ni kidogo, haifiki. So kuna vitu zingine pia inaangaliwa ama ziko zenye hazikuji hewani, lakini natatiza pia wenye wanapeana hizi list. So hizo hauwezi ziona lakini lazima ziangaziwe sana sana. Kwa kisiasa loyalty ni muhimu sana.
Labda ukitaka tu kuelewa hiyo sheria ambayo ilikuwa imewataka ama imetaka vyama kuhakikisha kuwa mmeweza kuwateua wanawake iliweza kubatilishwa, sio? Ndio maana vyama vingi havikuweza kufuatilia hiyo sheria ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa awali.
Ya hiyo 2/3
ya vyama.
Siwezi sema, sina uhakika kama walibadilisha. So siwezi sema kwa wananchi, manake
tutafuatilia tuweze kujua. Vile vile tukikaribia kumalizia tumeweza kuona kuwa kitengo cha mahakama pale tumeona wakilishi tuseme wa mfumo wa wanawake wameweza kuwakilisha vizuri sana. Yule jaji mkuu,
hiyo ni rais
sana. Naibu wake,
hiyo ni rais.
Msajili mkuu.
Naam, ni rais kwa sababu unaangalia, unajua kuna wanawake wengi ambao wamekuwa kwa sheria, na kitu chenye ambacho utakuwa unaangalia tu ni kuwa interview na kuangalia kama wako na ile kitu inaitwa maarifa na experience na unawapea kazi. Lakini sasa kwa kisiasa inakuwa ngumu, inakuwa tofauti kidogo. Manake utaangalia ya kwamba kuna mtu alijitokeza ama hakujitokeza. Kuna mtu anahitaji ama hataki. Sasa ni kitu ambacho inakuwa kizungumkuti kidogo kwa kisiasa ukiku.
Kwa hivyo tunaweza tukasema kuwa pale mahakamani ambapo wanawake wengi tumewaona katika ngazi za juu sana. Ni rahisi kwao kwa sababu pale wanafuata sheria na sheria peke yake. Lakini ukiangalia kwenye siasa si sheria peke yake. Ndio waweza kuwa hata unayo maarifa chache na maarifa ndio, lakini ukipeleka tuseme katika eneo fulani wataka kuwa ni ugavana, waangalia yule ambaye yupo tuseme kama ni wa kiume na huyo wa kike. Wewe wa kiume labda ni mtu mkomavu sana katika eneo hilo, kwa hivyo hilo linachangia katika kutoteuliwa kwake. Vile vile tukiendelea tu kufuatilia shughuli hii nzima ya uchaguzi ambapo tunatarajia kuweza kupata taarifa kutoka kwa wasimamizi wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka. Tunasubiri kuweza kupata matokeo ambayo yanapeperusha ama yanaletwa vile vile na wasimamizi. Tulikuwa tumegusia swala la wapiga kura ambao wamejitokeza kuwa wachache sana, na vile vile limeweza kugusiwa na waangalizi.
Na hiyo ni kitu ambacho lazima wanasiasa waangalie, na sio wanasiasa peke yao, lazima pia Tume Huru ya IBC iangalie, na pia vyama viangalie, na sana kila mtu lazima aangalie. Manake unajua saa hii nilikuwa nasema
vijana hawajapiga kura
sana. Na wajua ukiangalia saa hii wale watu ambao wanapiga kelele ati results ziko wapi? Tunangoja
kwenye mitandao ya kijamii.
Mimi nashangaa
Twitter wanaongea lakini debeni
hawakupiga kura. Sasa unajua inakuambia ya kwamba kuna shida ambayo lazima baada ya kura tuangalie jinsi ya kuitatua. Mtu ambaye anataka matokeo lakini afanye kazi ni shida kubwa. Inamaanisha kwamba huyu ni mtu ambaye hata kwa njia zingine shida yake ama kazi yake ni kuangalia ni nini itatokelezea, lakini jinsi ya kupata hiyo hataki kujishughulisha. Na ni kitu kibaya sana kwa nchi.
Basi tukisalia hapo ambapo tumepata wapiga kura wachache sana kwenye uchaguzi huu, waona kama tutaweza kuafikia ile 51% juu ndipo mtu aweze kuwa declared kuwa rais wa nchi? Waona kama tutaweza kufikia hiyo?
Naona itakuwa rahisi, manake wajua inakuwa ni 50 plus 1 ya zile votes ambazo zimepigwa. Hiyo itakuwa rahisi. Kitu yenye huwa inaleta shida kwa hiyo ni ukiwa na wagombeaji ambao ni strong. Kama uko na wagombeaji labda 3 ama 4 ambao ni strong, ndio inachangia ile kitu, ingechangia ile kitu inaitwa runoff. Lakini kwa sababu sasa hivi ukiangalia hata zile figures ambazo zinakuja, unapata ya kwamba wawili ndio wako ana kwa ana wanafuatiliana, lakini wale wawili pia wanafuatiliana kule nyuma na ni nyuma kabisa, na hiyo 1% ni kidogo.
Bila shaka.
So hiyo 1% ni kidogo ambaye hawezi changia sana kupunguza ile 50% plus 1.
Kwa hivyo tunatarajia tuweze kufikia. Na kulingana na sheria zetu ni kuwa iwapo tutaweza kufikia, basi uchaguzi utaweza kufanywa kwa muda wa siku ni 30. Utaweza kufanywa katika muda huo. Vile vile Chebukati, mwenyekiti wa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka Wafula Chebukati, alisema kuwa kulingana na sheria wanazo siku 7 ambazo wanatarajiwa kuweza kuzingatia, ndipo waweze kupeperusha ama kutangaza nani ambaye ameweza kushinda haswa kwenye kiti cha urais. Mtazamaji, hapa tu tunaendelea bado kufuatilia shughuli hiyo nzima, tunaendelea kuchanganua masuala yanayojiri kutoka hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas, lakini kwa sasa na kurejesha kwa wenzangu Jacob Kioria, Victor Olo na Jen ambao wapo pale kwenye Broadcasting House ambapo ni makao makuu ya utangazaji ya KBC. Kwenu Kioria.
Nairobi there from Bomas of Kenya. A good discussion there. Of course, a lot is happening at the ground zero, or the nerve center Bomas of Kenya. We are informed that the party agents for various political parties already at the Bomas of Kenya waiting for the verification of the arrival of all the Form 34As at the Bomas of Kenya. And of course, earlier on, we also had that presser by the Observer Mission. And one word, they are satisfied. That is take home. They are satisfied. That presser was at the Serena Hotel here in Nairobi. We will be getting you more details as and when we receive them. All right, so let's come back home in studio here. And let me start with you, Jen. You are Secgen of Agano Party. Probably you can take us through, because I know right now, this is now the moment that everybody is waiting for. Perhaps you can just take us through what is happening at the Bomas of Kenya.
Yes, this is the moment that we have all been waiting for. Actually, we've been there, we've been camping at Bomas of Kenya, waiting for the agents or the presiding officers to bring the forms. And I'm informed that now the exercise has started. As you can see, we are seeing through the screen that you could see the agents already from different parties arriving in the morning, and now they have already sat on the tables. And I'm informed that at least one form has arrived. One form has arrived. That's a good...
One form for Agano or for all the parties?
One form, Form 34B,
yes,
has arrived.
Okay.
They are waiting for those forms so that they can, look at the form, look at the details, confirm about that physical form with what is on the portal, and be able to say, yes, these are the true details, this is the true data, so that now Chebukati can start his own counting. What you've been doing here, actually, these are the media houses, tallying, and I think now the IEBC now tallying will start now, because as soon as the political party says, yeah, we have not necessarily political parties, the 4 of them who have the agents for the presidential candidates. So as soon as the agents are satisfied with the Form 34B, then they sign in for it, and then it's accepted by IEBC. So they start their tallying from there.
This was the busiest moment right now at the Bomas.
This is the busiest moment right now. But you see, they've just received one. So they are all waiting. The tables are set. The agents are there. And they are all waiting. As soon as the returning officer arrives, he presents his documents there, and it is brought to a specific table where the agents are waiting.
Okay.
Yes.
For the sake of clarity, so we are waiting for the Form 34Bs.
Yes.
From all the 290 constituencies.
Yes. Because you look at the polling station, they were filling the Form 34A.
Yes.
And then the returning officer from a polling station takes that form to the returning officer of the constituency.
Yes.
So at the constituency level, so the constituency returning officer aggregates everything to Form 34B, which they are now supposed to bring to Bomas. Yes.
Okay. We'll come back and get more clarification, because it seems like whatever we've been doing, the way Mark said, is PE. And now the real deal begins. All right.
It's not PE. Actually, it was very important.
All right. But the real deal, everybody had been waiting for, where is Chebukati? Yes. Why is he not announcing? But then now we know the reality, what's on the ground, and what's about to happen at the Bomas of Kenya. So the 7-day window period legally by IBC to announce the final results is still in place. And okay, let's wait and see what will happen.
I think,
patience, please.
Yeah, this was very important.
Very important.
That this tallying of various key actors was very important.
Absolutely.
Because at least it has put the nation, engaged and quite informed of what is happening. And the fact that even you as an individual, you'd still go to the portal, and if you're looking for a particular constituency, if they have some doubts or you're anxious about a place, you'd still go there and get it there. It was important. It's important. Let's keep on.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have two Jens in studio. I have you and the other Jen Wamboi. So the other Jen Wamboi is Jen Junior now, for now. Jen Junior, go ahead to avoid the confusion. Jen Junior, go ahead.
I shall oblige. We'll not argue on air. We'll take this fight elsewhere. But now let's look at the numbers. Remember, once again, these are provisional results as per our own tally as the national broadcaster. And these are the latest figures as of midday of today. Again, against the registered population of 22,102,532. So far, looking at the votes that have been tallied, we have Deputy President William Ruto still taking the lead with 52.28% of the votes so far, which is equivalent to 4,487,185 votes. Raila Odinga comes in with a close second at 47.04%. Translating to 4,037,238 votes. In third position, we have Professor George Wajakoya, 0.42% of the votes so far, which is equivalent to 36,247 votes. And finally, we have David Mwaure, 21,652 votes, an equivalent of 0.25% of the votes tallied this far. And then again, based on these colors right here, you can see most of the counties are predominantly having the results tallied, but when you get closer, you will realize there are some constituencies, let's take Lamu for example, that are yet to have the full submission of their results. So in this particular case, you can see in Lamu West, Raila Odinga is leading with 25,931, followed by William Ruto at 21,000, George Wajakoya at 800, and David Mwaure at 200. But we are yet to get the results for Lamu East. The colors are meant to guide you as per which candidate has garnered the most vote in which particular county. So again, we keep updating you as these numbers continue to change, which they will until we get to the time where IEBC will say we have the final results, and these are the final results. These are meant to give you a sense and some guidance around the numbers so far. Victor.
All right. Thank you, Jen Junior. Again. Coming to you, Mark, we've had that press by the Observer Mission, and just to sum it up, they are satisfied. What do you take home from that?
I don't think that their conclusion on the state of our election was wrong. I remember His Excellency, former President of Tanzania, Kikwete, who is the head of the Observer Mission for East African Community, said that they are particularly impressed and with the manner in which Kenya has deployed technology in the management of its electoral process. So remember, that's what we talked earlier about how this thing has been managed and the effect it's having on the outcome of the election. And in terms of taking away the uncertainty that previously we would experience at around this time, especially since we voted on Tuesday, this is Thursday. By now, we would normally have a lot of tension, but because of technology, that tension has been diffused because people are able to access information. There's more transparency, and so what they have given a clean bill of health, as it were, up to this point. They are satisfied with the way things are going on. And I agree with them. Yeah.
Okay. Lydia, let me ask you this as well. Based on what Pastor Mark has said here, the observer mission is satisfied with the way Kenya has conducted the election, and it's all based on technology. So perhaps we now have a lot of pressure as a country, because you can imagine how many countries, because at the end of the day, they're going to write a report. So, meaning many countries across Africa will be copying from Kenya. Are we under pressure moving forward?
The standard, I believe, is what we will have difficulty making sure that we are maintaining, so that we do not end up lowering the standards in subsequent elections. So we have to live up to the good words that the observers have had for us. We have to try and make sure that in 2027 and going forward we are able to maintain these standards. Again, this election is not yet over, so for the next few hours and perhaps a day or two, we also have to again continue to hold ourselves the way we have, maintain the peace that we have maintained. All the actors have to be sober, so that we don't start well and then we conclude in the wrong manner. So what the observer mission helps us to do is to have a parameter by which we can guide our own behavior, moderate our own behavior, so that going forward we can expect better even of our own selves.
All right, Curia?
The live pictures from Bomas of Kenya. As you can see, the IEBC, we are yet to see the status conference, but as you can see, quite some preparations. And I think that's Tabitha Mutemi, the communications manager for the IEBC. Probably there will be something she will be saying at this point. Could we listen in?
For those who may not remember which day this is, today is Thursday, 11th of August 2022. Welcome to the IBC National Tallying Center here at Bomas of Kenya. The chairman of IBC, who is also the National Returning Officer, will be giving the status update. Our arrows have started trickling into the National Tallying Center, and the chairman will give the status update as it is now. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Chebukati.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a status update as to where we are. The Commission appreciates Kenyans for the patience they continue to exhibit as it collates and tallies the results. In addition, we are also grateful to the media for the reporting of the general election results, which you have been doing diligently. On that aspect, I wish to state that the Commission signed a memorandum of understanding with the Kenya Media Sector Working Group on the 4th of March 2022, and one of the areas of collaboration was to provide comprehensive and objective coverage of the electoral process, including tallying and transmission of results. In the spirit of transparency, the Commission gave media access to polling stations, tallying centers, and the results portal to report the progress of election results in real time. The original intention was that the various media houses will join hands and have a consortium through Kenya Media Sector Working Group to report on the progress of election results in real time from one source. However, the media houses opted to do it independently, which were decisions beyond the Commission's control. And we take note that as a result of that, the tallies across the media houses vary, and we appreciate that this may be so because each media house is accessing the public portal of the result forms at different times, and each is using its own criteria and sequencing among other factors, including perhaps different amounts of resources deployed. But just want to inform Kenyans that the final announcement and declaration of the presidential result will be done by the National Returning Officer here at Bomas, and what may be happening at the media houses showing various results, we hope at the end of the tallying they'll be harmonized and they'll look similar, because the results are from the same source, the same public portal. So there should be no panic about the differences we are seeing on the media screens, TV screens, because of the approaches the media houses may have taken. The Commission has ensured that there's 100% availability around the clock of the results portal, which we are all accessing to ensure and guarantee transparency. Also wish to state that the results transmission of Form 34A from the polling station is ongoing. As you can see on the screen, we are at 99.84% out of the 46,229 polling stations. We have done 46,156, leaving about 73 polling stations having not transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that results, including those in areas that used manual voter register, that's Makueni in KBC West constituency, where there were 84 polling stations that voted manually, and 154 polling stations in Kakamega, especially Malava constituency, in Kakamega, have all transmitted the Form 34As, except 2 in Malava constituency. What happened here is that voting was done manual, but by the time of counting, the Commission had ensured that the KIMS kits were ready and deployed for transmission. So transmission took place as envisaged in those 2 areas where largely voting was done manually. Collecting and announcement of results in a majority of constituencies is complete, and the returning officers have now started coming to physically deliver the results of Form 34As and 34Bs here at Bomas. And there are teams, as you can see, in the center of the auditorium working on it, and we hope that this exercise will largely take place mainly between today and tomorrow, and we hope to finalize in due course. As I said yesterday, just to repeat what's going on at the auditorium lobby, verification of transmitted image of results is happening from 34As against from 34Bs. That verification is what's happening there. And then there's also verification of 34Bs against 34As. And there's a team which is collating from 34C. And we shall then be able to populate that on the screen and come up with also percentages of the candidates. And then we shall also be able to know which candidate has scored in terms of the counties to meet the minimum threshold of 25%. And finally, we shall do the declaration of presidential results. In conclusion, I wish to say that the law requires that the Commission undertakes this exercise within 7 days from the presidential election. And as I said earlier, we shall endeavor to conclude this exercise at the earliest possible time. And once again, urge Kenyans for their patience as we undertake this important exercise. So thank you very much. I would like now to introduce the team leader for purposes of this exercise ongoing, Professor Gulia to come forward and give some guidelines on what's happening on the floor. And then if you have any questions, we can take after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We did explain the process that is taking place at the auditorium floor, but we explained to the presidential agents then, but it's good for us to explain to everyone here what is going on. We have currently 4 desks that are going to serve returning officers as they come in. The returning officers will come in through these gates on my right here, the bottom, and they will walk to any of the 4 desks, 1, 2, 3, 4, any of the 4 desks that will be available. At the desks, once the PO arrives, they come with the original results form as announced at the polling station. That is the result form A. They will also come with the collated constituency-wide results form, which is the form B. What happens there is once they arrive at the respective desks, they will present the originals plus copies of the same, and copies will be given to each of the presidential agents on the desks. And on that desk, apart from our team that is going to do the work that they are assigned, there are presidential agents, 4 of them on the extreme ends of the table. The returning officer will sit on the left side, and our team, the receiving and quality assurance, will be on the right side of the desks, and the agents are on either side of the corner of the desks. Upon presenting the forms, the team, IEBC team, will do the receiving part of the forms, and here they will do preliminary checks. Are all the forms correctly filled? Are they stamped? Is there a missing entry in the form B? So that's what they do. Then amongst the team, there will be those who will be doing quality assurance. And here, they will be checking the original Form B that has been brought by the returning officer. And as I said earlier, the Form B is a summation of the Form S in the constituency where the returning officer is in charge. So they will check the entries of B against each of the Form A original that is there, or presented by the RO. So they will check B against the original S to ensure that the entries in the B originates from the Form A. Then after that, we have these 2 desks. They're actually coordinators' desks. What will happen is that particular desk, the receiving and the QA desk, will also generate, in the event that there are any disparities between A and the B, they will be capturing those errors. And since as a commission we cannot alter if the error originates from the polling station result form, since we cannot alter, they will generate an error report, which will be presented alongside the certified copies of the originals to the Supreme Court. So that's what that desk is doing, and all the other 3 desks are replicating that. And while we are at those desks, we ask observers, agents, or anybody not to take any pictures of what is going on the desks. And please respect us. We have given you as much openness as is possible, but respect the privacy of the people who are working there and their faces. We do not want any pictures taken on any of these desks. I hope it is clear to media, observers, and any agent present. We do not want the faces of our officers to be splashed all over the world. The coordination desk is a second check on what the quality assurance the B versus A have done. So it's a second check, and that is what happens there. It also, that desk also does, whereas the 4 desks are checking the original B versus the original A, that particular desk does a check of original A versus the uploaded image of the form in the web portal. From the polling station, POs are supposed to transmit the image of the form from the polling station, and once it is transmitted, a copy is deposited in a publicly accessible web portal. So what this desk will do is to check whether what has been uploaded in the publicly accessible web portal matches the original Form A which the RO has brought. So this is to ensure that what has been uploaded and is available to the public is the correct image of the original Form A as declared at the polling station. So that is one of the coordinating desks here will do. And so the other desk is administrative, is in charge of the entire process. They will also do a quality overall check to ensure that everything is seamlessly running. And the returning officer, once is done with the quality assurance, actually can present the originals to the presidential returning officer. And we have a safe at the back end where all the originals will be kept under lock and key. So that is what is happening here on the floor. We have given presidential agents an application program link, and so they can use their APIs to download and to come here when they already have the results. If they don't want to use their API access, it is even easier to access it from the public web portal. You can actually download by constituency the PDF copies of all the A's in that particular constituency from the public portal. So we are not coming here, presidential agents should not come here to do a tally here or to counter-check and do entries on their results here. Because if that is to happen, 1 hour will take 3, 4, 5 hours. We don't have that time. So please use your API rights given to you, or you can use the public portal to download forms and do your preliminary checks. All you are coming here is for confirmations once you are given copies of the original A's and B's as they arrive. And this is to expedite the process. So that is what is happening. And we thought we would need to explain that so that we don't make this process too laborious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Gulie, who has given details of what is happening at the center of the auditorium floor, the verification of the results, statutory Forms A and Forms B. And for those who are watching us from various platforms, we are at the National Tallying Center here at Bomas of Kenya. And the next update from the National Returning Officer, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, will be at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we've had you. Just give us a few minutes. We'll give guidance on that.
The starting set agent for the MCS hospital ward. Agent for the...
Okay, can we receive 3 questions for now? Please tell us your name and the media house that you represent. Can we start with the person who was shouting? But we can hear you. Bomas Gallery, give him a mic, but we can still hear you, please. There was a gentleman here first, then we come to you. Okay, please proceed. Thank you. The question is, how many Form 34As have arrived? Thank you. And Bs, Form 34As and Form 34Bs. The other question from the gentleman, please.
My name is Irene Mwangi from Capital FM. Now, we had a situation in Old Kibra polling station where the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga voted. The Form 34A, the original Form 34A went missing. So in that particular situation, will they be able to use Form 34-2 of 2 to tabulate the results, given that the gazetted procedure said that Form 34-1 of 1 will be used to tabulate the presidential results? What happened in that situation, or in any situation where the presiding officer loses the original Form 34A?
My name is Giverson Myra, and before you answer that question, it's a follow-up. In these instances, instance number 1, the Form 34A at Old Kibra polling station went missing. What happens if the returning officer lost that form before uploading it on the IBC portal? And instance 2, what happens if he had not uploaded? How do you handle that situation?
Allow us to respond to those 3 first.
Okay.
Please. Give you another round.
Sorry?
Huyu ndiye ameniambia nisonge nyuma.
I didn't get the question clear. Is it arriving physically or at the portal? Because at the portal we have been told, I think it's about 87 or so that is left to be uploaded. Everything else has been uploaded. In terms of physically arriving, we have the first arrow that is being processed here, meaning he must have come with his Form A's, and I think this particular arrow has 1 or 3 Forms A's and 1 Form B. And there are other arrows that are coming in. As and when they arrive, we will give you the numbers of the figures in terms of the A's they are coming with and in terms of the B. That was the first question. What was the second question? What happens if Form 34A is lost? This is likely to happen. In certain insecure areas, we are getting such reports. The Commission will sit in the next couple of an hour or so to make a decision. But there is a reason why we have copies, in fact 3 of them. One is the original, which is supposed to be brought by the PO to the RO. Then there is a second copy which is locked in the box, and there is a copy that is meant to be displayed on the door of the polling station. So in the event that any of them is not available, there will be a copy that will be available. Either if it comes extremely important that we have to open and retrieve the A, that decision will be made by the Commission in the next 1 hour. But there are such cases. What happens if Form 34A is spoiled? We have only 1 booklet of Form 34A that is being used, and it is 1 original and 5 copies, and they are self-carbonated. If any entry is wrong, then the PO has to correct and then countersign in the presence of the agents, because there is no other booklet to be filled.
Please proceed.
Kwa majina naitwa Emmanuel Kilongi from TV Magharibi, na swali langu ni kila mwaka wa uchaguzi tumeona kwamba baada ya matokeo kutangazwa vyama vilivyohusika katika uchaguzi huo huwa vinaelekea katika mahakamani. Katika uchaguzi huu kama tume ya IEBC, ni hakikisho lipi ambalo mlipa ushuru kwamba uchaguzi utakapokamilika hakuna pesa zaidi atakazotumika kuharamikia kesi mahakamani? Asante.
Kuna swali jingine?
I'm Colin Somulo from the Daily Nation. My question is, for the areas that you suspended elections in, are the candidates allowed to continue campaigning until 48 hours to their due date?
The question on whether an election petition is avoidable, or whether the commission can avoid an election petition, the reason we have gone to great length to try and make the entire process as open as possible is precisely to ensure that everybody is certified so that there is no need for one to go to court. But as a commission, we cannot guarantee that a Kenyan or any party will go to court because it is their right. And as a country, as a democratic country, with a working constitution and laws, Kenyans can go to court if and when they are aggrieved. And so as a commission, we will prepare ourselves to defend our position in whatever court that we will be taken. And so we cannot give that assurance, but we are trying to be as open and transparent so that everybody can have confidence in the process. And part of that confidence is what is happening on this floor. And by the way, for the first time, we are seeing contestants conceding defeat. For the first time in the history of elections in this country, we have seen contestants conceding defeat at various levels. And this is an indication that each one of them are certified with the process. They have done their own tallies and have come to the conclusion that they did not win. And it is our hope that that trend will continue, and it will continue up to the presidential results. As for the question of whether the areas where we suspended the elections campaigns can continue, our view is that campaigns have concluded. This was an eventuality arising from an emergency, and therefore we have not opened up campaign period. So the suspension that has been put in place still applies, because we will do the exercise of the elections immediately after we conclude the current process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take more questions at 4 o'clock. Are you from the media? Okay, please proceed.
We will only take one question, sorry. We are not asking political parties to print any forms. If you listen to what I said, the returning officer will come with a set of copies. And the presidential agents here will be given a set of copies of the Form S and the Form B as they arrive. So it is up to them if they wish to print from the web portal, if they want to print from the API access they were given, it is up to them. But for us, the copies that we come with, we will give them copies of the forms that arrive at the tally center. So that cost is borne by the commission. But if they want for any other reason, they are free to download and they are free to print at their own cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As Professor has said, the Commission is as open and as transparent as possible, and will also be as facilitative as we can be. Thank you very much, and see you again at 4 o'clock.
All right, the status conference by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission that you were still looking forward to has happened. You've heard from the chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, as well as Professor Gulie, a commissioner of the IEBC. A few things to note here. I will talk about the media, of course, because we've been hammered quite well by the IEBC chairperson, and I will talk about that in a bit. But IEBC says it hopes to finalize this process in due course. And seeing at what is happening on the floor, like the pictures displaying on your screen, tells you that probably we expect an announcement of a presidential winner, if there will be any, only on Saturday. Verification of forms 34A and Bs is what is happening on the floor, and it will be the physical forms against what was sent in the IEBC portal. The tabulation, and there will be a display of results, obviously, at the IEBC. So if you're worried by what we are casting on our screens, you can wait for the IEBC display because it will start happening today once they verify those results. And of course, the percentage each candidate has gotten in this election, as well as the confirmation of which counties they have fared, because there is a requirement before you are sent to the presidency, 50+1, as well as 25% in half of the counties. That's about 24 counties, so you must have gotten 25% in more than 24 counties, or about 24 counties, and we'll be coming to that. But clearly, Lydia, as you were talking about the media, we are in the dock, absolutely in the dock. Clearly, it's like we bungled this thing.
You bungled it. You did not understand the assignment. You sat on your hands.
Later, be nice.
I am trying to be very nice, Victor, but you did not understand the assignment. The assignment was, we will post these things on our portal. Please count. Okay? You guys, I don't know what you were doing, because you could have very easily been keeping pace. As soon as the elections were closing at 5 o'clock, in the next 1 hour, you could expect that returning officer will start posting the Kim's the picture from the Kim's kit of the form, and so immediately you could have been picking. So wakirusha mshahesabu, wakirusha mshahesabu. Lakini here we are. The media is lagging the farthest behind, and like someone said, it might just be of the value now that maybe Kenyans stayed engaged, so we can appreciate that at least you kept us engaged with numbers that are so far behind. Maybe the other thing we can appreciate.
No, you can't say that.
Yeah, and then the other thing I can say is that we have appreciated as Kenyans just how hard it is to count these votes. You know, usually when we sit waiting for these votes to come from IEBC, everyone is like, nini wanafanya? Mbona hawajamaliza? Wanafaa kuwa wameshazipost. Lakini now, with this experience, even the media is like, where? It is not as easy as you think. So I think from that, then it helps to temper everybody's expectations and how difficult the task is to count. But the media certainly slept on the job.
Mark, I mean, it is a difficult job, Pastor Mark, to count these votes. Everybody appreciates that. Is it really our fault? Really our fault?
No, I really don't think so. I don't quite agree with that, because let's not beat ourselves so hard. Not the media, nor ourselves. I think the positive side to it is that it has kept people engaged. To be honest, we've been stuck on our screens throughout the night. You wake up with red eyes and you sleep for 2 hours, you wake up. It's like you're expecting the elections to be called in the next 2 hours. Actually, otherwise we will be having people addressing press conferences after every 2 hours and detention on the streets. But I can assure you there are no people on the streets because they are glued to their screens. So that is the positive side to it, and that's what we can take from it.
I think it's safe to say that Mark's statement is an extension of Chebukati's statement.
Actually, what I'm gathering from Pastor Mark and Lydia, they're simply saying that we were used to manage public expectations.
Exactly. We did get the assignment right.
Tension management. This
is serious one. But, you know, You know what really happens here, Jen, is that from what Chebukati said is we were to do our own tally, go to the portal, pick the results, and then relay that. But you can imagine the cost that different media houses, including us, have put, just to bring all this to the audience out there, and then all this coming from the chair. What do you read of this? Because this perhaps came from the aspect of the background in digital media. We've had several returning officers online, and perhaps this is why Chebukati had to come out clear and say, you know what, guys, hold on, I have the final word.
Before Jen, you take up that question, okay. Very quickly, let's head to Kilifi. And our reporter, Janae Karisa, is back and on standby. Janae, if you can hear me, where are you this time? You were in Rabai the other time. Where are you right now? And what is ongoing?
Hi Kioria, right now I'm in Kaloleni constituency, and I can confirm that all constituency of Kilifi County have finished. I'm in Kaloleni currently. All constituencies have finished submitting the ward results at the constituency office. What is happening is tallying continues in all constituency tallying centers, and we are waiting for the official communication from the various ROs. But what has come out as something that has drawn mixed reaction is the perception that the PA party would clench more seats just given the wave of elections since the pre-election period until now. However, out of the 7 constituencies, 4 have been picked by the ODM party, 1 from the ODM party, 1 from the PA party, and 1 from the UDA, who is Owen Baya. So we have Owen Baya in Kilifi North. We can confirm that in Ganze, Kennedy Tungule of PA has clenched that seat, and the remaining seats, including here where I am in Kaloleni, have been clenched by the ODM party. This is a win for the party that had been perceived that had ended popularity in Kilifi County with the coming of the PA party. I'm joined by my colleague from our sister station, radio station, the Pwani FM, who has been pitching camp here for the past 4 days to give us a perspective as to what is happening. Karibu sana Rajab, he's called Rajab Tunje. Kulikuwa na dhana kwamba PA pengine ingechukua hapa katika eneo bunge la Kaloleni. Kunaendaje na ni mawakilishi wadi wapi na vyama vyao wameweza kupata viti hivi?
Asante sana Juni. Kwa hakika ni kweli tuko katika eneo bunge la Kaloleni. Tumekita kambi hapa katika siku 4 ambazo zimeshapita kuweza kukuletea watazamaji wetu na wasikilizaji wetu wa Pwani FM matukio yote na hatua zote ambazo zinaweza kufanyika hapa eneo bunge la Kaloleni. Kwa sasa ni kwamba katika ile shughuli nzima ya kujumuisha kura iliweza kutamatika mwendo wa saa 8 leo alfajiri, na katika taarifa ambayo ilikuwa tayari ishatolewa na yule msimamizi wa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka katika eneo bunge hile ni kwamba matokeo ataweza kutangazwa hapo mwendo wa saa 8 mchana. Lakini kwa taarifa tu kidogo kuonjesha watazamaji wetu ni kwamba katika wadi zote za hapa Kaloleni tuko na wadi 4 na wapiga kura katika wadi zote hizi ni 73,900. Katika wadi kama ile ya Kayafungo kulikuwa na wagombea wa kiti kile cha eneo bunge lile, na kuna mgombea yule ambaye Juna alikuwa amekueleza chama cha PA kingeweza kutawala hapa katika kaunti ya Kilifi, lakini mambo yalienda tofauti, na ni kwamba katika eneo bunge lile la Kayafungo kuna Agnes Sidi ambaye alikuwa akiwania tiketi ya mwakilishi wadi pale kupitia chama cha ANC, ndo anaweza atatangazwa mshindi hii leo mwendo wa saa 8 akimwangusha mwenzake yule wa PA Alphonse Mwaya. Pia tukienda katika bunge la Kaloleni kulikuwa na yule ambaye anashikilia nafasi hii Yasin Nurdin ambaye alikuwa anapigania nafasi hiyo kupitia tiketi ya chama cha KANU, akaweza kuangusha na Biria Fondo ambaye ni wa chama cha ODM. Pia katika wadi ya Mariakani kulikuwa na mgombea Frank Fondo Kimosho ambaye alikuwa anagombea kupitia tiketi ya chama cha PA, akaweza kuangushwa na mgombea wa tiketi ya chama cha ODM Martha Koki Musyoki. Katika wadi ya mwisho ya Mwanamwinga kulikuwa na Pascal Tuva Jacob ambaye alikuwa na tiketi ya chama cha PA, na pia akaweza kuangushwa na Edward Kazungu Ziro ambaye ni mgombea huru huyu ambaye alipokonywa tiketi ya chama cha PA wakati ule wa mchujo. Na
ni kurahisisha mbio tu tukimalizia ni kuwa tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba viti vya PA vingelikuwa vingi hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi. Kufikia sasa Paul Katana ameweza kukipigania kiti chake na yeye ni chama cha ODM. Kulikoni wakazi wa Kilifi? Je, ile dhana ambayo ilikuwa inauzwa wakati wa siasa ilikuwa ya kirongo ama chama cha ODM kimekita mizizi halisi hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi?
Kwa kusema kweli, matarajio ya wengi katika kaunti ya Kilifi ilikuwa ni kuwa chama hiki cha PA kingeweza kuzoa kura nyingi katika kaunti hii, lakini mambo yalikuwa tofauti. ODM, kusema ukweli, kulingana na maamuzi ya wakazi wenyewe, ni kuwa ODM bado ni chama ambacho kimeshikilia kura nyingi katika kaunti hii ya Kilifi. No.
Asante sana. Kioria, the leading presidential results here in Kilifi County is still Raila Odinga, followed by William Ruto. We are still heading to Kilifi North to just get a brief of what is happening there and who is leading. My colleague Caroline Jilani has been holding fort for the past 4 days. Also just give us a brief. But what I told you earlier, all constituencies have finished the submission of the results. We are expecting the constituency returning officers to give us a brief as to who is leading. But from our desk here in Kilifi, Raila Odinga is on the lead. Gideon Ngaro of the ODM party is on the lead. A majority of the seats have been taken by the ODM party and the PA party. UDA comes in a distant third. So we are continuing with our coverage, and of course we'll keep you up to breast as to what is happening. If you have a query, Kioria, I hand it back to you in studio.
All right, thank you, Janae. That will be all I have for now. Probably we'll link up later when you head to Kilifi North. All the best, and thank you very much. Janae Karisa from Kilifi. Quite a good show by the ODM party, which is still the predominant party in Kilifi. PA also putting a very good show, being a new party, scooping one parliamentary seat and several MCA seats. But before we continue with the conversation, let me allow Jane to respond to the question asked by Olo.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, the tallying of the, of the votes by the media houses, I think this is important, and it's a good progress. And this is where I would say that development agenda, I think we need to really look at the media role in development. It's not just bringing news or reporting and all that. It's involving the media right from the foundations of different development agendas, so that we work together and we participate differently. And so for this particular venture of where IEBC has given the media an opportunity to really participate, I think it's very positive. But where maybe the media houses missed out is where they decided to go their own way, and they did not actually understand the weight of the responsibility. And actually the other thing is that maybe you'd even have chosen, why don't we tally from at what level? Polling, you went all the way to the polling centers or the polling stations. So you took the data from the polling station, you want to tally it up. Maybe you could have started from the level of constituency level, so that you pick this constituency, the other constituency as a package, and be able to relay that data or be able to use that for your tallying. Then maybe that way would have been faster, so that by the time you look at the portal, the IEBC portal, and you notice that a particular constituency has already uploaded 100%, then you could be able to pick their Form 34B. And used that as as the data that you're going to tally as a media house. Then that way you just have had a little less data to work with, and be able to do it faster than taking all the data from the polling station, to, all those levels, which is about over 46,000, forms that you have to look at. That alone needs a lot of workforce to be able to look at each and every data and then be able to relate to the media house and all that. So maybe you'd have maybe at this media houses may have selected at what level do you want to start tallying?
Yes.
And maybe at constituency level it would have been easier, or even at county level. You look at all the constituency, tally them up and report as a constituency level. And by the end of the day, maybe by now, we'll be getting more data from media houses than what we have already gotten. But it's a good beginning, it's a good starting point. Now the media houses know how to invest for our preparedness that you need for 2027. So we know how we need to be prepared.
Okay.
And I think it has done its part.
All right. Perhaps Lydia, you can help me get this right. Now, there's this bit of people who did not get time to vote, perhaps because of a reason or two. You go to a polling station and you are told, you are registered to vote in this particular polling station, but your name does not appear in the KIM system. So you're now forced either not to vote or go to a different polling station. What really happens, legally speaking? Can someone go to court and sue IEBC because of that? And what really happens in such a situation? Can somebody be given another priority to vote? Either way, what happens?
I think if your right to vote has been impeded, it's possible for you to, of course, raise issues. You can sue the IBC. What I'm not sure is what compensation or what recourse can be given to you, because the election happens within a particular window, voting happens within a particular window. So if the time has already passed from 6 a.m. up to 5 p.m. and whatever extensions there might be, and that time has lapsed, then there's little that you can do. But if it's within that window and you enter a polling station and you had confirmed perhaps that your details are supposed to be there, you can run to a court nearby and perhaps be able to get some kind of reprieve from the courts that could help you to execute your right to vote.
Yes.
But if it's outside that window, there's very little that can be done. And this did happen. I remember when I was voting myself, there was a lady who was in front of me, and when she went to get her details confirmed, they told her that she doesn't exist on their database and that she's supposed to be in Kilifi. And this, we're talking about a polling station in Sianda in Kiamba, and she said, but I voted here in the by-election. How is it that my details are not there? So by the time I walked out, they hadn't resolved the issue. It was fairly late in the evening, so I don't know whether she was actually allowed to vote. But those issues do arise. But I think if it's not within the window, there's little, I think, that can be done to help you execute that right. But I don't know what other compensations there could be if the time has lapsed.
All right. Let's head over to Kisumu now. And I see Weekly for Catch ready here. Weekly for Catch, where are you? There's not so much activity behind you. What is happening?
Well, thank you so much, John, Jacob Kioria, and Victor Olo. Back in the studio, I am at the Tomboya Labour College here in the lakeside city of Kisumu. Tomboya Labour College is the county tallying center for Kisumu County. And just like you've said, there is just some kind of movement right in the room where we are. Like my colleague Christine is just basically showing you the pictures that you are seeing on the screen right now. Those are pictures of the IEBC officials and party agents, and even the party agents and observers who have converged here for the purposes of collation and final declaration of the candidates running for those candidates who are running for the positions of the governor and senator and county woman member of the National Assembly in Kisumu County. Just to catch you, to bring you up to speed on what has been happening in Kisumu County, is that following the tallying of votes from the polling stations all through to the county or other constituency tallying centers, where the members of National Assembly and the members of County Assembly were declared winners. With the winners of various positions were declared at the constituency level. And right now we are at the county level, where we are waiting for the B series of forms, so that that will be used for the collation and final declaration for the positions I have mentioned. And that is what we are waiting here since morning. And just right before I came, I gave this update here. I was speaking with the deputy county returning officer for Kisumu County, who has told me that so far we haven't received any results, or rather for the B series of form from any constituency. Remember, Kisumu County has 7 constituencies, and all of those constituencies, the members of national assemblies for those particular constituencies, some have been declared, and some are yet to be. Just probably one is yet to be cleared. And just to give you to bring you up to speed with some of the MP elect for various constituencies in Kisumu County, I will begin with Nyakach. Nyakach, the incumbent Aduma Uwor, has successfully defended his seat. Will bring you the final details regarding the final figures. He won by how many votes, and who are the challengers. We'll bring you that later on. But Aduma Uwor has successfully defended his seat for Nyakach constituency. Coming to Central, the political a new entrant into the political field here is called Dr. Joshua Odongo Uwor, who has flood his closest, the incumbent, that is Fred Ouda. That means Kisumu Central has a new member of parliament in the name of Joshua Odongo Uwor. In Kisumu East, we have Shakil Shabir. Shakil Shabir has successfully defended his seat as an independent candidate. Going to West, we have Rosa Buyu, who has flood the incumbent Olago Aloj. And going to Seme, Dr. Nyikal has successfully defended his seat. Going to Moroni, again, James Onyango Koyo defends his seat. And again, going to Nyando, Jared Okello has successfully as well defended his seat. That means you can notice that in Kisumu County, in all the 7 except just one constituency, where all the in Kisumu, it's only in Kisumu East that the winner is an independent candidate. All the rest were ODM candidates, and that shows you the 6-piece voting pattern that the ODM leader was preaching for has bore fruit. And one thing to note about the elections in Kisumu County here, something that has actually manifested here is a little bit of the voter turnout. You know that Kisumu County is one of the political bedrock of ODM leader Raila Odinga here. And probably someone would have expected that the turnout could be, if not 100%, then it could be 90-something or 80-something. But surprisingly, here in Kisumu Central, where we had total registered voters of about 130, the winner in Kisumu Central, Dr. Joshua Oron, got 54,000, and being followed closely by Ouda, who got 26. That means the turnout for Kisumu Central is 63%. And one thing that actually manifested yesterday, by the time the constituency returning officer was announcing the results, he challenged Kisumu residents actually to take this exercise seriously, because 63%, that means about 37 did not partake in this exercise. And that's a challenge that he threw to the residents of Kisumu County, actually to take this exercise seriously in the next cycle, so that they can partake in this exercise and elect leaders that they would prefer. While, like I mentioned, right now what's happening is that you can see behind me here, the IBC officials, they continue to wait. The stage is set, the observers are in, the party agents are in. What we're waiting for is just the reception of the B series of forms from various constituencies, so that the collation and final declaration of the winners of the positions of governor, senator, and woman member of National Assembly can be done. And that can be the first form. They can start trickling in about 30 minutes. That's what I've been able to establish from the deputy county returning officer here. And just maybe to paint for you a picture of how this area is from just beyond this building here. Before we came here, we took a spot check around the town. We went to town. We went to the famous Kondele and the Nyalenda area. What's happening is that just people are continuing with their businesses as usual, except just for small groups where people gather and discuss the presidential outcome. You see, this is what is causing anxiety among people here. They're very anxious. They want to know who their next president is going to be. And that is what they're discussing basically in those small groups. Well, we continue monitoring the situation. John Jacob Kioria, and much details, I will bring them later on. Let me hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech. He's our reporter in Kisumu. The results quite interesting. An independent candidate. And I don't know about Shakir Shabir, because somehow in Kisumu East, he always has a way of winning. Because this is the second time he's winning on an independent ticket in Kisumu East. But of course, you've heard of Aduma Owor, the MP for Nyakach, who has recaptured his seat. The only person who has lost is Fred Ouda, and Joshua Odongo now comes in Kisumu Central on an ODM ticket. Rosa Buyu, the woman representative for Kisumu County, has also felled a giant in the name of Olago Oluoch, who has lost the Kisumu West constituency. Dr. James Nyikal has recaptured his seat in Seme. So has Koyo of Mohoroni and Jared Okello of Nyando. Thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech. Quite interesting results, a mixed bag of results, but then you have turnout still being a problem across the country.
Yeah, I believe they also suffered that element of people not traveling. There's so many people who vote in Nyanza who were not able to travel to go and vote, and especially for them, the distances between Nairobi and that side is fairly long, and it would cost a lot of money. So I suspect they lost quite a bit of their numbers that way to people who did not vote. But let me also say that the fact that people like Rosa Buyu are being able to get the kind of position she's gone now for a single member. I think she was a woman rep.
She's the woman rep, yes.
And then now she's gone for a single member position and she's won it. I think it's a significant sign that there could be some movement there in terms of the women leadership, perhaps triggered by headliners such as Wanga and her bid for the governorship. We've seen regions open up to women more this time than the last time, and so I think that's a good sign that ODM as a party and its followers could be opening up a little more to women's leadership.
Even with the resistance of six-piece voting, Pastor Mark, before we go to Judith Akolo, even with the push for the resistance for six-piece voting, it still appears like Nyanza heeded Raila Odinga's call for a six-piece vote in the counties that form what you would say Luo Nyanza.
Yeah, it's true. You see, the idea of independent candidates is pretty new in our election. It's actually, this is almost, I think, the second time. And people still follow the voice of their kingpins. When it comes to the influence of our kingpins, or political kingpins in our country, especially in the history of multi-party democracy in our nation, their followers become literally like us, all of us. If our kingpin from our village says go this direction, we all go there, regardless of how good the independent candidate is, and even if they have something better to offer. But as long as a certain constituency is considered a stronghold for a certain political party, if the party top hierarchy decides to pick somebody, and the people on the ground, whether they like it or not, chances are very high that person will win. And that is what we all know. People will tell you, if you come from this region, the only thing you need to struggle is to get the ticket for this party, which is the strongest party in this region. If you get it, you know you are home and dry. And I think that is, we are yet to get used to the independent candidate thing. Though most of them are very good people and they are professionals, they don't want to play to get themselves in the dirty jostling of political party, nomination processes. Most of them just want to be clean. They want to go and tell people, this is who I am, these are my qualifications, and this is what I offer to you.
And perhaps most of the politicians fear the upsurge of independent candidates, because you can imagine different parliaments, county assembly, national assembly, senate, dotted.
It can have a very destabilizing, but also a sobering effect on the manner in which our political parties conduct their nomination processes, because the more people begin to warm up to the possibility of embracing independent candidates, political parties will have to style up when it comes to their nomination processes.
Kioria, Sylvia Kolo is in Ingoland.
Yeah, she is in Ingo. I'm told I don't know whether it is Idangalasia or Idangala, but I'm sure Judith Akolo will explain to us. Judith, good afternoon. Where are you? What is happening?
Good afternoon, Kioria.
Go ahead, Judith.
Yes, we are at Indangalasia, the home of one of the presidential candidates, Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya, and we've come here to get a feel of what the residents here are saying about his candidature and what they feel he should do in the future. And here I'm joined by Wilberforce Odhiambo, who is one of the residents of this area. Wilberforce, tueleze, Professor George Wajakoya ni mwenyeji wa hapa na alikuwa mmoja wale waliogombea kiti cha urais na amepata kura nyingi sana katika nchi yetu. Je, una yapi ya kusema kwa hayo?
Kwanza mimi ni kurudishia Wajakoya shukurani kwa sababu ya kwamba amefanya area yetu kwa mapu ya Kenya ikaonekana pia. Kwa hivyo tunamshukuru kwa umuhimu wake kuwa mkaaji wa hapa. Jambo la pili ni kusema ya kwamba hata kama amepata kura zenye asiwezi kufanya yeye kuwa president, lakini raundi nyingine aendelee kuwa na bidii, ili raundi nyingine tutaendelea kusimama na yeye ili tupate pia sisi kiongozi kutoka hapa Indangalasia.
Je, unaeleza vipi vijana kwa sahihi ambao wanaona pengine kuna wale wagombezi wa urais ambao hawajapata kura nyingi? Je, unawaambia vipi wale vijana kuhusu amani nchini?
Okay, mimi kama kijana, wakati tulikuwa na campaign, watu tulikuwa na matarajio makubwa kutokana na hawa candidate wawili wanaofuatana, lakini sasa kama ombi langu kama kijana, naomba kwamba tudumisha amani. Kura ni kitu inakuja na inapita, imekuja tayari ishapita. Ninaona matokeo inafuatana kwa karibu, tudumisha amani kwa sababu ndugu ni kitu ya muhimu, bado tunaendelea kuishi pamoja. Matokeo wakati itatangazwa, wacha vijana tusihusike katika hali ya furugu. At least tukubali hiyo matokeo kulingana vile iko, ili Kenya yetu isije ikawa na mchafuko wenye ilikuwa mwaka ingine. Kwa hivyo I think ninaona vijana wa sehemu zote at least tuwe na amani.
Now I'm joined by another of the residents of this particular area to tell us more about what they feel about the candidature of Professor Wajakoya. Je, tueleze majina yako ni nani na ni vipi unavyoona hii kuhusika kwa Wajakoya katika shughuli nzima ya urais?
Kwa majina naitwa Eto Samuel kutoka maeneo ya Indangalasia. Kuhusu Wajakoya, ni profesa ambaye candidate ambaye tunamjua sana na ametingiza miti. Kwa hivyo sisi hatuna wasiwasi kulingana na voters zake vile zinasonga. Tunategemea iwapo atarudi katika awamu nyingine, naona atazadisha matunda ambayo hii Kenya pia itakubali ni mtu ambaye ako na wito.
Unasemaje, unaambia vipi vijana wenzako?
Mimi naambia vijana wenzangu, ambapo ikifika siku ya uchaguzi, tunaona idadi ya vijana wakati wa kupiga kura ni ndogo sana, lakini kulingana pia iwapo watakuwa wanapiga kura, pia wao wanaona, wameangalia upande zingine wakipiga kura, wanaona hiyo kura haitakuwa muhimu kwao. Lakini nasihi vijana, ikifika siku ya kupiga kura, toke wote twende tupige kura ili tuchague yule kiongozi ambaye atatufaa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya.
Asante sana.
Asante.
We have one more resident of this particular area who will tell us about what he feels about the candidature of Professor George Wajakoya, and now that he has not made it to be the president, what is their feeling about that? Tueleze, ni vipi unaona kuhusu haya ambayo yametokea kwa saa hii?
Ni ukweli, kwa majina naitwa Wilberforce Luchiri, mimi ni mzaliwa wa Indangalasia. Nimefurahia George Wajakoya kuwania kiti ya president, na tujakuwa na roho mbaya sababu kura zake zenye amepata hizo amefanya sisi tumejulikana huku kwetu. Kila mwaka tunaitwanga sisi ni watu kutoka Pokot, lakini sasa Wajakoya amefanya sisi tumejulikana hapa Kenya, na tunasema wakati mwingine ajitokeze tena na tutampigia kura aonekane kama president wa hapa Kenya.
Na lingine utasemaje kuhusu matokeo mazima ambayo yanaendelea kwa sasa hivi?
Matokeo ndio tumengojea, tunaona wakijaribu kuhesabu kura. Tumeambia wenzetu kuwe watulivu, tungojee kwanza tuone matokeo ni gani yatatokea. Yule mwenye atapita tumekubali tuongoze kama president. Asante.
Na wewe je, utatuambia vipi kuhusu zoezi zima la uchaguzi nchini?
Kwa majina naitwa David Waso. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara tu ya kawaida. Kulingana na uchaguzi wa huu mwaka umetupendeza. Kwa kweli hapo nyuma tulikuwa tunatumiwa, lakini mara hii tumeona kwamba kweli tulikuwa tunatumiwa na uchaguzi na umekuwa mzuri, na yeyote mwenye atashinda kuanzia chini kufika kwa president, huyo ndiye atakuwa kiongozi wetu na tuko tayari. Asante.
Now that has been a feel of the voters here in Indangalasia, and back to you, Kioria, in studio. Thank you.
Judith, before you go, because you have quite a number of them behind you talking about the candidature of Wajakoya in Indangalasia. The rumors are that he got one vote in Indangalasia Primary School. If they're excited about his candidature, how come he got such a minimal number of votes? And of course, you can confirm to us whether indeed he got one vote from Indangalasia Primary School.
Okay, let me find out from one of the residents again so that he can tell us that. Inasemekana kwamba bwana Professor George Wajakoya alipata kura moja peke yake kutoka Indangalasia Polling Center. Ni nini kilichofanyika kuhusu hayo?
Hiyo ninakanusha kwa sababu iweze kuwa kura moja. Sisi kama watu wa Indangalasia tulijitahidi, but sasa pia ilikuwa changamoto kwa sababu mkiona vile hali ilikuwa tuliona kwamba at least tupigie kura, tumpe kidogo, lakini pia tupigie kura mwenye mahali penye tunajua na wanaweza tangaza na tuwe tumepiga kura mahali penye imehesabika. I think ndio hiyo.
Mitambo je, ilikuwa sawa?
Mitambo ilikuwa na changamoto kidogo. Sehemu nyingine ilikuwa kama stream 3 ilikataa kabisa mpaka tukaanza kupiga kura saa 6, lakini walisongesha muda tukapiga kura mpaka kitu saa 6 usiku. Kwa hivyo wananchi walipiga kura wakamaliza. Angalau sasa wamama wazee walichoka wakamaliza. Idadi ya wamama wengi walichoka kukaa kwa foleni. Kwa hivyo nina imani hawakupiga hiyo kura.
So, Kioria, the challenge is that what they're saying is because of the failure of the KIMS kit to work, most of the elderly voters left early, and just because of that. And it's not true that there was only one vote for Professor. So many votes were counted, and according to them, they may not give us the figures now.
So much for excitement. I mean, to say that you divided the votes between your favorite son, who you say is making your village popular, and then you decide the majority of the votes you give to somebody else. Victor?
He was running around Nairobi with Prados and slippers and an unshaven beard.
Allah. You're not kind today. No. Anyway, Victor, appears like Wajakoya didn't pitch very well in his village in Indangalasia.
One thing about Kenya is that we never lack very good vibes. First-hand reported Kenyans with people. All right, that is Sylvia Kolo from Indangalasia.
All right.
Western side of Kenya. All right. So I'm told that we are coming to the end of this show since...
All right, let me just pick it up. Victor, I understand you have a problem with your microphone. We'll sort it in a bit. Let me just take the last remarks from Pastor Mark, then to Jane, and finally with Lydia. So we close this. Pastor Mark.
Okay, thank you so very much. I just want to say to Kenyans wherever you are that as a democracy we've come from very far. We've made great strides, and our democracy is picking up. Thanks to your contribution, my prayer is that we will continue to maintain peace wherever you are. Trust the processes. At least we can see that there is a very high level of transparency in the manner in which the Commission is conducting this process, and that should be a reason enough for us to trust whatever announcement they will make or whoever they will call out as the winner. So wish you well. Continue maintaining peace wherever you are. Let your neighbor remain your brother and your friend, whether they ascribe to the same party as you or not. You're still brothers, you're still neighbors, and we are still Kenyans. Thank you so very much.
All right. Jen?
Yes, indeed. I think it's to congratulate ourselves as a nation, as voters, that we have kept peace. We went to vote very peacefully, and this far we've been patient, waiting for the results. I also want to congratulate those who have been the leaders moving forward, and encourage those who have lost, and tell them that it's not the end of the world. Let's embrace and move on and give ourselves an opportunity now to grow our nation. And then also, I think going forward, we are now entering into the milestone of the day, whereby we are looking forward to getting the results of the presidential candidates. And as my colleague has said, or my Mark has said, let's keep peace. Let's keep peace, and let's embrace the leaders that Kenyans have chosen for themselves and move forward this nation. This nation is a great nation. We can only be good people, facilitate ourselves, encourage our leaders to do the best they can, and those that we have chosen, please serve as well. Go and serve Kenyans. Be servants of the people. Thank you.
All right, Lydia, your last remarks.
My last remarks is simply to congratulate, I think, the IBC, so far so good. To also commend the chair of the commission, Chebukati. He's very level-headed, very level-tempered, and I think he has just the personality for this moment. His confidence levels are very high. He's very comfortable, and that helps to give a lot of reassurance to the people who are watching him and getting updates. It's also a good thing that the observers have given a resounding approval of the process this far, and it behoves us as Kenyans to maintain the standards that we have carried up to this point. And perhaps the election will be declared most likely, I think by tomorrow. We should know who the president is. And we desist from social media reports because there is a lot of false information. So anything you see on social media, just take it with a pinch of salt. It could be true, it could be false, as you wait for the IBC to give the official and final position. Thank you.
Right. Jane, probably can have a look at the results for the last time before we hand it over to the Swahili team.
Absolutely. As we await the final word from the IEBC, we will still continue to give you the provisional results as per our own tallying. And this far, we still have Deputy President William Ruto at the lead with 5,052,589 votes, 51.51%. Raila Odinga comes in second with 47.7%, which translates to 4,678,566. In third position, we still have Professor George Wajakoya with 0.43% of the vote this far, which translates to 42.52%. And finally, David Mwaure with 0.36% of the vote, 34,911. And again, these are just provisional results as per our own tallying, and that is where we're going to leave it at today. Our Kiswahili team will be continuing with more updates as and when they keep trickling in. For now, my name is Jane Wamboy. Thank you so much for your valued company. This is Kenya Decides 2022.
All right, Victor, it's time for us to put a cap on this one.
Absolutely. And without Thank you for coming. This far from 6 a.m. This is Jen Muthiga, who is the Secretary General of Digital Broadcast Association, as well as Secretary of Agano Party, and Pastor Mark Okuru Echakara, who is also Pastor Transformational Leadership Expert, as well as Leadership Analyst. Lydia, asante sana for coming as well. And you as a viewer, since 6 a.m., it's now time to say Gwaheri. It's been real. Let's do this again tomorrow. My name is Victor Lowe. Have a good afternoon.
All right, and my name is John Jacob Curie. Have yourself a fantastic day, of course, tensionless, and whatever hurts you, avoid it. So if the results displaying on your screen don't really match what you want, just switch off the television station and wait for Chebukati's results. God bless you, and have yourself a fantastic afternoon. We leave you in the hands of Harith Salim and Kamcha Menza.
Na shukrani za dhati kwake Maulana kutuwezesha kukutana tena siku hii ya leo, ambapo tunaendelea na subra na hamu na hamumu ya kutaka kujua yapi yanaendelea, hususan katika kituo ambayo ni makao makuu ya IEBC, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka, kilichopo Bomas, hususan kuzingatia na kuangazia masuala yanayofungamana na kura za uchaguzi wa urais. Mbali na hayo, mengine yanaendelea katika maeneo tofauti. Vituo vimetangaza walioshinda katika nyadhifa tofauti, kuanzia madiwani pamoja na maseneta na vile vile upande wa wabunge katika maeneo tofauti, na jambo ambalo limeanza kushtua baadhi ambao tayari wameonyesha kuridhishwa na uchaguzi huu na pia kuridhika japo shingo upande kwamba hawakufanikiwa kutetea viti vyao au nyadhifa zao. Lakini yote hayo 9-10 tutaendelea kuchambulia kila ambalo unapaswa kulijua na la muhimu katika uchaguzi huu wa mwaka 2022. Mengi yamekuwa yakizungumzwa tangu asubuhi, ila tunakuwa tunapata taarifa hapa na pale na vile vile kutoka kwa tume ya IEBC na waangalizi wa uchaguzi katika maeneo tofauti na walichokisema kuhusiana na uchaguzi wa mara hii. Yote hayo tutakuwa tunaendelea nayo kuanzia sasa hadi mwendo wa saa 1 hivi. Mimi na mwenzangu Kamche Menza hapa studio pamoja na wageni ambao tutakuwa nao, tutakuwa tunachanganua 2-3 kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanazungumzwa na yanayojiri. Kwa hiyo Kamche, hebu tueleze kidogo haraka ni mpaka sasa ni asilimia ngapi ya form 34A tayari zishawasilishwa IEBC?
Na mtazamaji, ikiwa ni siku ya pili tangu Wakenya walipokwenda debeni, basi matokeo yamekuwa yakipeperushwa kwa njia moja au nyingine kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Vile vile matokeo pia yamekuwa kiwafikia tume ya IEBC. Kwa sasa wanasema ni asilimia 99.8 za form 34A ambazo zimeshafika pale kwa njia ya picha. Vile vile wametueleza kwamba wale wasimamizi wa uchaguzi ama returning officers kutoka maeneo bunge tofauti pia wameshaanza kufika katika kitovu cha ujumuishaji wa kura zile za kitaifa. Tayari kuna ambao washawasilisha zile form 34A kwa njia ya vile vijikaratasi. Kwa hivyo wamesema kwamba muda si muda watakuwa wanaanza kabisa shughuli yote, na kwamba kwa muda unaofaa kati ya siku 7 walizonazo wataweza kutoa matokeo hayo. Lakini kwa sasa matokeo tulionayo ya urais, naibu rais William Ruto wa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza chama cha UDA bado anaongoza pale kwa kura zaidi ya milioni 5.2. Kiongozi ama mpeperusha bendera wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya Raila Odinga naye akimfuata kwa karibu akiwa na milioni 4.8, zaidi ya kura milioni 4.8 ambao ni asilimia 47.7, naye naibu rais William Ruto akiwa na asilimia 51.51. Tukiangalia viwango vya zile form 34 ambazo zimeweza kufika hapa, naona Harith umeniuliza ni asilimia 99.87, ambapo ni vituo 46,167 kati ya vituo 46,229. Kwa hivyo hapa ni vituo takriban 71-72 pale vilivyosalia. Ukiangalia vituo vingi ama maeneo mengi, kaunti nyingi, vituo vyao vishamaliza. Hata diaspora ambao ni maeneo ya ugaibuni na nchi zilizoko nje ya Kenya tayari washamaliza Harith. Vituo 27 kwa 27 za diaspora wameshamaliza. Waliosalia si wengi, maeneo waliosalia si mengi. Nikiangalia hapa tunaweza hesabu tu, kuna kama Garissa wamesalia na vituo kama 3. Tukiangalia Kakamega wamesalia na vituo kama vingapi? 3 pia wao. Tukiangalia Kiambu wako karibu, wanasalia na 1 tu. Tukiangalia upande gani mwingine ambao hawajawasilisha, hii ni kaunti ya Lamu, wamebaki na vituo kama 3. Mwingine aliyesalia ni kaunti ya Marsabit. Kwa hivyo kama alivyosema Chebukati, wamekaribia kumaliza, ingawaje kuna wale wengine pia ambao walifanya uchaguzi kutumia sajili ya kuchapisha, pia nao wataweza kuwakilisha. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tupo hapa tutakuwa tunakujuza kadri mambo yanavyokwenda. Harith.
Na asante sana Kamche. Bila shaka kwa mujibu wa taswira hiyo ni kwamba jua linaelekea kuzama tena kwa shughuli ya uchaguzi, lakini tutasubiri mpaka mwisho na pale tutakapopata matangazo rasmi kutoka kwa IEBC. Mbali na hayo, wanahabari wetu bado wako katika maeneo tofauti, kaunti tofauti, wakifuatilia yale ambayo yanajiri katika eneo hilo, na hivi sasa nataka nataka tuungane naye mwenzetu Betty Kiptum yuko katika kaunti ya Baringo. Betty, kama unatupata kwa njia iliyo safi, hebu tujuze ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea hivi sasa. Naona huko katika moja kati ya maeneo ambayo yanajumlisha kura kwa sasa, na kipi ambacho unaweza kutueleza?
Na Harith, ukiwa pale studioni KBC, tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka Kenya School of Government ambako ni County Tallying Center hapa katika kaunti ya Baringo, na sasa niko na nambari kadhaa tu ninaweza kupea mtazamaji kulingana na ubunge ama constituencies. The 6 constituencies have already announced their results, and we can confirm that there are 5 elected members of parliament under the UDA party ticket in Baringo County. I'll just give you an overview. Joshua Kandie in Baringo Central constituency garnered over 25,000 votes to clinch that seat just against Sami Mwaita, who garnered 9,519 votes. In Baringo South constituency, Charles Kamuren secured the seat with 15,200 votes, against Dixon Keis on the Jubilee Party ticket, who got 9,800. In Baringo North constituency, Joseph Makilap secured the seat on a UDA ticket with over 21,000 votes against Sami Chelimo Chelanga, who got 15,498. Eldama Rabin constituency, Musa Sirma there clinched the seat on a UDA ticket. 32,492 are the votes he garnered against Emmanuel Ngetich, who garnered 10,229. Now, in Tiati constituency, Kanu's Kamket Kasait got 17,933 votes against Asman Kamama, who got 13,037 votes. Now, in Mogotio constituency, Ruben Kiborek secured 17,364 votes on a UDA ticket to win that parliamentary seat against Daniel Kamurin, who secured 13,142. We can confirm that those are the parliamentary seat results in all 6 constituencies in Baringo County. Now, one we are keeping a watch on is the senatorial seat, where we have information that of 817 polling stations that have so far been reported, out of 1,029, William Cheptumo of UDA was leading at the time with 119,327 votes against the sitting senator, Gideon Moi, who had garnered at the time 50,049 votes. Of course, that is something we are keeping an eye on, and remember that it's IEBC who will be announcing the official tally, but it is almost clear that William Cheptumo might unseat the sitting governor, Gideon Moi. On the sitting senator, or Gideon Moi. Now, on the gubernatorial seat, we have Benjamin Cheboy, who is likely to unseat the sitting governor, Stanley Kiptis, and we are watching that as well. And on the women rep side, Florence Jematia of the UDA party ticket is also likely to unseat Gladwell Tungo of the Kanu seat. Now, that means that in Baringo County, there are quite some disruptions and some giants might be falling. We shall continue keeping a tab on these. We are at the Kenya School of Government, as I informed you. The county returning officer is already here with his team, and we can confirm that Baringo Central constituency has already delivered its results here. The county returning officer, John Mwangi, is now awaiting the other 5 constituencies so that he can announce a final tally. We spoke to him a little bit earlier. He says that it's until he has received all the 18 forms, 3 from each of the constituencies for the governor, women rep, and the senator, and also tallied and finished the process of collating that, he can now announce the official results. So that will take some time, and we shall be camping here to give you the latest on that. But that is it from Baringo County. We shall continue to give you the latest. My name is Betty Kiptum. Harriet, back to you in studio.
Asante Betty, naambia asante wakazi wa Baringo. Naona pia wanatizama KBC Channel 1. Bila shaka kuna mambo ambayo yanapendeza katika runinga KBC Channel 1. Asante sana Betty, tutarudi kwako baadaye kidogo, lakini mambo yanaendelea kuzua mambo, na bila shaka wengine inakuwa ni vilio vya siri, wengine ni furaha ambazo bado hazijafika mdomoni kwa tabasamu na kicheko, lakini yote hayo yatatokea baada ya matokeo rasmi kutangazwa na tume ya IEBC katika vituo tofauti, na vile vile kituo ambacho ni makao makuu ya IEBC kilichopo Bomas hapa jijini Nairobi. Na ni kipindi hiki ambacho natambulisha mgeni wangu hapa studio, Teno Mjomba, ambaye ni mmoja kati ya wachanganuzi ambao tutakuwa nao kuzungumzia haya yanayotokea. Kwa kuanzia tu, umesikia Baringo mambo yalivyo. hali ya mazingira, hali ya hewa inabadilika, ule uzoefu wa watu umegeuzwa. Chama cha KANU kimepata pigo, hususan kupitia vigogo wake wawili, mmoja wapo akiwa seneta wa Baringo na ni jina ambalo limekuwa kwa miongo mirefu katika eneo hilo, Gideon Moi kupoteza nafasi yake kwa mujibu wa matokeo ambayo bado sio rasmi lakini yamekamilika, kwamba amepoteza kiti chake kwa mgombea wa UDA. Hili linaashiria nini?
Haritha, kuna mambo viroja pamoja na vioja zaidi, kwamba tutarajie mengi mabadiliko ambayo yatakuwepo katika baada ya uchaguzi, baada ya kupata matokeo kamili. Kuna mengi ambayo yatafanyika, na ni kweli kwamba vigogo wameweza kubwagwa. Mbona wameweza kubwagwa? Kwa sababu ukiangalia kwa mfano eneo la Baringo kwake Gideon Moi, ambapo kumekuwa na mambo kuhusu usalama, hasa katika sehemu, nadhani ni Taiti ama panaitwa vipi? Tiati. Ambapo jambo hili limekuwa donda sugu sana kwake. Na hivyo basi kutokana na namna ambavyo ameweza kushughulikia masuala ya usalama katika eneo hilo, na hata unakumbuka wakati ambapo kulikuwa na mjadala wa urais, naibu rais aliweza kujitetea na kueleza zaidi kuhusiana na yale yanayofanyika kule Baringo. Hivyo inamaanisha kwamba kwa njia moja au nyingine hajaweza kushikilia ama kutetea watu wake kwa njia inayofaa. Hivyo basi wenyeji wanaona kwamba hafai. Lakini unaona kwamba labda ni hilo swala ama ni swala la huu mkumbo na mawimbi ya chama cha UDA? Kwa sababu pia tunafahamu kwamba kumekuwa na vuta nikuvute kati ya naibu rais William Ruto na familia ya aliyekuwa rais. Kwa hiyo inawezekana kwamba ni hayo tu ama kuna mengine ambayo labda yamejificha kupelekea kwamba chama cha KANU na vile vile seneta kutopigiwa kura ipasavyo? Na ni kweli kwamba zaidi ya kwamba tumekuwa na tatizo la usalama, pia mrengo wa kisiasa pia umechangia. Kwamba sehemu ya Rift Valley inaonekana kwamba ni ngome yake naibu rais William Ruto. Hivyo basi kwa sababu ya Gideon Moi kuonekana kwamba ametoka nje, ameenda kinyume na yanayotakikana kulingana na watu wengi katika maeneo ya pale, basi imemfanya akawa amebatizwa kwa njia isiyofaa. Hivyo basi nadhani pia kwa kuegemea mrengo usiyofaa. Mrengo usiyofaa kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu zaidi ya kwamba alikuwa wa KANU, angeweza kujiunga na UDA ama kubaki pale kwa Kenya Alliance na bwana Deputy President William Ruto, basi mambo yangekuwa mazuri kwake. Wangeona kwamba huyu bado ni kijana wetu, basi ni afadhali tumpe, namna ambavyo watu wa Jakoya ulisikia wakisema wakati hapo awali kwamba inabidi tumgawie kidogo. Wangemgawia pia, lakini kwa sababu ya kwamba yeye aliamua kutaliki na kuondoka katika mrengo ambao watu wa pale wengi wanaona kwamba ndio wao, basi wakaamua kumwadhibu. Kwa hivyo kuna vitu viwili ambavyo vinachangia. Moja ni mrengo wake na pili ni usalama katika eneo la Baringo.
Haya, tutakuja kuendelea kuyazungumza hayo, lakini nataka niungane na mwenzangu aliyo katika eneo la Serena, Irene Mchuma. Irene, ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea katika sehemu ulioko hivi sasa?
Na shukran sana Kamche na mwenzangu Harith Salim. Habari ya mchana. Tunakuja kwako moja kwa moja kutoka maeneo ya Serena katikati ya jiji mwa Nairobi. Well, we have been here since mid-morning where we have had several election observer groups addressing members of the press of the state of the election process. And so far we have seen 3 observer groups that have been able to address members of the press, and the Jakaya Kikwete-led election observer group lauded the elections that have been conducted here in the country compared to the previous years. Jakaya Kikwete says that this has been one of the most credible, transparent, peaceful, and one that has enabled Kenyans to exercise their democratic right in a transparent manner. And the former president of Tanzania, Jakaya Kikwete, is not the only one who was able to to hold a press briefing in regards to these elections. We also had Johnny Carson, former U.S. Assistant of State for African Affairs, who said that these elections have been more secure and has expressed confidence not only for other African countries but also the world that elections can be held without chaos, and also leaders during their campaign period expressed and showcased tolerance with one another. And what Johnny Carson says that now that we are waiting for the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to make the announcement of the final results, Kenyans should be united and remain calm during this process and not to be manipulated by the results that are going on social media, but rather to rely on the results by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And Harith, whenever we see these election observer groups coming to address the media one after the other, that is a clear indication that the IEBC, or an electoral body, is just about to wind up the exercise, and this could be in a few days or in some hours. So we will just wait and see how the situation goes around this, even as we expect Jonathan Goodluck to lead another press briefing this afternoon on the election process. And the election observer group, all that been here in the country, have come with one goal, one of protecting the rights of participants in an election exercise, and also protect the country from any violence, and also to talk to the participants to be tolerant, especially during this particular time. We also had a press briefing by an eminent group that said they are very keen on observing how the winners of these elections will handle the results by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and they said they are ready to bring the leaders together for a united country. But for now, it's 2:00. Allow me to get back to the press briefing that is supposed to be held by an election observer group being led by Jonathan Goodluck. Harith?
Asante sana Irene Muchuma kutoka Serena hapa jijini Nairobi. Amekuwa akifuatilia mengi, mojawapo yanayofuatilia ni yale ambayo yanazungumzwa na waangalizi na wasimamizi pamoja na wale ambao wametumwa na jumbe tofauti kuhakikisha wanatizama shughuli inavyoendeshwa, na mpaka sasa wamesema kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari, na wanaozungumza akiwemo aliyekuwa rais wa taifa aliyekuwa rais wa taifa la Tanzania pia amesifu shughuli ilivyoendeshwa, na ni mmoja kati ya viongozi wanaoongoza wenzao katika kushughulikia usimamizi na uangalizi wa uchaguzi humu nchini, na mpaka sasa matamshi yao yamekuwa kutia moyo humu nchini, vile vile katika mataifa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na ulimwenguni kwa ujumla. Lakini kama nilivyotanguliza hapo awali ni kwamba naye mwenzangu Kamche Menza hapa studio, ambaye bila shaka atakuwa pia anajumuika nasi katika kuchambua masuala yanayotokea pamoja na wageni waliopo hapa studio. Kwa hiyo Kamche, umeona mambo yalivyo katika eneo la Baringo, na labda na kabla tuendelee kuzungumza, Kamche, naona mbunge mteule katika moja ya maeneo eneo la Soi kama sijakosea ndio anazungumzia, na si mwingine ila ni David Kiplagat. Tusikie anachosema baada ya kutangazwa mshindi.
We thank my fellow competitors, Mheshimiwa Dr. Meli, who conceded yesterday, and you saw through the media that we were doing handshake. We were actually doing the conceding bit, and all the other candidates, Reverend Rono, I haven't managed to talk to Martina, but I think shortly I will talk to him. All of them have conceded defeat, and we are going to join hands so that we can work for the people of Soy. I will also like to take this opportunity. You know, at the nomination stage, those were the tough race. We had Mheshimiwa Power, Mheshimiwa Barno, Mheshimiwa Senator Meli, and also we had Mheshimiwa Parchileji. You know what, after the nominations, as a house we decided to work together, and we have been working together through this journey until today. We have delivered this victory for the people of Soi. We say thank you very much. You know, when all the leaders work together, when all the leaders decide to work together, then development will be felt. I want to tell the people of Soi, the only gift I will give you is to ensure that what we promise to deliver as our agenda and also our manifesto, we are going to do it from day one. And I will ensure within the 5 years, at least there will be no competition, neither will there be need for campaigning, because we shall have delivered what we set forth to deliver. I will also like to take this opportunity to thank my supporters, to thank my team, called Team DK, all the coordinators, all our supporters. You did a great job. I can only say thank you. Let us continue working as a team for the people of Soi. Lastly, as you know very well, we are still waiting for the presidential results. We have felt as the leaders of Uasin Gishu, the ones who have won, that it is not good to celebrate until we celebrate the bigger victory. Then from there we shall come so that we can celebrate the bigger victory. And I can assure you, victory is coming. Victory is coming, and we shall be heading to Nairobi in the evening so that we go and join our colleagues.
Ni kauli ya mbunge mteule wa Soi, ambaye bila shaka ni kauli ya kutia moyo, hususan viongozi wakuu wakiwa wanasikiliza na kufuatilia, na imekuwa mtindo sasa. Ni jambo la kutia moyo kuonyesha kwamba kuna ukomavu fulani katika masuala ya kisiasa. Na mbali na yeye pia kuna mbunge mteule katika eneo la Gilgil, naye tusikie ni kipi ambacho alikisema baada ya kuhakikishiwa kwamba yeye ndio amezoa kura za kumwezesha kuwa mbunge katika eneo hilo. Si mwingine isipokuwa ni Martha Wangari Wanjira, ambaye si mgeni katika nyuso za wanasiasa na vile vile wapiga kura.
Confidence na uongozi wangu na kunipa niwatumikie mhula wa pili 2022 to 2027, na vile vile nishukuru wagombea wenza wangu, sababu tumefanya siasa ambayo haijakuwa na fujo, na wameshakubali matokeo, na wamesema kwamba wamekubali na watanisupport. Na kwa wana Gilgil ni washukuru sana, sababu 2017 walisimama na mimi, saa hii wamesimama na mimi. Ile kazi ambayo tunaendeleza itaendelea, na la muhimu zaidi ni kwamba hata wale ambao hawakunipa kura, sasa wakati huu ni tuunde Gilgil ambayo ni moja, na tutembee njia moja, sababu uchaguzi umeisha, na tutarudi tena kuenda kwa barabara kusema huyu ni wa nani ama huyu ni wa nani. Ni washukuru sababu tumetembea hii safari kwa amani. Mbunge mteule wa Gilgil kwa awamu ya pili akiwashukuru wakazi wa eneo hilo kwa kumpigia kura na kumchagua. Na vile vile sasa hivi tunataka kuelekea eneo la Ainamoi kupata picha zilivyo kwa sasa.
Having gathered the votes that he garnered, he is the clear winner of the race of members of National Assembly, and I hereby declare him the MP-elect of Ainamoi constituency.
Picha za hapo awali Ainamoi, na hivi sasa pia nataka tuelekee moja kwa moja hadi eneo la Lamu Mashariki, ambapo kwa mara ya kwanza mbunge mwanamke amechaguliwa katika eneo hilo. Wanamfahamu maarufu kama Captain Ruweida. Hebu tusikilize mambo yalivyokuwa.
Obo Ruweida Mohamed 5400.
Naona ni majukumu, responsibilities kubwa nilizopewa, na inshallah Mwenyezi Mungu aniwezeshe nipate, mimi na timu yetu yote tupate uwezo inshallah na nguvu za kuwakilisha Lamu Mashariki inshallah. Naahidi kwa watu wangu inshallah zile ahadi zote nilizozitukua Mungu akipenda nitazitekeleza inshallah. Kuna ahadi za ambazo within 100 days lazima nizifanye, kuna ahadi within 1 year nimezifanya. Mwenyezi Mungu naomba unisaidie niweze kuzitekeleza.
Na ndio kama hivyo, Lamu Mashariki kwa mara ya kwanza mbunge mwanamke amechaguliwa eneo hilo, Ruwaida Mohamed maarufu kama Captain Ruwaida. Mbali na hayo, tunaelekea Lagdera ambapo mwanahabari wetu Frederick Mwoki amekuwa akifuatilia mambo huko na sasa hivi anatueleza yale ambayo yalikuwa yanatokea tangu hapo jana. Fred.
Indeed, welcome to this broadcast. We're coming to you live from Electoral constituency. This is one of the constituencies in the Garissa County number 7. And it is a process of turning ongoing after starting yesterday. And after all ballot boxes from different polling stations and centers arrived at this special tallying center at Lagdera constituency. And I had a word with the returning officer of Tifara, and this is what he had to say. Maybe you can just tell us maybe how soon, or are you confident that we are going to have the results maybe today or tomorrow?
Yeah, by close of business we must be done with this process. We'll be done with this process. I'm confident that we'll have release results by the end of the day for all positions.
Are there any key recommendations you'd like to give maybe to IBC in terms of maybe to provide solutions for such problems in future?
One of the key recommendations in terms of elections is the timing of elections. We are pastoralists, we are in arid and semi-arid areas. August is a dry spell for northern Kenya. That is why northern Kenya has recorded the lowest voter turnout in the country. At least December could have been a better place than August. The other thing is, I think the kids, we are happy about the biometrics. It's only that some of the machines probably will take time. Network availability, if the state can provide network all areas, it could have.
You've just heard it from the process mouth, and they've just expressed their concern, saying that the election has been transparent, free and fair, and of course we're just eagerly waiting to see the outcome of the results after the final tallying from the returning officer, whom you just had mentioned that by the close of the day today, we're going to have the results from this Lagdera constituency, Garissa County number 7. Thank you so much. We'll keep you posted about what will be happening.
Asante sana Frederick Mwoki kutoka Lagdera, na hivi sasa tunaelekea maeneo ya Suna Magharibi kuona mambo yalivyo katika eneo hilo.
We have tallied results for general elections 2022, and for the MNA, that is the Member of National Assembly, these were the candidates: Philip Alube Kajimba, Peter Francis Masara, Joseph Obiero Ndiege, Udiambo Devhani Soloyo, Valentine Dianga Ogongo, David J. Otieno. There were 6. Having tallied the results, these are the results that we have tallied for each candidate. Philip Alube Kajimba has garnered 142 votes. Peter Francis Masara has garnered 23,579 votes. Joseph Obiero Ndiege has garnered 14,945 votes. Odiambo Alice has garnered 549 votes. And David Kelly Otieno has garnered 33 votes. Based on the powers that are bestowed upon me as the returning officer for Suna West constituency, I now declare Honorable Peter Francis Masara.
Na ndivyo mambo yalivyokuwa maeneo ya Suna West, bila shaka ndio kama hivyo. Otieno, umesikia mambo yalivyo. Yaani mambo sasa hivi ndio yanakuja haraka haraka, kila mtu anapata kujua kipi kinafanyika, kipi hakifanyiki, na nafikiri kidogo kwa upande mmoja na oneo huruma wale ambao maeneo yao uchaguzi uliahirishwa. Unajua watu katika shughuli ikifanyika, watu wengine wanatajwa wewe upo tu kwa sababu siku yako haijafika. Inakuwa wanajisikia vipi, sijui kwa mtazamo wako ukiangalia Mombasa, Kakamega na maeneo mengine yaliyoathirika?
Kabla kujibu swali lako, ningependa kurejelea swala la Soi.
Ndio.
David Kiplagat amechaguliwa. Anachukua rasmi nafasi yake Caleb Kositanyi. Na unaelewa Caleb Kositanyi namna ambavyo amekuwa maarufu sana kwa mambo mengine tofauti katika chama cha UDA. Na hivyo basi kwa yeye kubwagwa, na hili linaenda sawa pia na mbona watu wengi, wagombea wengi ama watu ambao wamekuwepo incumbents wengi wanabwagwa. Unanipata?
Nimekuelewa.
Manake pia ukiangalia mbona Martha Wangari anachaguliwa, anarudi tena, ilali wenzake wengine wanabwagwa. Kuna mambo ambayo yanajitokeza.
Na mambo nafikiri tutakuja kuyazungumzia. Lakini pia kuna swala la wengine vigogo wa zamani waliotambulika pia kurudi katika anga za kuchaguliwa tena, akiwemo Musa Sirma. Aldamaravin ni mmoja kati watu ambao majina yao walikuwa wanajulikana zamani, lakini amefanikiwa kurudi tena baada ya kuwa nje kwa kipindi fulani.
Inaitwa political realignment. Ukipiga hesabu zako vibaya, basi utabebwa na mawimbi. Na ukipiga hesabu zako vizuri, utajikuta kwamba umefika hadi ufuoni. Kwa hawa ambao wanajikuta walikuwepo hapo awali alafu mwishowe bado wanarudi tena, inamaanisha kwamba wameangalia na wakachanganua vizuri, wakaona kwamba njia inayofaa ni hivi. Na ukiangalia katika masuala yetu ya kisiasa, watu wengi wamekuwa kidandia na kushikilia makoti ya vigogo wa vyama, kwamba mradi ninamuunga Harith mkono, basi haijalishi records zangu za kule nyuma. Kile muhimu ni kwamba mimi watu wanajua kwamba namuunga Harith mkono, basi kwa sababu ya kumuunga mkono nitapita hivyo.
Na ni moja kati ya mambo ambayo labda pia yanaleta matatizo katika uwakilishaji na vile vile kutekelezwa matakwa na maslahi ya wale wanaowakilishwa. Lakini kwa sasa nitaka niende kwake Kamche. Umeona mambo yalivyo katika baadhi ya sehemu, vigogo wanaangushwa na wengine wapya wanakuja. Pia majina ya zamani yameanza kurejea polepole. Sijui na lipi la kusema kuhusiana na haya, Kamche?
Na Harith, niruhusu nimtambulishe mgeni wangu, manake siko peke yangu upande wa huko. Ni Kevin Osido ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa masuala ya utekelezaji ama uwajibikaji wa county. Nyinyi ndio mnaoangalia jinsi county zinavyofanya kazi ama jinsi county kama zinatekeleza wajibu wake ama namna gani. Namshukuru sana Osido kwa kujumuika nasi. Harith na Otieno hapo mmeleta masuala muhimu sana, na pia zile taarifa tulizopata kutoka kule nje. Masuala yaliyojitokeza hapo, kuna huko kurudi kwa wale waliokuweko mamlakani zamani. Mfano mkizungumzia kuhusu kaunti ya Baringo, Benjamin Cheboy ndiye aliyekuwa wa kwanza, nakumbuka wakati huo. Kisha akaja akabwagwa, akachukua Kiptis. Sasa kama atakuwa anarudi tena, basi inazua swali fulani hapo. Je, wananchi waliona kazi yake ilikuwa nzuri wakati ule, sasa wanasema tumrudishe tena? Ukizungumzia swali la wapiga kura kuwachagua wagombeaji wapya na kuwabwaga wale waliokuweko vitini, kaunti ya Migori ambapo tumetoka kuangalia Suna Magharibi ambapo Peter Masara ndiye amesemekana kuwa ni mshindi. Taarifa zipo kwamba kaunti ya Migori wale waliopata viti vya ubunge wengi wao ni wa chama cha ODM, na wengi wao pia wameweza kuhifadhi viti vyao walikuweko, na kwamba sasa wamehifadhi tena, ima ni kwa mara ya pili ama ni kwa mara ya tatu. Sasa Osido, masuala tofauti yanajitokeza hapa. Sijui kwa tathmini yako unaweza sema wengi wameweza kuhifadhi viti vyao, ima ni kwa ugavana, ima ni kwa wabunge, ima ni kwa seneta, ama wapya wengi wameingia? Kwa tathmini yako kulingana na yale matokeo ambayo tumeyapata, tunajua hatujakamilisha, lakini kuna yale matokeo ambayo yameshaanza kutangazwa.
Kwa yale ambayo, kwanza pengine ningepea na shukrani kwa wakati huu ili tuweze tukaongea na Wakenya. Kulingana na matokeo ambayo sasa hivi tunayaona, kuna masuala mengi sana ambayo mpigaji kura alikuwa anayaegemea ama anayaangalia. Ya kwanza ni kazi ipi umeweza kufanya. Tulikupigia kura muhula uliopita, umekuwa nasi hadi miaka 5. Sasa ni nini tuweza sema ya kuwa ushaifanya, ama ni kipi tuweza shika na mikono yetu tuseme tumefaidika hivi sababu ya uongozi wako? Ya pili ni sababu ya vile vyama vya kisiasa. Kwa mfano ODM, wakumbuka ya kuwa nyakati za kampeni wale vigogo ama yule vigogo alikuwa anaenda kule akiwaambia watu pigeni kura kwa suti 6 piece. Kwa hivyo mpigaji kura naye anajiuliza hii 6 piece ni vipi itanisaidia? Na tukiwapea watu 6 piece ni vipi tunaweza benefit kulingana na uwepo wao kwenye hivi viti. Na pia itabidi tukumbuke ya kuwa huyo hao vigogo wakishatoka, sababu pia ni historia ambayo tunaweza sema kwa pengine Azimio ama pengine kwa UDA Kenya Kwanza. Swala kuu ni kuwa mpigaji kura anajiuliza hawa vigogo wakisharudi kule mjini Nairobi, tubaki na hao wengine hapa kijijini
ama wenye wanatuwakilisha kutoka huku mashinani
kabisa. Sasa ni narrative gani ama ni lugha gani ambao wanaitumia kutuomba kura? Kwa hivyo mpiga kura na maswala mengi sana ambayo anajiuliza, nikipiga kura 6 piece how do I benefit? Nikiegemea wale independent candidates au pia tuko na wale ambao independents pia ambao pengine washachaguliwa. Mpigaji kura anajiuliza ni vipi itanisaidia ili niweze nikayafikia fikisha yale malengo yangu ambayo niko nayo katika the next government. Ya tatu pia ni turnout. Sababu unaona ya kuwa kuna ukizingatia kwa undani zile kura ambazo pengine zimepigiwa kwa kiti cha ugavana as opposed to pengine MCA ama ule mwakilishi wa ubunge, utaona ya kuwa kuna ile ambayo tunaita zigzag formula. Sababu kuna kura ambazo zinaenda juu, wengine pengine wanaona ya kuwa naweza weka a lot of emphasis on one particular seat. So kuna zile sehemu ambazo pia hatuoni kama ni suti tu. Kuna wale ambao wanapigia huyu ambaye ako kwenye hii chama, mwingine atakuwa kwenye sababu ni nafasi ambayo mpiga kura anayo. Amepewa kikatiba ya kuwa make that particular decision. Ajiulize ni vipi naweza saidiwa na wale ambao wanatu represent katika hivi viti mbalimbali.
Tukiangalia kwa mfano kama kaunti hii ya Migori ambapo tunaelewa kwamba kulikuwa na independent na pia na mpeperusha bendera wa Azimio Raila Odinga amekuwa kule akiwasihi wale wafuasi wake katika kaunti mbalimbali, Migori ikiwa mojawapo, kwamba waweze kupiga kama ni hiyo suti. Lakini kulikuwa na wale independents na tunaona jinsi ilivyotokea ni kwamba basi kama waliokuwepo mamlakani kitambo na kama ni kutoka chama cha ODM ndio waliopata wengi wao, inamaanisha sasa wafuasi kule ni wale wa kufuata chama, ama hawa wabunge walikuwa wanafanya kazi ndio maana wamerudishwa, ama huyu mpiga kura aliangalia kwa mtazamo upi?
Tukiongelea kaunti ya Migori, tunaweza sema ya kuwa haswa mpigaji kura alikuwa anaiangalia kulingana na mfumo ama uso wa kisiasa. Sababu unaona ya kuwa ingawaji kuna wale ambao walikuwa katika hivi vyama na wakatoka sababu ya bungled political party nominations, namna vyama havikuwa waliona ya kuwa vyama havikuwa pea nafasi. Pengine wananchi waliwachagua, lakini chama ama viongozi wa chama walikuwa na preferred candidate. Kwa hivyo watu kama hao wanajiuliza, na unajua kikatiba huwezi ruka, kuna timelines ambazo unaweza ruka kutoka kwa chama moja ukiingia kwenye chama kingine. Kwa hivyo wanaona ya kuwa nafasi ambayo iko ni kujiweka ama kujiingiza kama independent candidate. So hiyo pengine inaweza saidia kuegemea ni vipi wapiga kura ama wananchi wanajiuliza, bado tuko na hiyo confidence ama ukienda kule sio binguni bali bungeni
wakienda bungeni
pengine nafasi ya yenye political parties wanapewa inakuwa priority kushinda wale ambao wanakuja kwenye independent. So mara mingi mpigaji kura anasema wacha tu nimpe huyu mwenye ako kwenye chama ilhali huyu mwenye ako independent pengine anaweza fanya kazi vizuri, haswa kulingana na namna tumeona ya kuwa siasa inafanywa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. political parties vyama vya kisiasa wanapewa nafasi ambayo iko juu as opposed to to those who are independent. Correct.
Na Otieno, wacha nikuhusishe kwenye hili manake naona kama wale ambao wamejitokeza kuwania viti hivi kama wagombea huru hawatapewa kipaumbele pekee na wapiga kura, tukichukulia mfano kama kaunti ya Migori na pia kaunti zingine ambazo hawakuzingatia vizuri kusema kwamba huyu hata kama hajatufanyia kazi japo yuko kwenye chama, kuna huyu ambaye anawania huru na tunaona kwamba anaweza kutufanyia kazi. Hii picha ambayo tunaiona kwamba hawa wagombea huru pengine inaweza kuwa sio wengi waliopata. Je, inatuweka wapi? Miaka 5 ijayo tutakuwa na nguvu kweli ya wengi wetu kuingia katika kugombea viti tofauti huru kama chama bado ndio wapiga kura wengi wanaangalia?
Kamchemeza, asante sana. Kile kinachofanyika, nimeweza kuhusika ama kupokea taarifa kutoka maeneo ya Nyanza na kuna mengi ambayo yanafanyika kule. Hasa tukirejelea sehemu za Homa Bay na Migori, pamoja na Siaya, ukienda pamoja na Kisumu, nitazungumzia zote kwa jumla. Kwamba katika maeneo hayo japo ODM ndicho chama ambacho kimeweza kuwa na mhimili ama uzito zaidi katika eneo hilo, kumeweza kutokea vyama vingine vidogo ambavyo vimeweza kuchukua nafasi hiyo. Kwa mfano sasa hivi ukiangalia katika eneo la Siaya, kuna chama ambacho chama cha UDM kimeweza kutokea pale, sawa na Migori, sehemu za Migori, na kuna watu ambao wameweza kushinda viti kutokana kwa kutumia vyama wenyewe. MDG, Movement for Democratic Change, ambayo inasimamiwa na mbunge wa Ugenya, ameweza kupata wafuasi wengi katika maeneo ya Nyanza, Luo Nyanza region yote. Na hii inatoa picha gani? Inaeleza kwamba party primaries za ODM ziliweza kuwa na mitafaruku fulani. Na katika hali hiyo basi kukawa na watu wengi waliokwazwa. Na kwa sababu ya kukwazwa kwao basi wakaamua ama kuenda katika vyama vingine vidogo ambavyo viko katika muungano wa Azimio, au vyama au wao wenyewe kuamua kwenda independent, wagombeaji huru. Na watu wenyewe katika maeneo hayo, kuna mabadiliko ambayo yameweza kutokea tangu mwaka 2017, kwamba wafuasi wengi siku hizi hawaangalii tu ufuasi wa chama, wanaangalia utendakazi wa mgombea mtu mwenyewe. Na kutokana na hali hiyo basi unapata utaweza kuona wagombeaji wengi ama watu wengi ambao walikuwa wagombeaji huru wakiingia katika maeneo ya Luo Nyanza kutokana na utendakazi wao kuliko umaarufu wa chama. Kwa hivyo ndio hali ilivyo katika maeneo hayo, kwamba chama hakitakuwa kigezo zaidi. Lakini zaidi ya yote ni kwamba mwaka huu idadi ya wagombeaji huru ambao watakuwa kwenye bunge itaongezeka. Na miaka 5 baadaye idadi hiyo huenda hata ikawa maradufu. Hivyo basi utarajia kwamba baada ya watu kurudi bungeni huenda kukaanza kutokea mirengo ama caucus ya wagombeaji huru ili waweze kuunda na kuweka mipango yao vizuri ili waweze kujitetea, ambao mwisho wa kwisha itakuwa bado ni chama manake najiuliza watakwenda bunge. Tunazungumza jana kuona kama hawa wagombea huru wanaweza kuwa na chama chao kitu jina lolote, labda wagombea huru party ama chochote, kwa sababu unajua ukiangalia mitazamo yao, tuseme wao wanapitia mambo ambayo hayapitii na watu wengine. Changamoto ni zile moja kabisa, labda itakuwa mitazamo yao ni ile, lakini pia ukitizama unajua wakati mwingine pia hawa wagombea uhuru pia watakuwa na falsafa tofauti. Kwa mfano nikupe mfano wa mashirika yasiyokuwa kiserikali, NGOs ambazo bila shaka ni nyingi, na ukiangalia kila mmoja anasema mimi niko hapa kwa sababu ya kuisaidia jamii fulani. Ukiangalia eneo la Kibra kuna NGOs zaidi ya 100 ziko pale, kila unayomuuliza na kuambia mimi bwana niko hapa kwa sababu ya kuisaidia jamii, lakini ndio hadi haimariki jinsi inavyofaa kuimarika, hususan ukiwa na mashirika kama yale ambayo yanapata ufadhili kutoka nchi za ughaibuni. Unaona sasa huu ugombeaji huru ni jina tu ama ni falsafa zao zinafanana? Ugombeaji huru kwa njia moja au nyingine, hapa tunarejelea masuala ya falsafa. Na mbona nirejelee falsafa? Wacha turejelee watu hawa ambao tunawaita wagombeaji huru, na mbona wanahama katika wanatoka katika vyama vile vyao vya asili na kuamua kusimama kivyao. Chukulia kwa mfano mbunge ambaye anaitwa Oscar Sudi bali ni nani? Jina nimepoteza tu kiasi. Lakini kuna mbunge katika eneo la Rift Valley region ambaye alikuwa kwenye UDA vizuri tu, lakini aliposhindwa kupata nafasi hiyo ya UDA akaamua kwenda independent. Si kwamba falsafa zake ama ana maono tofauti na chama chenyewe cha UDA, ni kwamba tu amekosa nafasi ya kuwa pale, kwa hivyo anatafuta njia nyingine ya pale. Na ndipo unapata wakirudi bungeni wanaanza kuegemea mrengo wao ule wa kitambo. Kwa sababu gani? Walikuwa wakitafuta tu mwanya wa kuingia ndani, na mwanya huo ukawa huenda umezibwa kwenye chama kutokana na namna ambavyo wengine wamekuwa na ufuasi kwenye chama, wamekuwa kisikilizwa kwenye chama. Hivyo wanaamua kujiondoa kurudi kwingine, lakini mwisho watarudi kwenye chama tu kutafuta njia zao. Mbona wagombeaji hao huru baada ya miaka 5 wanarudi kwenye vyama vingine kutafuta nafasi tena? Ni swali ambalo tunafaa kujiuliza. Ni kwamba wameona umuhimu wa chama, huenda masuala yao ama haki zao zinatetewa ama zinalindwa wanapokuwa kwenye vyama tofauti na wanapokuwa peke yao.
Moja hapo labda likiwa swala la fedha.
Naam.
Kamche.
Naam, Harith, naarifiwa kwamba tuna matokeo kutoka maeneo mbalimbali. Naarifiwa kwamba tuanze na Kitutu Chache ambako tunaye mshindi. Sijui kama tunazo picha mwelekezi. Vile vile naarifiwa pia eneo bunge la Kasarani. Haya, tuelekee Kitutu Chache mtazamaji.
Manyasa Vincent Mwana 0 Samuel Umariwa Nyakundi Marani Primary KK Primary School Raira 209.
People voted, and they voted me as their member of parliament come August. I want to thank them so much for believing in me and believing that I will work for them. For sure, Kitutu Chache North has had problem in terms of leadership, but I want to assure our people that I am ready and I'm willing and I'm ready for the task that they have given me today.
The people voted for you also know why they voted for you. So just go sit with them, do a meeting at the ward level, even from the sub-location level, and understand what their needs are.
Aya, kutoka Kitutu Chache turudi humu Nairobi, eneo bunge la Kasarani ambapo mbunge mteule anazungumza kwa sasa. Ndo huyo amepata karatasi yake ya ushindi. Kwa hivyo hizo ndizo picha za kutoka eneo bunge la Kasarani.
It's a new path for me, but I know why I came looking for this seat, and I know I'll perform. So I want to assure you that I will all the promises we've made. So I'm missing to Marongo. Kwa hivyo sijasema nitafanya Formula 1 track. Tunasema nafanya na mnajua. So trust me nipatia wale watu wote wamenichagua because I'm an MP for all the people of Kasarani. Even for example, even now all the MCAs we have in Kasarani are from UDA.
Haya, kutoka Kasarani mtazamaji, kama ulivyosikia hapo mshindi anapozungumza. Tufululize hadi eneo bunge la Ugunja ambapo mbunge aliyekuwepo Opiyo Wandayi ameweza kuhifadhi kiti chake. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tuangalie picha za huko, na iwapo kama anazungumza tusikie basi atakuwa anasema nini. Ndio huyo hapo mwenyewe.
it has conducted this electoral process. More importantly, as we forge ahead, we need to maintain peace.
Na Wandai yule akidhihirisha furaha yake baada ya kuchaguliwa kuwa mbunge tena. Na mbali na hayo, tunataka kuelekea katika mkoa wa Pwani. Sasa hivi tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu Junei Karisa. Nafikiri kama sijakosea yuko katika eneo la Rabai ambapo kura zimekuwa zikifuatiliwa na kujumlishwa, na bila shaka kuna mapya ambayo tunatarajia kutoka kwake. Junei, kama unanipata kwa njia iliyo safi, usukani ni wako.
Hujambo Harith, tumetoka eneo la Rabai. Asubuhi tulikuwa eneo la Rabai, tukatoka huko tukaelekea eneo la Kaloleni, na sasa tuko eneo bunge la Kilifi North ambapo tupo tu harakati ya kuangalia ni eneo bunge lipi ambalo limeweza kutangaza kura na kusema kwamba nani ameweza kutangazwa mshindi na nani ameweza kuhifadhi viti vyao. Kufikia sasa hakuna eneo bunge ambalo limeweza kutangaza mshindi ni nani ameweza kuwa mbunge ama mwakilishi wadi wala seneta, mwakilishi kina mama na ugavana. Ile tuko nayo tu ni idadi tunayotoa kutoka kwa maejenti ambao wameweza kuleta fomu zao katika vituo vya kujumuisha kura katika maeneo bunge. Na hapa nipo Kilifi North ambapo hii leo tuko na mwenzangu ambaye anaitwa Caroline Mramba. Amekuwa hapa tangia juzi. Hii ni siku ya 4 tuko naye. Atujuze tu kulikoni na kulingana na yale ambao wanapekua ni nani anayeongoza katika kiti cha rais, nani anaongoza katika kiti cha ugavana na nani anayeongoza kiti cha useneta. Ujambo Karo, tueleze ulikuwa na anayesimamia kura katika kaunti hii Hussein Bure tulipokuwa Rabai. Je, ameweza kusema nini? Kwa nini matokeo yanachelewa? Maana kufikia sasa hakuna eneo bunge limeweza kutoa idadi za walioshinda.
Ni kweli tumemuuliza hilo swali Hassan Bure na akatuhakikishia kwamba kila kitu ni shwari na wala tusifikirie kwamba huenda kukawa kuna chini chochote. Kuchelewa au kukawia kwa kutolewa kwa matokeo ni kutokana na kwamba kaunti ya Kilifi ni kaunti kubwa zaidi Pwani, leo na maeneo bunge 7 na kulikuwa na takribani vituo 1144 vya kupigia kura na vile vile wapiga kura zaidi ya 600,000. Kwa hiyo ikawa ni lazima zoezi hili lingechukua muda. Ndio hivyo, lakini sio kwamba wanakawia ama wanazembea.
Pia tumeona naye ambaye ni seneta wa sasa Madzayo, Stewart Madzayo yuko pale nje akiandamana na mwakilishi wa kina mama Gertrude Mbeo. Tumeona kulikuwa na mtafaruku hapo awali, kulikoni na Hussein Bure amesemaje kuhusiana na vurugu hilo?
Bimbeu ambaye ndiye mwakilishi wa wanawake wa kaunti kwa sasa pamoja na seneta Madzayo wamekuja juu kidogo wakiwakilisha sauti za wakazi wa Kilifi kwa kusema kwamba mbona matokeo yamekawia. Wakitazama kwenye runinga, wakitazama mitandaoni, wanaona Kilifi kaunti haijawekewa matokeo yoyote. Ndio wanajiuliza nini kinachoendelea. Mioyo ya wakazi wa Kilifi inapiga, wana hamu ya kujua matokeo ni vipi baada ya wao kupiga kura tangu juzi. Lakini leo ikiwa ni siku ya 3 bado matokeo yoyote hayajatangazwa. Lakini upande wake Hassan Bure ambaye ni msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Kilifi amesema kwamba kwa sasa bado kuna maeneo bunge mengine 7 ambayo hayajafikisha matokeo hayo, na kwa hivyo hesabu zinaendelea kujumlishwa. Tunatarajia jioni ya leo watakuwa wanatangaza matokeo ya ubunge na matokeo ya MCA, ama kama si leo jioni basi asubuhi na mapema ya kesho. Kisha baada ya hapo wanaanza kushughulikia upande wa gavana na seneta na mwakilishi wa wanawake, yani women rep.
Asante sana. Kama alivyosema mwenzangu Karo ni kuwa kwa sasa hakuna eneo bunge limeweza kutoa matokeo, lakini hapa tupo katika eneo la Karo ambalo ni Kilifi North, na kupitia udadizi wake ni kuwa Owen Baya wa chama cha UDA anaongoza kwa idadi nyingi akifuatiwa na mwenzake wa ODM. Tukija katika masuala ya wadi, zipo wadi 7 na tumeona kwamba vyama katika wadi mbili chama cha PA kimeweza kuchukua usukani, alafu vile vyama vingine vitano, wadi zingine 5 zimeweza kuchukuliwa na chama cha ODM. Hapa ni Kilifi North. Yule ambaye samahani kwa hilo, wawakilishi wadi katika wadi 5 wamechukua chama cha ODM. Mmoja wa Dabaso, ambapo hapo ndipo Owen Baya anapotokea, ameweza kuchukua MCA wa UDA. Kisha kuna eneo la Mnarani limeweza kuchukuliwa na anayewakilisha na chama cha Independent ambaye ni Juma Chengo. Kwa hivyo taswira ya Kilifi ni kuwa gavana ambaye anaongoza kwa sasa katika vituo vingi ni Gideon Maitha Mng'aro. Gideon Mng'aro ameongoza katika vituo mbalimbali katika maeneo bunge haya 7. Ilidhaniwa kuwa chama cha PA kwa umaarufu uliokuwa kabla kura hazijapigwa angalau ingechukua viti mbali katika nyadhifa mbalimbali, lakini hilo halijakuwa. Katika maeneo 7 viti 4 vimeenda kwa chama cha ODM, kimoja kimeenda kwa UDA na chengine kimeenda cha PA. UDA ni Owen Baya, PA ni kiti cha Ganze ambacho ni cha Teddy Mwambire, ameweza kungatuliwa na Kennedy Tungule. Tukielekea katika eneo bunge la Malindi, ambapo hapo ndipo Aisha Jumwa anapotokea, Mama Amina Mnyazi ameweza kuchukua kiti kile. Katika eneo bunge la Magarini, kiti kile kimeweza kuchukuliwa na mbunge Hari Kombe ambaye anangojea kuingia, akamtoa yule aliyekuwa pale ambaye ni Michael Kingi, alikuwa wa chama cha PA. Kwa hivyo umaarufu wa ODM Hari bado upo imara hapa katika kaunti ya Kilifi.
Na asante Jude, manake swali langu lilikuwa linakuja hapo kwamba je, umaarufu wa ODM umeshuka kidogo ukizingatia PA imeanza kuchukua viti hususan katika maeneo ya mashinani. Ukiangalia wadi nyingi wagombea wa PA na vile vile upande wa anakotoka Aisha Jumwa ambaye alikuwa anagombea ugavana kupitia UDA, pia upande wake pia ni watu wa PA waliochukua na vile vile ODM. Ndio nilikuwa nataka utujuze tu, ingawaje umegusia kwa mbali kwamba PA kinaonekana kina nguvu gani, hususan ikizingatiwa kampeni zao zilianza kuchelewa kidogo baada ya Amason Kingi ambaye ni kiongozi wa chama hicho kutofautiana na chama cha ODM.
Hujakosea Harith, ni kweli kabisa chama cha PA kilikuwa na umaarufu mkubwa wakati wa siasa na kilikuwa kinapiga siasa kali, na tungetarajia kwamba wangebeba viti vingi, lakini wanaosema mwisho wa siku ni wapigaji kura. Tulikuwa tunatarajia kwanza katika eneo bunge la Malindi viti vingi pengine vingechukuliwa na chama cha UDA, ukiangalia kwamba Aisha Jumwa yotoka eneo bunge lile, lakini kati ya wadi 5 ambazo zilizoko pale wadi 4 zimechukuliwa na ODM na moja tu ambayo hapo ndipo Aisha anapotokea imechukuliwa na chama cha UDA. Mbunge tulitarajia awe wa PA, lakini kimechukuliwa kiti na Mama Amina Mnyazi ambao ni wa ODM. Tulitarajia kwamba chama cha ODM kingekuwa hakina umaarufu ama hakina wanaotetea nyadhifa washindi wengi, lakini tuseme tu wapiga kura wameongea, na kwa sasa tumeona kwamba PA ingelikuwa hata kama ilikuwa na umaarufu mkubwa bado imeweza kushindwa. Tusiseme mengi, lakini kiti cha PA, viti vya PA vimeweza kupatikana katika bunge la kaunti ya Kilifi, na hata kama nyingi ni za ODM, lakini pia PA imeweza kukusanya viti kadhaa. Kwa hivyo nikianza kudadisi ni kuwa chama cha ODM kimechukua MCA wengi ikifuatiwa na PA, kisha UDA inafuata chini, lakini kusema ukweli bado ODM inachukua siku hapa katika gatuzi la Kilifi. Hari
ni za mrengo ambazo zinamshabikia Raila Odinga tangu chaguzi 2 au 3 zilizopita. Kwa hiyo asante sana Junei Karisa, tutakuwa tunaongea nawe baadaye kidogo, lakini cha msingi tumejuzwa kwamba mpaka sasa ukiangalia kile kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana ambacho pia kilikuwa kinatupiwa jicho kwa karibu, wanasema kwa mujibu wa wanahabari wetu, wanasema kwamba mgombea wa ODM ambaye ni Gideon Mng'aro ndio yuko kifua mbele katika vingi ya vituo ambavyo vimekuwa vikiwasilisha, japokuwa ni kwamba shughuli inakwenda unaenda mwendo wa kobe kutokana na upana wa eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo wanasubiri iwapo watapata chochote kipya, basi bila shaka watatujuza. Lakini pia kama alivyosema PA, chama kipya ambacho kimekuwa katika eneo hilo kimeonyesha kidogo kina athari kwa wakazi, na labda katika chaguzi zijazo huenda kikaonyesha mashiko yake na vile vile nguvu zake. Kwa hiyo mbali na hayo na kabla ya kuendelea na mazungumzo yetu hapa studio, na nataka kidogo kuwashirikisha wenzangu, lakini kabla ya kuwashirikisha wenzangu pia kuna mawili matatu ya muhimu ambayo ilikuwa hatujamaliza hapa studio, na nataka nirudi kwako Otieno. Kwa hiyo hili swala la chama cha, tuzungumzie tu hayo ya Kilifi Otieno, swala la chama cha UDA. Kumbuka kwamba Aisha Jumwa alikuwa ni mmoja kati ya watu ambao alikuwa amehakikishia chama cha UDA kwamba hapa mambo yamebadilika, lakini tunaona mambo ni tofauti. Mpaka sasa ni kiti cha udiwani tu kimoja ambacho kimepitena sehemu ambayo anakotoka Aisha Jumwa, lakini yeye mpaka sasa bado yuko nyuma ya Mng'aro, na vile vile PA haiko mbali sana na yeye. Kwa hiyo hili linaashiria nini labda katika siasa za Kilifi na Pwani kwa ujumla, kwa sababu imejulikana ni ngome ambayo imeegemea upande wa Raila Amolo Odinga?
PA inazidi kupaa lakini imeshindwa kufika kiwango kinachofaa. Na UDA pia imejaribu sana katika eneo la Pwani kwa jumla, lakini kila ambacho kinafaa kujulikana moja kwa moja ni kwamba ana bwana Hassan Joho na bwana Mung'aro Kilifi na Hassan Joho kwa jumla kote eneo la Pwani wana mashiko na wana ushinikizaji mkuu katika eneo hilo. Na hii inadhihirika moja kwa moja, manake Hassan Joho aliwekwa kuongoza timu ya Coastal Region. Na kwa kupewa nafasi hiyo, unaona ana deliver, matokeo yanajitokeza yakiwa mazuri kwa upande wa ODM. Sasa inamaanisha nini? Inamaanisha kwamba bado vyama hivi vidogo havina nafasi. Vinafaa, ndio ni vizuri kutoka na chama chako na kukuza chama chako, lakini kwa muda fulani ndipo chama chenyewe kitaweza kupata mashiko na kasi. Kwa kipindi hiki, being that PA ilianzishwa lini? Kwa siku chache kabla ya,
bila shaka.
Na unakumbuka kulikuwa na ugomvi, kulikuwa na mivutano kuhusu tuanzishe chama cha Pwani sote pamoja. Joe akawa ndani, akatoka tena, mwishowe kukawa ni yeye peke yake amebaki pale. Kwa hivyo, kwa sababu hakushirikisha watu wote kwa pamoja kuunda chama chenyewe, basi pakamletea athari kubwa. Na hivyo basi sasa hivi PA haitaweza kupata wagombea ama kupata watu
ilivyotarajia
kupaa.
Asante Otieno, acha tuelekee. Naona mwenzangu anajiandaa, Brian anajiandaa huko Bomas. Bila shaka tutakuwa tunaungana naye baadaye kidogo, lakini kabla ya kuungana naye nataka kumshirikisha sasa hivi Kevin. Haya masuala ya siasa za Pwani na hususan Kilifi, ukiangalia eneo la Kilifi pale, bado ODM na Azimio kwa ujumla ina nguvu, ikizingatiwa vyama vingine ambavyo vilikuwa vinapiga kampeni sana, hususan chama cha United Democratic Alliance ambacho ni UDA. Wamekuwa wakifanya kampeni nyingi sana, ni moja kati ya maeneo ambayo waliyazuru na kuyapitia mara kwa mara. Lakini kabla ya kunijibu swali hilo, nataka nende Bomas kidogo kwa mwenzetu O'Brien, yuko na mmoja kati ya makamishna wa IEBC, atujuze ni yapi ambayo yaliyo chipuza hivi sasa. Brian, is there anything new from the Bomas right now?
That I saw a great opportunity to deal with him squarely. Yes, so how come I see?
Well, thank you, Harry, back there at the broadcasting house. That's right. I mean, there's so much that is happening here at the National Tallying Center, because slowly but surely the attention now is moving from the constituencies, from the counties, now to the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya. And this is where the confirmation of results is taking place. And if you just want to understand how Herculean task this one is, just bear in mind that you know, for the chief agent, that is IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati, to announce the presidential winner, he has to go, or his officials have to confirm the numbers that are captured in Form 32A that is generated at the constituency level, and how many certificates are these? Not certificate, but how many papers are these? They are 46,229, and then they counter-check these with Form 34B, which is generated by at the constituency level, and then thereafter they can go ahead now and declare who actually has carried the day here when it comes to the presidential contest. Well, it is definitely, you know, a jaw-dropping kind of an exercise here, but we have all the faith and confidence in IEBC that well, this is what they are supposed to do, and they are going to do it, and they are actually doing it. Well, I don't want to give you so much because I'm joined now on this set by one of the commissioners in charge of ICT. That is Justice Nyang'aya. He has a lot that he's going to share with us, including how far are we with this tallying process here at the National Tallying Center. Justice Nyang'aya, Commissioner, thank you very much indeed for finding time to be with us this afternoon, of course, bearing in mind that you really had to cut off your busy schedule for you to make it here.
Absolutely.
I want you first of all to give us a general overview of how the process is coming along and whether it's meeting your expectation threshold.
Indeed it does. So far we have sent an image or a copy of the result from each station in this country. And we have sent, it amounts to 46,000, about 100 and something. What we have not received out of 46,229 are just about 90 stations still left.
90 stations.
Yes. So in other words, we have done about 99%, 99.6 or 0.7%, which is a big number, has been transmitted by law, as required by law, that we need to transmit results declared from the polling station. And I want our people to understand this very clearly, because the law says that results announced at the polling station is final. So the polling station has not more than 700 voters. And that must be counted. After counting and results are received, it is recorded on a statutory form. It's known as Form 34A, where all the agents agree that indeed this is the right numbers that so and so got so and so and so and so for presidential candidates, because that is what is called the presidential form 34A at the station. Now then that is done, agents have agreed, agents have appended their signature. Then now we need to send it digitally to the Presidential Returning Tallying Center, which is here at Bomas, and another one to the Constituency Tallying Center. Now I want you to look at that, because that is how it is required to be done. Now what has gone to Bomas of Kenya is not the result. It is the copy or the image of the result, because we will require the returning officer to bring it here physically.
No, the physical form.
The physical form 34A.
34A.
I'm still talking about this station.
The station,
Then we had sent a copy of that to the Constituency Tallying Center, so that they can use these figures, because we were looking at each station. Each station It could be 1,000 station or 900 station that forms a constituency. When that is tallied together, then it gives the member of parliament the numbers to be declared at the constituency level or MCA at the constituency level.
Yes.
At the constituency level, they then generate a form called Form 34B. In other words, all the constituencies now put together, or all the forms making a constituency, put together, tallied, and sent to the National Tallying Center. Now, how many forms are there now? Two. One is 34A
and the other one is
34B. 34B is made from additions of all the stations in a constituency. We bring it here. When we bring it here, as we have done...
So you're talking about 290 34Bs.
That is coming here.
That is coming here.
Yes. But from the station, now 34B, at the constituency, we only now have one form, which is called 34B, carrying one constituency.
Yes.
Now, if you send that to all the constituency tallying centers, we will be dealing with 290 Form 34B.
Because we have 290 constituencies in Kenya.
Yes. Then it comes to us. What we want to see first is msema kweli, this form that the agents had signed at the polling station, which
34B.
That's for 34A.
That's 4A.
That's what we want to see first, because that is what the agents had signed.
Yeah,
they are here. It is a statutory form. It is a form that has securities. It is a form that was defined to be sent from that station by the KIMS kit. If you had another form, the KIMS kit will not send it. And it is only sent once from the station, and it is that form. We will be looking at the original of that here and say, has this come from this station? And we know because that station is serialized, and this form is serialized, and this KIMS kit can be traced to this station. Was it sent by this KIMS kit? And did it come from that station? Now, then you have the 34B. Now, what we want to see is the tallying from 34A. Is it the same as what was tallied at the constituency? If there is a problem, then we go back to 34A and correct 34B, not 34A, because 34A cannot be corrected.
It cannot be corrected. It is final.
It's fait accompli. This cannot be. This cannot be changed, but we can change 34B. That is now what is happening
here.
Currently, we have received, and the reason why it is 2 days since election when we received this is because we still needed to have that arithmetic, that form, to announce MP and to announce MCA.
Yeah.
But now that form is also used to be sent to the county, so that we get from the constituencies in a county, we use it now to announce the tallying for the governors, for the women rep,
and for the senator.
And for the senator. But from the constituency, it comes here. So you now see one goes up and one goes this way.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And here, we want to tell Kenyans that, listen, you have invested heavily in us and in us getting you the right people that you have chosen. So that you don't say that my person had lost and yet he should have won. This is very, very practical, very transparent process. And you have seen at the level of members of parliament that have been announced, a lot of them are saying, really, anyway, this was transparent. We saw what happened.
Very well.
Yes.
So you're talking about 46,229 from 32 A's that are supposed to come here.
34A.
34 A's. And out of these, they are supposed to generate 290 34 B's.
Yes.
Are they all here now?
One has come and another one has just arrived.
Which one? That is Form 34B.
34A and B.
They're already here now?
Yes.
Just one?
There are two now. And,
from which constituencies?
One is in a constituency in Western Kenya.
Western Kenya.
Yes. But we are trying to hasten the process. In fact, we have hired 2 planes, a helicopter and a fixed wing, that carrying a capacity of 50 people, a fixed wing.
So that they're delivered?
So that they collect those that have finished with their constituencies in Nyanza, Western, part of Rift Valley, and part of Isiolo and Eastern, to be brought here today.
Today?
At 4 o'clock, you will see over 100 people
flocking this place.
Flocking this place.
To deliver Form 34A and Form 34B.
Yes. And tomorrow, you will see a lot more. Almost another 150. Or
tomorrow being Friday.
Tomorrow being Friday. So by 1 o'clock tomorrow, I think we will be having 290 ROs flocking here and having their forms being examined. And why are we doing this?
So for anybody who was expecting that they are likely to know the presidential winner in this context, today it's not possible.
Today is not possible.
Tomorrow is not possible.
Tomorrow evening, we might begin to see some white smoke coming. But on Saturday, I am sure that we will have finished with this tallying.
So the earliest IEBC is likely to announce the winner in this context, in the presidential context, is on Saturday.
We are not hurrying over this. We want to do this thing right.
You are within your legal time of 7 days.
We are within our legal time.
But of course it is your desire to do this as fast as possible so that you can move to other bases.
Absolutely. And also Kenyans want to know their president. And so we are going to do everything to make sure that they get their president. It can be 7 days, it can be less.
It can be less.
Yes.
What is a turnaround in checking or confirming from one constituency? How many hours do you take?
We had envisaged that it could possibly be about 25 minutes per
constituency.
Per constituency. And you know we have
that
now...
is on average.
Yes. That's
so it could be 30.
That's on average. If all the political parties have their papers right, as we have those papers.
You have the papers?
We have the papers, and we place it there. And our ROs also have their papers. So when they bring those papers, we have the political party agents at the table before everybody and ourselves looking at Form 34A and a tallying of 34B. We hope that they can take 25 minutes to verify. But you never know, because there are certain maybe mistakes that may have been made, questions that need clarification. We are happy to receive those from political parties. So whatever they okay as correct, that is what we are now going to put on the screen and say, constituency this in Nairobi or in Bumula or in Mombasa, this is the right numbers that we are looking at.
I've tried to do quick calculations as the time that you are likely to take, for you to tally all the 290 forms, and I'm getting about 7,025 minutes.
That's how many days?
Those are about 302 hours. And so, what kind of human resource do you need to do this kind of an assignment?
We have people on the, you saw them, and there are a lot more that you didn't see on the floor. But we are going to take this in turns, and we will give our... The thing is that if the process is good, O'Brien, and the process is foolproof, it cannot be disengaged from the truth, then Kenyans will have confidence in the figures and data that we have, having been checked, supervised, participated in saying this is good, let's carry it. So that people don't have a second thoughts that I think I may have won if these people had looked at this, had taken time to verify this. So we don't want to shortchange Kenyans in any way. We want to give them the correct position of things. And that's why we are doing it on the floor of the tallying center with everybody looking.
Are you feeling any pressure to deliver these results?
When you look at me, you don't see that pressure.
Sometimes looks are deceiving.
Absolutely, looks are. But what I'm telling you is that we have the means, but we have the solution of how this thing needs to work. Pressure to deliver from our people, we hope that they don't put pressure on us. I hope Kenyans will say, please take your time and do the correct thing for us. We have been waiting for this for 5 years. Can we take another day or so to do the best, have the best process to deliver what you have been waiting for? 5 years is a long time. Give us 3 days. Give us 5 days. Give us 7 days maximum. And we will do what you ask us to do. That votes cast are counted and people's votes counts.
Commissioner, from you talked about almost 99.9% of all the Form 34As, have been transmitted here.
Yes.
From these numbers that you have received, is it possible to tell Kenyans what was the voter turnout in this country?
Yes, we can tell you.
Please tell us.
Can I look at this?
Why not? Go ahead.
Okay, let me look at this, and I will tell you exactly what it is. The voter turnout as at yesterday is 14 million.
14 million.
27,627, which translates to 64.43%. 64.43%.
43%.
Yes.
Do you expect this number to change?
Yes, we expect it to change.
How significantly?
Not significant at all, because we only have about 80 something stations to submit,
which are not likely to alter this number.
It is not going to alter it in a big way, no, because each station. For example, if you say that the average population in a station that votes is about 60%, and there are 80, so which is 80 is about let's say 400 times 80.
Times 80. So you're talking about
300.
300.
Yeah, 300,000.
320,000.
So it will still be in the region of 14 million.
So it's proper to say that if this number was to change, it won't go beyond 65%.
No, it will not go beyond 65%. Yeah.
Very well. So tell me this. Let's talk about your transmission system. And I was just talking to some international observers here from the European Union, and they were saying that the kind of system that they have seen here, they have not seen it elsewhere in Africa. And they're also saying that, Kenya being the first country in Africa to have its results being put in a portal whereby people or anybody can just access and do their own tallying. I mean, it's the first one in Africa. How is that for you as a commission?
I think it gives us flair, and it gives us a vote of confidence that we can do this. I listened to about 6 ambassadors from European Union that had a meeting with me yesterday.
Yeah.
I think they were very, very impressed that we can pull this off, that we have done this. They did say, and I want to quote them, that we have created a standard not only for Africa, but for the world. So I think Kenyans needs to be very proud of what we have achieved with this. This we are doing for Kenyans and for Kenya. And I think to quote also the word of the ambassador of Germany, he did say that we need to teach Germany and the world how to do this. But I think we also don't want to very quickly blow our trumpet about things that we do, because we do it for Kenyans. We don't do it so that we brag about it around, but we do it for the betterment of Kenya in terms of selecting or electing their leaders, and for service delivery to be ensured that Kenyans can look at their leaders in the eye and say, we elected you to do for us this work in a process that was fair, in a process that was credible, and in a process that all Kenyans and the world said was excellent.
You had deployed, or you have deployed about 54,000 KMs kits.
Yes.
And out of these, from the numbers that I have, 84 KMs failed due to technical failure. And 154 failed because of logistics. Maybe there was delays in picking them, or maybe they were transported to the wrong place. And so in total, you had about 230 something, yeah? Actually almost 240 that failed. And this translates to about 0.5% or 0.6% failure rate. Is that a good rate for you, or what would you say about that?
Let's go back to what failed. 150 something did not fail. It was the wrong
logistical failure.
Yes, it was a logistical failure, that the SD card that carried the data for the constituencies were interchanged. One was the Makueni one was taken to Kakamega, and the Kakamega one was taken to Makueni. So what failed was 85 KIMS kits. That's what failed. And what percentage is that, though? About 0.0 something?
0.05.
Yes.
0.05.
Yes. So 99% and something were working. If you were carrying eggs in a basket and there were 46,229, by the time you were arriving, even if you were very careful, 1 or 2 or 10 will possibly break. And we don't live in an ideal world. Our KIMS kits have proven that we can do well. Even if it was 0.5 rather than 0.05, it is forgiven. When that failed, we still had a solution to it. So it really did not fail to do what it needed to do. All those people voted. And that is really what we were looking for. We had now another complementary manner in which we voted. So people cannot say that because it failed, we did not vote. We did. Yes.
What was your set failure rate as IEBC for the KIMS? I know globally it's about 2%. What was yours?
In fact, we thought that it was going to be 2 or 3%, and we were pleasantly surprised that it was only 0.0 something percent, which was very, very negligible. And when it did, we had a solution to that. But we were thinking and planning, because when you are driving, you need to have a spare wheel. Not that you're going to have a puncture, but in the event that you do, what fallback do you have to put in place? And you have sometimes 2 spare wheels like that vehicle over there, or 1. We thought that we were going to have 2 or 3% failure rate. And we were very, very surprised that we did not have that.
Look, when it comes to transmission, I know at some point you had raised, concern because some areas in this country do not have 3G or 4G coverage. We have areas where the coverage is 2G, and 2G is slower than 3G, and 3G is slower than 4G.
Yes.
How did you manage to address those fears?
Brian, history does give you lessons, and we learned very quickly. We realized, you remember we did a simulation, and it didn't go very well as we thought the first time. We did 87% success. But 87% will mean that you have 13% that has not worked. And that's a big failure rate for us. Then we insisted that we will do another transmission simulation. And that was 98%. It would have been 100% if the fiber optic in Mandera had not been cut the same day that we were doing it. And so we were looking at 100%, because 100% means that every station that we are transmitting from is represented, that nobody is saying that I am disenfranchised. And so for us, the lessons that we learned was lessons of failure before, and we corrected and rectified those very quickly. And that's why you can see that this is 100%. Yeah.
Which areas did you face some levels of challenges? Because I would want to believe that all areas were not the same when it comes to transmission and, of course, the availability of network.
All areas were networked. If we did not have 3G, then we had the satellite modems. We were very, very ready for this 2022 election. And the satellite modems worked very well. The 3G areas worked very well. Because up to now it's only those 80 stations, but it is because as of yesterday we were still doing election in other places, and so we know that it's going to be 100%, and all the transmissions are working. So whatever is being sent right now has gotten to the National Tallying Center. Everything. What will not come through are the forms that had not been transmitted because thugs invaded some of our stations and ran away with our forms.
How many forms were these? We don't know how many forms just yet, but we are compiling that, and at 4 o'clock we are going to give a briefing. Which areas were affected?
Wajir was affected.
Wajir County?
Yes, Wajir County. Eldas was affected. That's where we were doing the elections yesterday. But Wajir, somebody just came and ran away with the form. But already, what had happened is
there were no security.
No,
officers.
The securities are there, O'Brien. But when they attack, possibly some of them have bigger guns than you. You try to defend, as our soldiers and our policemen did gallantly. But when they're arranging to come, there are many more. But our police tried, and they were overwhelmed.
And they managed to repel.
They managed to get. Some of them managed to get to the materials and ran away with them. In some places, our forces, our police, actually recovered those forms that had been taken. But they combed the village, and the villagers said he has gone here, and they got the forms.
And they got the forms.
And took them back.
And so those are some of the forms that are yet to come here.
Some of them have disappeared. Maybe a few forms, but now we have to make a decision as to how we need to address that, because the ROs had written some of those results on an exercise book, and we still want them, that they need to bring them with a police abstract saying what had happened, why they don't have those forms. So anybody that does not have, if anybody does not have a form, Form 3A, out of negligence. I think we are going to be very cross with that individual. And that is an electoral offense. All forms must be guarded because there is security around them and they need to bring them here.
They have to be brought here. Commissioner, would you declare this election without some of the forms?
It will not affect what we have that has not come through is very small. It may not affect the outcome of the election, but we are making a decision about that. If we realize that the forms are here and they had been signed, and they were spoiled a little bit, and agents had appended their signature wherever that was recorded, we'll see how that works out. But I think 99.9 something forms are here with us,
and so that gives you the leeway to do your tallying and declare a winner in this context without really having to wait for the last form to arrive here.
I think so. I think that is what we will possibly do.
Is that an option that you are exploring?
This is an option that we are exploring. The Commission will meet and make a decision around these things depending on what was envisaged to have come from those few areas that did not have elections recorded on a statutory form. And this has to be documented very well so that even if anybody wants to go to court, there is material for them to use in court. Yeah.
I want to take you back, and you know, about 20 minutes ago, you said that only forms from 2 constituencies have arrived here. One in Western Province, well, what used to be Western Province.
Yeah.
The other one is from where?
The other one is from Eastern. Kaiti.
Kaiti constituency.
Yeah.
One may be interested to know, I mean, why has it taken too long for the forms from Nairobi to come here? And for example, we are in Langata constituency. Why has it taken too long? You would expect Langata constituency to be the first one to deliver their form because it's a driving distance.
No, you will not expect Langata, especially Langata, to be the first one here, or Nairobi, because the population is big. It's about 2 million that we are looking at in Nairobi. And all these forms, the Form 34A, has to be tallied at the constituency level. And there are many. There are thousands. They are much bigger than anywhere. And it takes a big process to be able to, in a very careful way, concerted way, add those forms and declare members of parliament, win for members of parliament and MCAs. It's a big group of leaders that we are announcing in Nairobi. So you will not expect that. In some constituencies, it is about maybe 800 or 700 stations. In Nairobi, they are running into thousands. So you will not expect that Nairobi will bring them immediately. No.
Because of the numbers.
Because of the numbers. You have to deal with numbers. Yes.
Let's also talk about the officials that you have hired here to do this work. I mean, do they work in shifts or how are they operating?
They work in shifts. The same way that agents for political parties, the 4 political parties that have their presidential candidates, will be forced to work in shifts. You saw the tables. Our people are there. The agents are there in one table. There are 4, 5, 6, almost 7 people at a table, and another table 7 people, and another table 7 people, like that. We will need to have people in very good mental state to be able to keep up with the amount of verification that is done. And we need people to make judgment, quick judgment, but also correct judgments, so that whatever result that we end up with right now, because what is verified will be taken to the screen and say, Kaiti constituency, this is their result for the 4 presidential candidates. Everybody have agreed about that. And so up to the 290 that people have agreed that these are the numbers. When it adds up at the end of that, for each of the 4 presidential candidates, everybody says that anyway, this is what we got, this is our numbers, the winner, whoever he is or she is, no, I think he is, whoever he is, this is fair. Yes. And then that gives relief to Kenyans, because Kenyans have wanted fairness. That's what they have been talking about. How fair is the process? How good is the process? How foolproof is the process? Has my vote been counted? Has it made a difference? That is what we are looking for. And I think that's what Kenyans are not. Kenyans are good. They don't want to cut corners and beat the process. They just want a straight, fair process. That's what they're asking for. And that's what we are giving them on the floor of that tallying center.
It is proper to say that this race is very tight, okay, especially among the 2 top contenders. As a commission, have you thought about what would happen if there is a runoff?
If there's a runoff, we give them a runoff. As we are here, as election management body, that's our work.
Give us a scenario of a runoff. What would actually happen? What kind of logistics are we looking at?
It will be an easier logistics than running 6 elections in a day. So that one will be very easy for us. We will just give them a month.
A month?
A month, and we say, go for it. And we'll sort this thing out quickly. Print ballots, reset our KIMS kits, recall our POs, make things ready. Within a month, we can do that.
Within a month?
Within a month, we can do that. Yeah.
And
so if it is a rerun, we are set for it. It's just the money that we know that the government will provide, and we are good to go.
What kind of a budget would you be looking at in case of a rerun?
We haven't really talked about that. We were very focused on this election. If we say that there is a rerun, we sit down as a commission and we come up with a budget. Coming up with a budget is not a big thing, a big deal for us. It just takes 3 or 4 days and we are done. Because we have been doing elections. We have been doing by-elections. And we know what goes into an election and how much that is. It is not scientific for us to be able to come up with a good and adequate budget to run a rerun. Yeah.
How many ballot papers would you print in case of a rerun?
We will still print the number of ballot papers equivalent to Kenyans that had registered to vote.
That's about 22 million.
That's 22,120,000 and something, and 580 of them. Yeah.
And this will have to be done in Greece as well?
Yes, they will, because they have done it. They have will be doing ballot proofing. They have our whatever it is, the cast or whatever. They have the information, and we tell them produce, and very quickly they will.
Now, turning on to the issue of technology, I mean, it's proper to say that technology has played a significant role in this year's election. Are we looking, from your experience and from now your exposure, are we looking at a time or at a situation whereby Kenyans will be able to vote from the comfort of their couches, of their offices, remove their phones or in front of a computer, go to the polling site, click, vote, and wait for the results?
I think technology is a good thing, but we will look at if Kenyans can verify that. Will Kenyans be happy and confident with something like that? Because it is all about trust of the system. It's all about how can you know that it is so and so that has voted and not so and so. And this can only work again if Kenyans have discussed this and parliamentarians have looked at this with the experts and say, this is how we need to go, this is how we need to reform the law. So the law then provides us with an avenue to implement something like that.
And Commissioner, before I let you go, because I know you have another briefing at 4 p.m.
Yes, and I think people are looking for me because
people are now looking for you.
Yes.
Finally, I want you to look at this at your camera.
Yes.
And tell Kenyans something. Those who are wondering when are we going to know the winner, what is happening here, and I want you to reassure them that all is well here.
Dear Kenyans, it is very, very important that we do a good job, and you gave us the opportunity to prove that Kenya can be a world leader in executing clean elections, fair and credible. I want to tell you that the process is going on. Give us time. You can give us another 5 days or less, and we will come up with a process that you will be proud of. Right now, we are receiving our own staff with results from the polling stations, and you had spoken at the polling station. You had spoken at the constituency level. You had spoken at the county level. We want you to give us time so that your word is reflected at the presidential level. We have just started tallying today so that we give you a result that you will be proud of. We need patience. We need you to trust us. We have done a good job. We are continuing to do a good job. We are in charge. Just trust us.
You are in charge. Just trust IBC. That's your simple message to Kenyans.
Absolutely.
Just as Nyang'aya Commissioner, thank you very much indeed for finding time to be with us, of course, out of your very busy schedule. We appreciate your time and, of course, for talking to Kenyans.
Thank you very, very much, Brian.
We wish you all the best, and of course with your team.
Thank you.
Commissioner Justus Nyang'aya is in charge of ICT at IEBC, joining us this afternoon to help us understand where are we in terms of this tallying process, and of course what we have learned along the way during this election period. And of course, you have heard it from him. We'll keep on interacting with them so that we can get to understand what exactly is happening here. Right now, we are waiting for the 4 p.m. briefing, which is coming up in the next 15 minutes, as promised by the IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati. They're going to give us an update on where are we in terms of voter tallings, and of course, the transmission of results here at the National Tallying Center. My name is O'Brien Kimani. We are keeping tabs of what is happening here, and of course we'll keep feeding you with the information as we get it right here. Otherwise, I want to take you back to Broadcasting House for Harith and Kamche to continue with the rest of the program. We'll catch up with you.
Naam, asante sana O'Brien Kimani. Bila shaka ni mazungumzo ambayo yamekuwa na natija na faida kubwa kwa wale ambao wamekuwa wakifuatilia mchakato huu. Otieno, hebu umedokoa yapi kwa kile kilichozungumzwa na Commissioner Justus kuhusiana na shughuli nzima ya uchaguzi na mambo yalivyo na mambo yanavyoendelea?
Nimefurahishwa sana na Justus Mang'aya, commissioner mwenyewe. Jamaa ni anapenda kuchekesha kwa njia, anapitisha ujumbe kwa njia ambayo ni ya kufurahisha. Anajaribu kutuambia kwamba tutarajie matokeo rasmi Jumamosi. Lakini pia anatuambia kwamba matokeo yanaweza kutoka wakati wowote. Anatuambia kwamba ametaja neno fulani, ametaja kwamba fomu ambayo imeweza kufika pale, form 34A na 34B, kwamba ni moja. Lakini mwishowe amezungumzia kwamba asilimia 99 za fomu zimeweza kuwasili.
Ndio.
Natumai tunaelewana.
Tunafahamiana.
Inamaanisha kwamba kuna namna ambavyo tume yenyewe inajaribu kucheza na akili ya watu ili kupunguza hisia kali za watu. Kwamba patakapotokea matangazo yao rasmi, watu wasiwe kwamba tayari wana taarifa wanazozitarajia. Unakumbuka mwaka 2007 ambapo walikuwa na mwaka 2013 na 17 walipokuwa kileta matangazo, walikuwa wakizionyesha pale kwenye kiwambo, na taarifa hizo zilikuwa zikichukuliwa na watu, na moja kwa moja kungekuwa na saizi press conferences nyingi sana kutoka kwa wagombeaji mbalimbali. Wengine kupinga, wengine kutaka kuunga mkono, na wengine kutaka kusema zao. Lakini kwa sasa umeona hadi